Chapter 2009, Controlling Famine's Flesh and Blood. Chapter 2009, Controlling Famine's Flesh and Blood. In the last several thousand years, subduing this skinny old man was the first time Lin Ming had attacked a Saint Empyrean. Imperceptibly and unconsciously, his strength had already become strong to this degree. Beneath his hands, ordinary Empyreans had no strength to resist. But at this time, Lin Ming didn't care about the skinny old man at all. All of his attention was centered on the mass of Famine's flesh and blood. Seeing the wriggling piece of flesh, Lin Ming frowned. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was already passing out Famine's flesh for Empyreans to use. Then, how many world kings and holy lords had taken the flesh of Famine? Through the flesh and blood of Famine, more and more powerhouses would become loyal servants of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Thinking of this, Lin Ming glanced at the mass of Famine's flesh once more. Then a light lit up in his mind, and he seemed to realize something. His thoughts sunk into his spiritual sea. There, he contacted Famine's soul that was within him. He reached out a hand, and the flesh of Famine began to slowly wriggle about as it floated towards Lin Ming's hands. This wasn't Lin Ming pulling something through space towards him. Rather, the flesh of Famine was approaching him on its own initiative. The flesh of Famine floated in front of Lin Ming, where it flew above his palm. He could feel that this flesh of Famine in his hands was unusual. In a way, it was concentrated essence similar to the demon relic. It was likely something prepared especially for Empyreans by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Although it was a small amount, the total quantity of energy inherent within it was uncommon. Lin Ming could clearly feel the sealed soul of Famine linking together with this mass of flesh through his spiritual strength. The flesh of Famine possessed a terrifying ability within this world, the ability to swallow all and turn what it swallowed into its own energy to nourish itself. Once Famine's flesh and blood fused with the mortal body of a martial artist, that fused martial artist would also gain such an ability. In other words, they would gain the ability to absorb the strength of others to become stronger. In addition, fusing with the flesh of Famine gave a martial artist the ability to undergo another body metamorphosis. Lin Ming had seen this type of body metamorphosis in the final trial before. Back then, Holy Lord level martial artists had activated the power of Famine's bloodline to undergo a body metamorphosis, and for a short period of time, they were able to increase their strength several times over, thus completely overwhelming all other martial artists of the same level. In the world of martial artists, in order to grow strong, climb higher, and live longer, there were innumerable people willing to commit unspeakable deeds. For instance, this skinny old man was unable to deny himself the temptation of living for several tens of millions more years. The good fortune Saint Sovereign knew this. He had grasped this truth. And if this were to continue, then he would eventually become the absolute ruler of the world through Famine. And only the heavens knew what benefits the good fortune Saint Sovereign would receive after controlling everything. Would he be able to reverse the flow of energy through the flesh of Famine and instead suck out all the life essence of martial artists that were controlled by him? Would he be able to finally break past the boundaries of true divinity and become an existence that stood equal to the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Although these speculations might not be accurate, he still had a deep understanding into just how dreadful the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions were. Invading humanity might just be the first move of his chess game. In this great calamity, the Saint Sovereign and Soul Emperor were two old hidden monsters that were slowly revealing their fangs. They began to carry out their respective plans that they had plotted for hundreds of millions of years. They both believed they were players in the great game. And now, Lin Ming could vaguely begin to make out the good fortune Saint Sovereign's chess game. Still, he was completely clueless as to what endgame the Soul Emperor was trying to play towards. Every individual wanted to control the great chessboard of the world. Lin Ming was naturally included amongst these people. He was waiting for the time that the two old men guarding the final trial had spoken of, the time when he could transform from a chess piece to a chess player. At this time, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the other side of the door. A group of Holy Lord Realm guards rushed in. Lin Ming's brief battle against the skinny old man had caused a large commotion, and even the entire chamber had been ruined. "You are done for killing me and destroying this spirit ship. You will be unable to escape. The saints will chase you down to the ends of the world and turn your bones to ashes." The skinny old man wheezed as he tried to breathe. He could no longer open his mouth, but he was still able to pass sound transmissions to Lin Ming. Lin Ming faintly glanced at the skinny old man. At this time, a shout cried out through the door. "Lord Timebright, what happened?" Over a dozen guards rushed towards the chamber entrance. Even the inner gates of the alchemist chamber had been burned down to molten slag, and the array formations had been ruined. Thus, they flushed in without any obstructions. However, as they saw the scene within the alchemy chamber, they were stunned. "Just what are you all panicked about?" A hoarse, grinding voice spilled out, one thick with cruelty and ferocity, and even a hint of anger. A skinny old man wearing a dark green robe was clearly standing in good shape in the center of the chamber. This was Grandmaster Timebright, and his complexion was particularly gloomy. Everything around him was wreckage. One could see ruined ashes and equipment all around, and the guards could even make out the pieces of destroyed medicinal concoctions. "All of you screw off." The skinny old man roared out. The Holy Lord powerhouses inwardly cursed and immediately fell silent. Then, under the leadership of the guard captain, they all rapidly retreated. Lord Timebright is becoming increasingly eccentric. After leaving the area, the guards spoke to each other in quiet sound transmissions. His life is reaching its end, so his character has started to warp. Many old people are like this. He must have been trying to refine some type of life-extending pill just then, but failed in the end. "Stop talking. If Lord Timebright knows that we are talking about him behind his back, then all of us will die." Several guards hushed each other. They hid away somewhere else, no longer daring to come to this chamber. By this time, Lin Ming had laid down an array formation and blocked out the chamber. He entered the space of the magic cube. In front of him was Grandmaster Timebright, on the verge of death with only a single breath left in his body. But at this time, Lin Ming had completely transformed into an appearance similar to Grandmaster Timebright. His face, clothes, aura, everything was exactly the same. The skinny old man was flustered. It was like he had bumped into a ghost. Even for him, it was impossible to tell the difference between himself and this fake copy in front of him. Lin Ming took the flesh of famine and slowly trod towards Timebright, one step at a time. Then, beneath Timebright's panic-stricken eyes, Lin Ming took the flesh of famine and forced it through his broken chest, right next to his heart. As the flesh of famine soaked itself in Timebright's blood, it was like a leech that scented blood and began to drill its way into Timebright's body. What are you doing?" Timebright paled. However, famine's flesh didn't swallow Timebright. It seemed that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already left behind orders in a spirit mark. When famine's flesh drilled into Timebright's body, it scattered into numerous threads which drilled into every inch of him. The flesh of famine brought with it an overwhelming power of blood vitality. Timebright could feel his life force gradually being restored. His strength also slowly returned. Pa, pa, pa. All around Timebright's body, the runes Lin Ming cast out also started to vanish. In this instant, Timebright regained his freedom. Timebright was shocked. This youth was actually letting him go. Or could it be that this youth thought that he wasn't a match at all and could be easily pinched to death, thus he had been released from his ruined prison? In that moment, a crazy thought instantly flashed through Timebright's mind. That was to undergo body metamorphosis and kill this youth. He knew that after fusing with the flesh of famine, he would gain a body metamorphosis ability. Although he had never used this ability before, he instinctively sensed how to do so after fusing with famine's flesh. With just a single thought, he could activate the savage power of famine's flesh within him. But as Time Bright thought of activating the body metamorphosis, he suddenly cried out in pain, and agony racked his body. With light popping sounds, countless bloody threads drilled out from Time Bright's body, as if his entire body were pierced through with steel wires. These blood-red threads were the flesh of famine that had fused into Time Bright. Time Bright's body exploded into a mist of blood fog. Even his eyeballs blew open. He had died miserably. When famine's flesh fused into Time Bright's body, Lin Ming was still able to control it. This was because when Lin Ming fused the flesh of famine into Time Bright's body, he had left behind his own spirit mark. This spirit mark carefully avoided the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark. In this way, while the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark hadn't been activated and was in a state of slumber, then Lin Ming would have complete command of famine's flesh. And the command that Lin Ming had given famine's flesh just now was to scatter outwards in all directions and kill Time Bright. He was successful. With this, Lin Ming was overjoyed. However, if the spirit mark he left behind in famine's flesh simultaneously activated along with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark, then just who would famine's flesh listen to? Lin Ming didn't know, but he was looking forwards to this moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't test out what would happen. He could not allow the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to discover that there was someone who was able to control famine's flesh and blood just like he could. Then, Lin Ming's palm opened up. A spinning black cube flew out and absorbed the skinny old man's soul source, completely wiping away the soul's spirit mark and turning it into pure memories. Lin Ming drew the skinny old man's ownerless soul into his spiritual sea and began to read through the memories. The skinny old man's cultivation methods, laws, comprehensions, and alchemy techniques were all things that Lin Ming didn't care about at all. He tossed all of this aside. What he cared about was any information the saints had on humanity, humanity's distribution of forces, present situation, comparison of strength, positions of the saint, true divinities. But just as he started reading through the information, Lin Ming felt a cold sweat drip down his back. Famine was already approaching its peak strength from the past, and after carving open a channel into another universe, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had entered a period of long seclusion where no one was allowed to disturb him. He was preparing to use famine to swallow one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. This law was the essence gathering system that humanity excelled in. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wished to use famine to bring down humanity's essence gathering system. Chapter 2010, Blue Horn Galaxy. Chapter 2010, Blue Horn Galaxy. The 33 heavenly Taos. Within them, 2 of the great Taos were suitable for humanity to train in. First was the body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Second was the essence gathering system's 9 divine shifts. 6 billion years ago, famine swallowed humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace, an event equal to severing one of humanity's arms. And this time, famine would swallow the 9 divine shifts, humanity's essence gathering system. This was the same as sentencing humanity to death. If famine were to swallow humanity's essence gathering system, then would the human martial artists who controlled the power of it lose their strength. Lin Ming recalled the time he broke into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In Bai Chi's tomb, he had been blocked by a Tao diagram of the heavenly Tao. It was only after crushing through this heavenly Tao diagram that he was able to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Moreover, he was able to freely use the 9 stars of the Tao Palace up to the present. This meant that the 33 heavenly Taos could never truly vanish. Rather, for some unknown reason, they were sealed away. If famine swallowed humanity's essence gathering system, then the likely result was that the human martial artists who had cultivated the essence gathering system wouldn't have any change to their original strength. But for martial artists that had yet to reach that point, they would suffer arduous difficulties one after another during their future cultivation. When they tried to make a breakthrough, they would likely encounter the same heavenly Tao diagram that had hindered Lin Ming. At the same time, if other masters wanted to take a step further, for instance, if Emperor Sakya wished to break into the realm of true divinity, or if Lin Ming wanted to break into the Empyrean realm, it might be even more difficult. This sort of feeling was as if famine was swallowing the causal relationship, the karmic ties that bound humanity together with the 33 heavenly Taos. This was the same as swallowing the great destiny of an entire race. Then humanity would be abandoned by the heavenly Tao. After realizing this, Lin Ming's mind shook. Since the beginning of time, there had been no race that could stand atop the river of history for eternity. They would decline for all sorts of reasons. For instance, the primal god race or the celestial race, they were slowly declining due to their inability to reproduce. Many primal god race powerhouses would have hundreds or even thousands of wives, yet they never managed to leave behind a single descendant. Like this, they could only look helplessly on as the primal god race declined in number until they finally withered away to nothing. If so, then was it possible that there was some abyssal similar to famine that had swallowed or reversed the destinies of the primal god race and celestial race, so that these races which once stood at the peak of the era 10 billion years ago slowly lost their ability to reproduce until they finally perished? Lin Ming felt more and more that this was a likely possibility. This abyssal likely feared the primal god race and wished to erase the entire race from existence. And humanity seemed to be stepping onto the same road that the primal god race traversed in the past. If the two roads of the essence gathering system's 9 divine shifts and the body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace were to be suffocated and sealed away, then all that remained for humanity would be their prodigious ability to reproduce. But if so, how would they be any different from common farm animals? If the good fortune Saint Sovereign were to succeed, then humanity would be frozen where they were, forever unable to raise their heads high. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign would also be able to rid himself of all future troubles. Lin Ming felt increasingly pressed for time. However, the only thing worth rejoicing for from this matter was that swallowing the 33 heavenly Taos would require an immense amount of famine strength as well as a considerable period of time. During this period of time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would need to go into seclusion. This was also Lin Ming's chance. Without the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the saints were like a tiger without its fangs. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he continued to sift through Time Bright's memories. Soon, he found a great deal of additional valuable information. This was information concerning famine. During these past years, famine had swallowed an uncountable amount of resources and had already grown itself its own giant avatar. This avatar was now under the control of the good fortune Saint's son. Meanwhile, famine had bred a great deal of flesh and blood essence similar to the demon relic. This flesh and blood essence was divvied off to some holy lords and world kings. After swallowing it, they would gain the ability to undergo a new body metamorphosis, thus establishing the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine naturally followed the orders of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, but with the good fortune Saint Sovereign in seclusion, the Legion of Famine was now under the command of the 5 Saint Generals. Lin Ming had once heard the names of the 5 Saint Generals during the second time he joined the Azura Road's final trial. At the time, they were called the 4 Saint Marvels. They were the good fortune Saint son of the good fortune Saint Palace, Soaring Feather God King's disciple Fairy Blue Lotus of Soaring Feather God Mountain, as well as Astral Vault God King's 2 great direct disciples, High Sun and Dark Moon. But in truth, High Sun and Dark Moon had ordinary level of talents. In the past, they were able to rely on their superiority of age and rise into the Empyrean realm a step earlier, thus standing on par with the good fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus. Now, the good fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus had both stepped into the Empyrean realm. High Sun and Dark Moon were placed in a precarious position. However, before they could sit steady in their positions as third and fourth ranked amongst the 5 Saint Generals, their positions became shaky once more. The youth that was originally ranked in 5th place was already starting to catch up. He was Imperial Prince Shishan, who was in the limelight at the Good Fortune Saint Palace. This Imperial Prince Shishan even seemed to have talent beyond that of the Good Fortune Saint Sun. His cultivation was at the half-step Empyrean realm, but in terms of combat strength he could already defeat many Saint Empyreans of the older generation. Of the 5 Saint Generals, the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus served as the leads, and as a group, they each neared the strongest force within the Saint race. They were the great enemies of humanity, and through these years, countless human martial artists had died beneath their hands. While there was much bad news, there was also some good news worth being thankful for. That was that news concerning Xiao Moxian, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others was all completely unknown to Time Bright. This also meant that they were alive, but their hidden locations were still unknown. In order to find the position of the human enclaves, the Saints had already started to train their own spies. These spies mainly came from the human captives. Even when a race was nearing the point of extinction, not everyone would be willing to sacrifice their own life for their race. Beneath torture and the threat of death, there would always be some people willing to betray their race, signing a contract and becoming a spy. In addition, there were also some humans that were forcefully controlled by the Saints, confused with illusions, or even had slave seals planted in their bodies. These people were sent to the wild universe in droves, where they were used to seek out the location of the humans. Using this method, the Saints had already completely annihilated several human bases. This information all crossed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming now had an extremely detailed grasp of the situation between the Saints and humans. At this time, the fleet arrived at the Blue Horn Galaxy. Lin Ming looked outside the porthole and gazed upon the giant blue galaxy that swirled before him, the stars hidden in the ethereal nebula numbered in the billions and trillions. The Blue Horn Galaxy seemed beautiful, but hidden within it were countless chaotic spaces, black holes, wormholes, space-time storms, and all sorts other dangers. In truth, this was the skeleton of a great world's central mainland, and Lin Ming also intended to fill this graveyard with some more skeletons. He had already formulated a plan to fight the Saints. This plan was a bit crazy and was bound to set off a massive storm. Before the Saints could react, he had to strike with all he had. Chapter 2011, Xiao Moxian of 6,000 Years Later. Chapter 2011, Xiao Moxian of 6,000 Years Later. Kia. Within the wild universe was a massive galaxy named the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy was incredibly complex. It was filled with endless distortion force fields, space-time storms, space cracks, as well as fundamentally invisible black holes that could annihilate an Empyrean if they were to fall into one. 2 influences of human elites had gathered in the depths of this titanic galaxy. Several hundred years ago, when the Saints broke open the great gates into the wild universe, humanity had already split up and hidden themselves in different locations. With humanity's understanding of the wild universe, as well as the cover of the various galaxies, they were able to skirt around the Saints. But slowly, there would always be some human influences that were discovered. This was because human influences were simply far too large. The populations of these influences often reached into the quadrillions and quintillions, and the star territories they occupied had dozens and hundreds of planets. Originally, a great number of humans had fled to the wild universe. Then, the leaders of humanity also adopted population-related policies that encouraged having more children. Like this, through several hundred generations, the population of humans in the wild universe exploded. This massive population base also involved countless heavenly palaces, spirit ships, sects, as well as a gargantuan number of low-level martial artists. To have this giant force engage in guerrilla warfare was easier said than done. Although those that evacuated to the wild universe were all elites of humanity, after over 6,000 years of reproduction passed, there would always be some human descendants whose talent wasn't particularly high. Although they would be capable of cultivating to the revolving core realm or life destruction realm, when it came to the great clashing waves of two races warring against each other. And in this wild universe that was filled with unspeakable dangers, they weren't any different from mortals. In truth, these types of people were the overwhelming majority of humans that lived in the wild universe. Thus, once a planet that had all its elites withdrawn was discovered by the saints, what occurred next would be brutal plundering and massacre. The survivors of the carnage would become slaves that were reared in pens by the saints. They would become cannon fodder, used to further expand their control of the wild universe in the future. Since the wild universe was already open to them, the saints had decided to simply eat this piece of fat meat and make it their territory. Like this, after another 100 million years passed, this wild universe would become the saint race's 9th universe. If they managed to also wrest away the Azura decree that was in the hands of Divine Dream, then they would also be able to easily open more paths into new universes and establish routes and bases in those new lands. The saints would be able to lay down seeds throughout the 33 heavens until they finally became the #1 race in existence. There was a celestial palace of white jade floating amidst an asteroid belt within the hidden Dragon Galaxy. A woman in black war armor stared out a window of this celestial palace, looking at a peaceful blue planet deep in the starry space. She gently sighed. Her ink-black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, brushing against her icy cold armor. She gently touched the window. From the surface of the crystalline window glass, her vague figure was reflected back. Although she was beautiful to behold, she seemed thin and haggard. She was Lin Ming's wife, Xiao Maxian. And as she looked out the window and gazed upon that deep blue planet far off in space, what she was looking at was Nu Ming Planet, a planet filled with her subjects. Xiao Maxian now had subjects of her own. 900 years ago, Xiao Maxian broke into the Empyrean realm. From the human younger generation, besides Frost Dream, she was the first one to step into the Empyrean realm. To become an Empyrean meant that Xiao Maxian could no longer follow behind the elders and be a youth that was protected. Now, she shouldered the heavy mantle of duty and was responsible for her own vital tasks. In the wild universe, every enclave of humanity needed an Empyrean to assume personal command. This was because wherever humans had gathered, there was also the chance that an ancient Empyrean-level vicious beast would come to raze and devour the cities. Without an Empyrean standing on guard, the consequences would be unimaginable. The day Xiao Maxian broke into the Empyrean realm, she had accepted the mission of protecting a land that had been developed by humanity. At the same time, she also gained her own subjects. Because Xiao Maxian hadn't been an Empyrean for too long, her territory consisted of a mere single planet, Nu Ming Planet. This planet was named by Xiao Maxian. Everyone who first gathered at Nu Ming Planet had voluntarily come from other human enclaves. They were the first group of residents who decided to inhabit this wasteland and develop the planet. They sowed the seeds of humanity. Through their hard work and constant construction, Nu Ming Planet slowly became more and more prosperous. Xiao Maxian knew the reason these people followed her and came here was because of their trust in her. So, she also needed to be responsible for her own subjects. She told herself she would use her 2 hands to protect her people and allow them to enjoy good and happy lives. Husbands and wives would give birth to many children, increasing the population with every generation, until slowly the surrounding star territory also started to become developed, and the inhabited lands became increasingly large, allowing humanity to bloom all throughout the wild universe. However, a mere 200 years after New Ming Planet was established, the saints had come. A heavy and gloomy pressure suddenly pushed down on Xiao Moxian's delicate shoulders. As the overlord of this planet, she had to protect her subjects from the chaos of war. They had come here because they had trusted her. How could she toss them away and flee by herself? The war between the humans of the wild universe and the saints had already gone on for hundreds of years, because the wild universe was far too vast, and the inner workings of the galaxies were too complex and dangerous, as well the fact that some humans had already moved into another wild universe using the Azura Decree. The battlefield was just far too wide a stage. Searching for anyone was extremely burdensome. Thus, the advance of the saints was forced to slow down precipitously. But no matter how slow the saints were, they still only took several hundred years to find this place. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy now faced its own great war. Xiao Moxian and the lives of the hundreds of billions of people that followed her and were shouldered by her now stood against the army of the saints. Currently, Xiao Moxian's only advantage was that New Ming Planet was hidden extremely well and was covered in violent space flows and concealing array formations. It would be difficult for the legions of the saints to find this place. However, no matter how well hidden this planet, all mysteries were eventually grinded away by the saints through the use of time. 10 years ago, a Saint Race Legion had sailed into a star domain near New Ming Planet. Xiao Moxian made a decisive choice. She took the initiative to lead the disciples of her demon fairy Celestial Palace to a place far away from New Ming Planet. Then, she purposefully revealed some flaws to the armies of the saints, allowing them to discover her before she escaped, and led them away. Like this, Xiao Moxian was able to forcefully lead away the legions of the saints that had arrived at her doorstep. The saint legions that chased after Xiao Moxian weren't easy to deal with. They had 2 Middle Empyreans in their ranks, and they were also skilled in tracking techniques. Xiao Moxian, with her vast number of disciples, as well as her fleet of spirit ships, was ultimately unable to rid herself of this tracking. So, after bringing the fleet of the saints to a desolate part of space that was quintillions of miles away and leaving the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, her forces suddenly turned around and engaged the saints in a life-or-death battle. This battle had been cruel and tragic. The 2 Saint Race Empyreans were completely killed off, and their fleets were almost completely annihilated, but her demon fairy Celestial Palace also paid a deep price. Those brave warriors of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace who died in that battle were Xiao Moxian's most loyal followers who had served her before New Ming Planet was even established. However, they died in the battlefield of the starry skies, their ashes forever interred in space. Regarding this, Xiao Moxian grieved in her sorrow. Without experiencing war, it was impossible to understand the feeling of only being able to stare helplessly on as one's comrades died all around them. But even though Xiao Moxian's heart was pained, she quickly stood up and brushed herself off. This was because she knew that her followers all hoped to see a stronger her. So, she would carry their dying wishes upon her shoulders and continue leading the battle to protect New Ming Planet. However, good fortune never came in pairs, and misfortune never came alone. After these saint legions were destroyed by Xiao Moxian, an even stronger enemy approached. The one to come this time was the Good Fortune Saint's son and the Legion of Famine. During her battle with the 2 Middle Empyreans, Xiao Moxian had already disguised her appearance, and she had even killed off her 2 opponents. Finally, she cleaned out the battlefield. Xiao Moxian thought that her own identity hadn't been leaked, but the arrival of the good fortune Saint's son meant that her whereabouts had likely been made known to him. Some matters were impossible to explain. Xiao Moxian didn't know how the good fortune Saint's son had discovered her. Perhaps it was his intuition, perhaps he had found some clues, or perhaps his arrival was simply a coincidence. But in short, what Xiao Moxian now had to face was the head of the Saint race's 5 Saint generals, the good fortune Saint's son, as well as the terrifying Legion of Famine. Xiao Moxian originally didn't fear the good fortune Saint's son at all, but presently the good fortune Saint's son was in control of Famine's avatar. Famine's true form was at the true divinity rank, and even at the top of the true divinity rank. As for Famine's avatar, although it was weaker than its main body, it still had war strength close to that of a middle true divinity. In the hands of the good fortune Saint's son, the power that Famine's avatar could display was greatly limited. Still, it must possess a strength similar to the weakest of true divinities. And a true divinity was, in the end, a true divinity. When facing Empyreans, they were absolutely invincible. In addition, the Legion of Famine, led by the good fortune Saint's son, was undoubtedly the most elite of elite forces within the Saint race army. The officers of the Legion of Famine were often world kings and great world kings that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine. In particular, those great world kings, after undergoing their famine-induced body metamorphosis, they would be able to fully contend with the weakest of Empyreans. Compared to the Legion of Famine, Xiao Moxian's demon fairy celestial palace wasn't at the same level at all. Once both forces met, the battle would be no different from an egg trying to crack open a rock. There were no mysteries as to what would happen at all. And even with all this, Xiao Moxian didn't request any help from humanity's headquarters. None of the human Empyreans were a match against the good fortune Saint's son. Not even Emperor Sakya could deal with Famine's avatar. The only person who could was Divine Dream. However, Divine Dream had to face the diversion of the 2 other true divinities of the Saint race, Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King. As one person facing 2, she was already burdened enough in dealing with them. So Xiao Moxian could only rely on herself. She knew that a grievance existed between her and the good fortune Saint's son. The Monster Emperor's great longevity banquet from over 6,000 years ago was a thorn that forever pierced him. When given the chance to pull out this thorn, how could the good fortune Saint's son give up such an opportunity? Xiao Moxian's eyes looked out the porthole. It was like she could already see the evil and cruel sneer that hung permanently across the good fortune Saint's son's face. Xiao Moxian clenched her teeth and subconsciously traced her chest. In her clothes was an ancient necklace, one that had long since lost its luster. This was a gift Lin Ming had given her, the 1,000-mile heart link. Chapter 2012. The Burden of a Leader. Chapter 2012. The Burden of a Leader. Through over 6,000 years, Xiao Moxian had already forgotten how many times she had touched the 1,000-mile heart link, or had tried to use it to contact Lin Ming. And now, the 1,000-mile heartlink's sealed divine runic symbol was near the point of collapse, and yet there still wasn't any news of Lin Ming. After gently stroking this necklace that had lost its luster, Xiao Moxian's thoughts and mood began to waver up and down. If she were to use this necklace but a single time more, then after a short period of use the divine runic symbol sealed away in the necklace would shatter into nothing. As for this divine runic symbol, besides Lin Ming, there likely wasn't anyone in the 33 heavens capable of drawing it up again. After countless attempts failed, all she had was a single chance. With just a single chance, how could she possibly reach him? Xiao Moxian let out a deep sigh. At this time, she heard a sound come from outside the room, followed by fast and chaotic footsteps. A group of people had arrived. Xiao Moxian put away her necklace and hid away the sorrow that etched her face. A group of 7 to 8 people had come. Each one of them was the backbone of Demon Fairy, Celestial Palace. The black-clothed man standing at their head was Xiao Moxian's son, Lin Huang. Ever since New Ming Planet stood at peak of the perilous storm, Lin Huang had ended his adventure to temper himself and had returned to Xiao Moxian's side. This was the only thing that made Xiao Moxian feel a bit more at ease. "Your child greets mother." A war-armored Lin Huang quickly strode into the room and bowed. The others following behind him, the core of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace, also bowed in tandem. "What is the matter?" Xiao Moxian's heart quickened as she saw the expressions on Lin Huang's face and the other officers' faces. She knew that this was unlikely to be anything good. In this war against the Saints, the commanders of humanity each had to have nerves of steel. Lin Huang stood up and said, "Our allies in the hidden Dragon Galaxy. The forces of Empyrean Transience and Dragon Fong have been locked down by the Good Fortune Saint Sun into a star territory that is less than 1 trillion miles in width. The Saint Legions have already begun their search. It won't be long before our allies are discovered by the Saints." Lin Huang's voice was grim. Dragon Fong had yet to break into the Empyrean realm. And in truth, even if he did, he still wouldn't be a match for the Good Fortune Saint Sun. As for Empyrean Transience, he was merely a middle human Empyrean, not a match for the Good Fortune Saint Sun at all. "What?" Xiao Moxian directly stood up, her heart sinking into her stomach. The fact was that Dragon Fong and Empyrean Transience had been dragged into this disaster by her. Originally, the Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't know that there were other human influences in the hidden Dragon Galaxy besides Xiao Moxian's. In order to coordinate and help shield Demon Fairy Celestial Palace, Dragon Fong and Empyrean Transience had been slowly discovered by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Empyrean Transience's influence was far larger than a single New Ming planet. The Good Fortune Saint Sun had yet to locate New Ming Planet, but was now already beginning to hone in on Empyrean Transience's location. This was incredibly bad news, so bad that it couldn't be any worse. At this time, a core figure of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace stepped forwards. He asked Xiao Moxian, "Palace Master, Dragon Fong and Empyrean Transience's forces cannot last much longer. Do we set out to save them, or not save them?" This officer of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace asked. This was also the main reason why Lin Huang and the others had rapidly made their way here to ask Xiao Moxian for her decision. To not save them was to violate the tenets of righteousness. But to save them meant that they would have to face an unbelievably terrifying enemy. This would be the same as jumping into the fiery pit. The most likely result was that they would all be annihilated. This was a difficult choice, and the only who could decide this was Xiao Moxian. Without being a leader, one could never understand or feel the pressure of a leader. It was only when Xiao Moxian became a leader did she profoundly realize just what it was like. In the battlefield, any decision made by the leader concerned the lives of trillions and quadrillions of people. And in these turbulent times, she was pillar of everyone's courage. She was their hope. No matter how confused or shocked or overwhelmed or helpless she had to stand tall and firm, calmly making her decision. Perhaps in the thousands and millions of roads that stretched out before her, there might be only a single road to survival. As for her, through her tense nervousness and desperation, she had to seek it out no matter what. Whether or not she could do it, she had to do it. Majin greets Lord Time Bright. In front of Lin Ming stood a Saint Race World King. This World King was the general of the 3rd Saint Legion in the Blue Horn Galaxy. "Have you brought the information?" Lin Ming dragged out his words and simulated a hoarse and gravelly voice. Currently, he had the appearance of a skinny old man, one that was completely similar to the dead Empyrean Time Bright. In addition, He had already read through Timebright's memories and learned everything he needed for his disguise. Even if Timebright's own son came here, they still wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I have brought the requested information. Lord Timebright, please take a look. The Saint World King passed several jade slips to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept through them with his divine sense. The information contained inside included the rough distribution of the Saint race armies, the map of the wild universe, and places which had been explored, as well as some galaxies which might hold human influences. Lin Ming used a mere 10 breaths of time to read through these materials. He frowned. These materials were far from complete. For instance, the distribution map of the Saint race armies only sketchily indicated star territories. Those star territories were far too vast. Wanting to find any information, that would be difficult. Moreover, there was only a tiny amount of information regarding the Legion of Famine. Lin Ming believed that the Saints had even more detailed information, but they just didn't give it to him. Is there nothing with more detail? Lin Ming tossed the jade slips at the Saint World King. The Saint World King awkwardly spoke. Lord Timebright, without sufficient authority, it is impossible to access more information. Moreover, Lord Timebright should only need information related to the Blue Horn Galaxy. So what is the reason for needing other information? As the Saint World King spoke, he looked at Lin Ming with some doubt in his eyes. If Lin Ming's actions were done by anyone else, they would have long since aroused the wariness of other Saint race officers. But because Lin Ming's identity could not seem any more real, and he also knew all the secret codes of the army, and also had the status badge to prove his identity, he could not be doubted. No one dared to suspect that a Saint Empyrean could be a traitor to the Saint race. If Lord Timebright really requires this information, then some of the information you seek is in the hands of Empyrean Thundercloud. You may make a request to him. Lord Timebright will be spending some time in the Blue Horn Galaxy, so you can also pay a visit to Empyrean Thundercloud. The Saint World King carefully said. Empyrean Thundercloud was an upper Empyrean, as well as the High Commander of the Saint race forces in the Blue Horn Galaxy. The reason Empyrean Timebright came to the Blue Horn Galaxy was to coordinate with Empyrean Thundercloud. If so, then the first person Lin Ming visited after reaching the Blue Horn Galaxy should have been Empyrean Thundercloud. However, because the Timebright that he masqueraded as originally had a strange and eccentric personality, not paying a visit wasn't anything out of the ordinary at all. Hearing the Saint World King say such words, Lin Ming's lips lifted in a smile. I understand. Lin Ming walked directly towards Empyrean Thundercloud's heavenly palace. In a purple grand hall, the high-level figures of the Blue Horn Galaxy's Saint Legions were currently carrying out a military conference. We have already spent over 20 years in this damned place and used so many people, but all we found in the Blue Horn Galaxy so far has been 3 of the human planets. Moreover, they are nearly all commoners. This is no different from finding several trillion ants. Even using them as fertilizer isn't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. A great world king with vaguely blood-red eyes and thick blue veins on his neck grimly said. He came from the Legion of Famine and was the commander of the Legion of Famine forces in the Blue Horn Galaxy. Don't worry. This sort of comprehensive search might seem a little stupid, but it's the best method possible. As long as we stick to this plan, then we'll be able to find those mice hiding in their holes. At that time, I'll make sure I entertain them well and have them all regret ever coming to this world. A pallid man that looked like a viper quietly said. As for Empyrean Thundercloud, who sat in the head seat, he didn't say a single word throughout, but simply let the subordinates discuss amongst themselves. At this time his thoughts stirred, and he looked towards the entrance. Lord Timebright, a conference is underway right now. Would you like to wait? Just as a guard was speaking, the door to the hall was pushed open, and an old man as skinny as firewood walked in. Empyrean Thundercloud's complexion darkened as he saw Timebright burst in. He never had any favorable impression towards this lower Empyrean that had been transferred over here. Just as he was about to say something to establish his position, he suddenly saw Time Bright's lips curve up in a smile. Then Time Bright thrust out a hand. In the center of his palm spun a black cube. This black cube seemed to contain some demonic charm, capable of drawing one's soul into it. Empyrean Thundercloud was immediately on guard. What are doing? Schwa. A boundless and potent force field came shrouding down. Everything with 1,000 feet was enveloped in this force field. And this force field was a strength that Empyrean Thundercloud had never experienced before. But mixed among it was a law that he recognized. That is, the Grand Mist laws. You aren't Time Bright. Empyrean Thundercloud was enraged. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already stepped forwards. He shot out the magic cube from his hand, and a terrifying soul vortex swallowed all. Empyrean Thundercloud's eyes turned blood red. His body emitted loud crackling noises as he instantly activated the power of his bloodline. And beside him, the 2 officers from the Legion of Famine also roared. Wriggling red tentacles dripping with blood rose up from their bodies. They had summoned the power of famine within their bodies without any hesitation, as great world kings facing an Empyrean. Their only chose was to undergo body metamorphosis and become an abyssal monster. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have any strength to resist. However, they never imagined that just as they activated their body metamorphosis, their bodies would seem to be caught in a mire of chaos, completely unable to move. The blood-red tentacles that stretched out behind were like snakes caught in the charm of a flute, completely escaping their control. In a flash, those tentacles that should have plunged towards Lin Ming suddenly turned around and pieced towards their necks. That change caused them to be scared out of their minds. They wanted to resist, but to their horror, they discovered that their bodies were no longer under their control, and they were rooted in place. Puff, puff. The tentacles of Famine's flesh pierced through the necks of those 2 Legion of Famine officers. Then their heads flew off with everlasting regret in their eyes. This ability to control the Legion of Famine had been tested by Lin Ming on Time Bright before. Now he could do so with skillful ease. At the same time, Empyrean Thundercloud was also surrounded by the massive soul storm set off by the magic cube. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't change his fate. Pung! Blood gushed out from Empyrean Thundercloud's head, and his body slumped to the floor. Chapter 2013, The Overture of War. Chapter 2013, The Overture of War. Hidden Dragon Galaxy. In an opulent grand hall, the good fortune Saint Sun sat upon a throne. He looked at a battle array disc projection that showed a vast star map. He wore golden war armor, and a thick cloak fell down his back and pooled onto the floor. One hand held a cup of precious wine as he sipped and swished it. Periodically, he would point at a position on the map, and a beautiful maid would then take up a gem and mark the spot that he referred to. The gem itself had a variation of force field around it that allowed it to float in the air. Slowly, half the star map was half filled with gems. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at this map and grinned. Gee, Sienner, I want to see just how you'll escape from my grasp this time. The most suspicious regions of the hidden Dragon Galaxy already had detection force fields laid down. If any humans were to traverse across these detection force fields, then the Saints would discover their presence and chase after them like a hunter chasing down a rabbit. Now, what the Saints had to do was to continue searching and narrow the possibly inhabited areas. With the support of absolute strength, the feeling of encircling Xiao Moxian and hunting her down caused the good fortune Saint Sun to be filled with all sorts of pleasant thoughts. Xiao Moxian, there will be a day when you become mine. The good fortune Saint Sun diabolically grinned as he subconsciously grasped with his hands as if he could squeeze Xiaomoshin between his fingers. The truth was that after living for such a long time, the good fortune Saint Sun had already enjoyed all the physical pleasures that could be offered in this world. He had once craved peerless women and had even conquered several of them, but now all these desires had dimmed away. The only thing that could satisfy him now was his deep ambition to become the singular ruler of the 33 heavens. But Xiaomoshin was different. Xiaomoshin was his shame, a stain that would eternally mark his heart, the subject of which he was continuously ridiculed about amongst the saints. At his engagement party, he had been made a cuckold. This already challenged the limits of a man. But that wasn't even the end. What was worse was that as he tried to recover his face, he had then been brutally beaten by a man that was far younger than he was. Even if all the shames and dishonor that the good fortune Saint Sun had experienced in his life were to be added together, it still wouldn't compare to that day, at the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast. As the good fortune Saint Sun thought of Lin Ming, he felt his teeth itch. The good fortune Saint Sun was much stronger than he had been in the past and was considered invincible amongst Empyreans. He truly hoped that Lin Ming was still alive, so he could cruelly stomp Lin Ming beneath his feet. But what a pity Lin Ming was already dead. Since he couldn't recover his honor by defeating Lin Ming, then he would do the next best thing and wrest away Xiaomoshin, the woman that Lin Ming loved. He would turn Xiaomoshin into his whore and vent all his frustrations upon her body, devastating and humiliating her, so that he could resolve the hatred in his heart. To catch Xiaomoshin was the same as pulling out the thorn in his heart. With this, his mental state would reach perfection, and he would be able to attack the realm of true divinity. As the good fortune Saint Sun was savoring his wine with a smug smile, a group of people suddenly rushed in. They fell to their knees in a fluster, saying, "Your Highness Saint Sun, a problem has occurred. Stop your panicking." The good fortune Saint Sun frowned as his happy mood was disturbed, with the saints triumphantly pushing forwards. These so-called problems were usually issues with the saint armies in chasing down others, or perhaps even some prisoner camps had been captured. "What is it?" The several saint disciples glanced at each other. Then one braced himself and said, "The Blue Horn Galaxy has been attacked by some unknown force, and the losses are serious. Nearly all of our people at the Holy Lord realm and above have been annihilated." Crack! The good fortune Saint Sun's wine cup burst apart. The bright red juice dyed the floor scarlet, as if flesh and blood were spilling out. "What did you say?" The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes flashed with disbelief. Ever since the good fortune Saint Sovereign had gone into seclusion to use famine to swallow the 9 divine shifts heavenly Tao, a part of the command of the saint armies had been passed to him. He was well aware of the forces that had been dispatched to the Blue Horn Galaxy. There was an upper Empyrean personally attending that area, and a lower Empyrean should have also caught up by now too. In addition, there were 3 great world kings that had fused with famine's flesh and blood. At a critical moment, if they were to undergo body metamorphosis, then they absolutely should be able to display combat strength equal to an Empyrean. In other words, that was the same as 5 Empyreans being stationed at Blue Horn Galaxy. In addition to that, there were also many holy lords and world kings, and even 100-some members of the Legion of Famine, whose lowest cultivation was at the peak Holy Lord realm. This was a terrifying force. If any of the several strongest human influences in the wild universe were to attack such a force, they would be hard-pressed to win, much less totally annihilate their enemies. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sun was well aware of the approximate positions of the influences that posed any threat at all, such as Mount Patala, the primal god race, and the other remnant races, Skyrend God Palace, and other such influences that had peak Empyreans leading them. He didn't believe that with the saint race's 7 heavens and their war strength that was over 10 times greater than humanity's, there would be a peak Empyrean influence that could quietly arrive at the Blue Horn Galaxy and deliver such a crippling blow to them. This left the good fortune Saint Sun feeling frustrated. Did the human race produce some unknown peak Empyrean in these past years? Peak Empyreans were not cabbages that could be found anywhere, if he didn't include the celestial race's battle sovereign and the primal god race's Daiwahan. Then he could count the number of human peak Empyreans with his hands. As for Xiao Moxian, even though she had broken into the Empyrean realm, she still might not have the combat strength of a peak Empyrean. How many people do our enemies have, and what cultivation methods do they use? Do we have any samples from the battlefield? The good fortune Saint Sun asked these 3 questions, but the replies he received left him even more enraged. We don't know their exact numbers or what cultivation methods they use. Those that have seen the true appearance of these killers have almost all been killed, but some disciples that survived on the edges were able to transmit some information to us. At the time, a giant black vortex appeared in the skies as if a black hole had appeared. As for the enemies, there should be possibly four people. What? There are 4 people? The good fortune Saint Sun grabbed the collar of this subordinate. If there were truly 4 peerless masters, then killing Empyrean Thundercloud and Empyrean Time Bright wouldn't be difficult at all. But to annihilate the entire army stationed at Blue Horn Galaxy, that was just too terrifying. This proved that this enemy force had reached almost unattainable heights in the art of array formations and force fields. Or it could be that the strength of these 4 people had reached the peak Empyrean realm. Thinking of this latter possibility, the good fortune Saint Sun's complexion became increasingly grim. When did humanity suddenly have 4 peak Empyreans pop out from amongst their ranks? To face an unknown enemy and have no information on them was the most terrifying aspect of all. As for the identity of these 4 people, the good fortune Saint Sun even thought of the Spiritas. Could the Spiritas be playing tricks in the back, trying to secretly subvert them? The Spiritas were an opponent that the good fortune Saint Sun continued to dread, let alone the good fortune Saint Sun. Even the good fortune Saint's sovereign feared that old freak, the Soul Emperor. He always believed that, in the future, the most terrifying enemy the Saints would have to face would be the Spiritas. It shouldn't be. If the Spiritas were going to do something, they would have started long ago. Over 6,000 years ago, in the Great War between us and humanity, if they wanted to interfere, then we would never have been able to capture the divine realm. At that time, His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor paid a price to trade for the divine realm. Now that we have already seized the divine realm, just what meaning is there for the Spiritas to extinguish some middling Empyrean force? The good fortune Saint Sun immediately shot down this idea. Although he didn't know what the Spiritas were up to these past years, he still believed that with the Spiritas remaining quiet for such a long time, once they erupted, then the wild storms would stir up the world. It might even involve a heaven-shaking plot. It was impossible for the Spiritas to send out forces to deal with some minor nobodies. And in comparison to the entire Spiritas race, Empyrean Thundercloud and Empyrean Time Bright were truly only nobodies. Your Highness Saint Sun, the people in charge of the star territories neighboring the Blue Horn Galaxy have already transmitted messages to us. They would like to inquire as to how you wish to proceed. Would you desire that they assist in tracking down the background of this unknown force? The good fortune Saint Sun pondered for a moment. Have them stand by and wait for orders. If this unknown force can quietly destroy the entire army at the Blue Horn Galaxy, then catching them might not be possible. Issue orders to hasten the search through the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Once we solve our problems there, then I will personally go and meet this so-called mysterious enemy. Humph! The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes shimmered. Xiao Moxian was reaching a dead end, and he was closing in on her. With her so close, he definitely wouldn't give up his search in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Otherwise, Xiao Moxian just might fly past his lips. If he wished to find her again in the massive wild universe, then that wouldn't be an easy task at all. However, The good fortune saint's son never imagined that his nightmare was only just beginning. Such a force field was not something that the human captives living on these planets could ever hope to break. Rather, it was more accurate to say that these weren't war captives at all, but commoners. This galaxy was named Fire God Galaxy. The human heavenly palaces in this galaxy had already fallen in the war against the saints. Now, all that was left over were some non-combatants, none of which reached the divine transformation realm. The truth was that Fire God Galaxy had already been held by the saints for over 100 years. To a martial arts master, this 100+ years might merely be a bout of meditation or a period of seclusion, but to the average person, this was a whole lifetime. The human commoners left behind in the Fire God Galaxy didn't have high degrees of talent to begin with, and beneath the iron rule of the saints, they had no means to practice martial arts. This caused their overall strength to rapidly plummet. And over 50 years ago, a group of Saint race pioneers had arrived at Fire God Galaxy. These people came from universes native to the saints. To be blunt, they were a ragged pack of people who didn't manage to mix well in the saint race. Many of them were bandits, vagabonds, thieves, and other such types. Because it was difficult for them to survive in Saint Convocation Heaven, they voluntarily came to the human race's wild universe to develop this virgin land. If one was an individual who lived a good life of wealth and honor amongst the saints already, then who would want to come to such a seemingly barren and remote land? And the so-called developing the virgin soil that the saint pioneers did was actually to rob, kill, and plunder throughout the Fire God Galaxy. The resources that had already been established here, such as medicinal fields, mines, spiritual lands, all of these were taken for themselves. The Saint race armies tacitly consented to all of this. Their goals in invading the wild universe were already obvious. First was to further expand the territory of the saints, develop more resources, and if possible, seize the Azura decree that could pierce through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall, so that they could help supply the good fortune saint sovereign with what he needed to restore famine to its past peak state. Second was to cut off the inheritance of humanity to sever all troubles by the roots, thoroughly crushing all future hopes and chances that the humans had to counterattack in the future. Chapter 2014b, Black Dragon Roars to the Moon. Chapter 2014b, Black Dragon Roars to the Moon. Song Yen was an average human of the Fire God Galaxy. He was already 200 years old and had just barely broken through to the Xiantian realm. Amongst the masses, he was considered standard for commoners. When he was born, the war between the saints and humans within the wild universe had already begun. And when he came of age, the flames of war had reached his home, and the Fire God Galaxy fell to its enemies. Thus, from that day forth, he, along with his 10 quadrillion-plus human compatriots, were all reduced to slaves. When Song Yen was a child, he had read through a history book and learned about the history of his fellow humans from 6,500 years past. Because the divine realm was conquered, humanity was in dire circumstances. But this time of over 6,000 years ago was simply too distant a period for Song Yen. As for him, he never thought that the destiny and life of slavery would arrive so quickly and descend upon him. This was a horrifying nightmare. Song Yen had always held his own dreams and desires. He wanted to become a warrior that fought for the human race. He never hoped to become the most dazzling talent in the world that was respected by all, but rather becoming the most ordinary and common warrior in Fire God, Heavenly Palace would have been more than enough. However, the most basic qualification to become a warrior of Fire God, Heavenly Palace, was to step into the divine transformation realm before 1,000 years of age. To Song Yen, this was far too difficult. He wasn't born with much talent, and destiny had never given him many lucky chances. In the end, these dreams could only remain dreams. He forced himself awake and soberly accepted the reality set in front of him. When he was at the peak Hoteon realm, he married a woman. She was a homely woman with ordinary talent, but he loved her deeply with all his heart. In return, she gave him 3 cute little children, 1 son and 2 daughters. However, these 3 children were born into a never-ending nightmare, one filled with cruel and avaricious demons that would swallow a person whole and even eat the bones. Murder, robbery, rape. Young women were captured and used as living furnaces and sold as slaves, and young boys were turned into blood sacrifices. Song Yen didn't know when these dreadful days would end. The war between humans and saints would continue for several thousand years, but could he live on for several thousand years? His children, grandchildren, and even his great-grandchildren, would they even be able to live through those thousands of years? The premise of all this was that he could have grandchildren. He was an ant, one that faced an ice age that would continue for an unknown period of years. He quietly stood in an empty field of ice, waiting for his inevitable death to take him. Wah! A loud cry spread through the air. His daughter was crying. Song Yan's heart ached. He turned to see his 12-year-old son cradling his 3-year-old daughter. His daughter, she was hungry. Song Yan had just entered the Xiantian realm. In this wild universe that was filled with chaotic origin energy, although he hadn't managed to completely sever hunger and thirst, he still only required a minimal amount of rations every month. He only needed to drink water and absorb heaven and earth origin energy to sate his hunger pangs. But his son, his daughters, his wife, they were different. They needed to eat. They needed meals. In the past, in a world of martial artists, starving due to a lack of food was simply unimaginable because they were strong and they grasped the ability to conquer the land and nature around them. This type of thing would only occur in purely mortal societies. But now, the Fire God Galaxy was actually in such a state. Of the 10 quadrillion citizens, over 9 quadrillion weren't able to achieve the state of completely severing their appetite. They needed to consume a massive amount of grain and other rations. After the chaos of war, a massive number of common citizens lost the protection of the warriors. And without their protection, they had no way of facing the vicious beasts that rampaged through the open country. They had no choice but to rush into the city and let their fertile farmlands turn into wasted fields. As for the remaining food sources, this was all controlled by the Saint Race bandits. 50 violet sunstones couldn't even buy a bag of grain. And this was already a price over 1,000,000 times higher than it had been in the divine realm. If one wished to live, they had no choice but to go to the tunnels and mine. But in the open country that was filled with vicious beasts, recklessly going out was the same as gambling with one's own life. It was rare for anyone to survive past 3 years outside. Because she had been starving for a long time, Song Yan's originally chubby daughter had turned sickly thin. Song Yang's wife, Zhou Hui, was nursing an even younger daughter. As she heard her other child's pained cries, she felt as if someone was twisting a knife in her heart. She no longer had any breast milk. In truth, allowing her child to suckle upon her withered breast was only to psychologically comfort her. Song Yang grit his teeth. He pulled out a small pack of food from his sleeves. After thinking for some time, he broke off a piece and placed it in his wife's hand to feed their second daughter. The leftover piece was given to his son. As the young boy looked at the food his father handed to him, he continued to cradle his little sister. Although he was 12 years old, and his face was a bit pale and gray, his eyes maintained a stubborn light. "Why won't you take it?" Song Yen asked. "Father, I am not hungry," the young boy stubbornly said, a strength and defiance in his eyes that number 12-year-old should have. Song Yen suddenly felt his eyes swell with tears. He directly placed the black pack of food in his son's arms. Then he rose and said, "I will go and find something for us to eat. After speaking, Song Yen began walking towards the city gates. Ian, where are you going? Looking at her husband head outside the city, Zhou Hui was suddenly panicked. Do you plan to go hunting? Are you tired of living? Outside the city, in the distant wild forests, there were plenty of beasts and prey, but the danger there was over 100 times that of the mines. Song Yen was but a Xiantian realm martial artist. If he entered the wild forest, then even a variation mouse could eat him up. Zhou Hui was anxious to the point of crying. The pillar of their family was her husband. Once her husband died, the fate of her and her 3 children would be unimaginable. However, Song Yen seemed to have already made up his mind. I will be fine. If I'm lucky, then we won't have to worry about food this month. Then he continued to say, if I don't go, then our children will only last for another 10 days. These second words were said to Zhou Hui with a true essence sound transmission. The hand that reached out to stop him suddenly froze. She knew that in these past years, because of a myriad of reasons, the population of Fire God Galaxy had already sharply fallen by 2/3. Death was something always waiting just outside their door. Zhou Hui was at a loss for words. But at this time, Song Yang had pushed away her hand. Just as he was about to walk and leave the city, his complexion suddenly changed. A blood-red moon hung high in the dark night. He could hear faint humming sounds from all around, as if they came from afar, and also from nearby. Then, the ground beneath his feet began to gently shake. This shaking was extremely weak, but Song Yen wouldn't have sensed it wrongly. He looked at a puddle of water on the ground. In the cold and calm night, small ripples began to appear on this puddle of water. The humming became louder. Song Yan's complexion paled. Could it be? As if he needed to confirm something, Song Yen lifted his head and looked into the skies. There, the bright red moon seemed as if it were dyed in blood. The blood moon rises, it's all over. Song Yen trembled as he spoke, unable to stand steady. What is it? Zhou Hui asked as she saw Song Yan's expression. Beast tide. Song Yen humorlessly smiled. This was a beast tide, a gathering of 10 million or even 100 million vicious beasts that would attack their city together. This wild universe never lacked vicious beasts. In the past, with human masters present, such a beast tide hadn't occurred for a long, long time. But now there were no human masters to deter and scare away these vicious beasts. Now, in the Fire God Galaxy, beneath the blood moon which aroused the bloodthirst of these vicious beasts the most and allowed them to easily gather, a beast tide had suddenly erupted. This city likely wouldn't be the first to be overrun by this beast tide. It wouldn't be the last one either. The heavens have abandoned us. Zhou Hui grasped her child. She knew that today, on this night, they would all perish here. The city they lived in had its own guards, but these guards were only divine transformation realm martial artists. Because these divine transformation realm martial artists weren't able to reach the divine transformation realm before 1,000 years of age, they weren't able to enter the heavenly palace. With their combat strength, how could they hope to resist such a beast tide? But at this moment, from the middle of the city, several spirit ships suddenly soared up into the skies, rapidly flying towards the holy palaces in space. Song Yen could see that these were the spirit ships of the Saint Race pioneers. Those Saint Race pioneers were originally thieves and bandits whose only desire was to plunder wealth and resources. Now, with danger approaching, they naturally had no duty or intention to guard the humans. That trash. Song Yan's eyes turned blood red. He had never hated another race to such a degree. And at this time, a loud horn bellowed from within the city. The armed forces of the city were beginning to gather. Compared to a true army, this was nothing but a motley gathering of individuals. Most were at the divine transformation realm, divine sea realm, and even the life destruction realm. Moreover, They were all relatively weak amongst their own ranks. They lifted weapons of varying length and inferior quality. They stood on the city walls, facing the dark army of vicious beasts in the distance. In the city, Song Yen could only see their backs. Even in the dark pall of night, he could see that many of them had backs bent with age and heads of scraggly white hair. These warriors were all people who had been eliminated from entering the heavenly palace. Even so, they still silently and dutifully continued protecting the human citizens. Song Yang's eyes had already turned red. In his eyes, these people were like a wall of steel that stood there tall and proud, bound by their faith and duty. They were true warriors. When the saints arrived, they didn't have the qualifications to fight them. This was because in front of a boulder, an egg was nothing. Trying to rush it would mean nothing but dust and death. Yet now, facing this annihilating beast tide, the time for them to battle had approached. This would likely be the last battle of their lives. In the face of imminent death, these warriors were incredibly calm, as if at this moment what they faced wasn't a beast tide that destroyed all life, but peaceful days where they were reunited with their families, where they were able to sit together and gaze upon the setting sun. Today we fight. At the top of the city walls, the old commander of the guard grasped a long sword and shouted out his declaration of battle. Although his declaration was only a mere 3 words, it was more than enough. Yes, as a warrior, even a warrior that had been eliminated, they still had their own life mission and their own glory. That was to fight. In the perilous moments when their race faced annihilation, the fate of a warrior should not be to die miserably beneath the suppression of their enemies, but to heroically die upon the sandy battlefield. Behind them, the common citizens of Fire God Galaxy had already started walking towards the city walls. Some hugged their children, and some people knelt down to kiss the earth. This wilderness was a land they had nourished with their sweat, where they had planted the seeds of hope. If they had to die here, then let their blood serve to water these lands. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic beasts that blotted out the skies had already rushed to the city walls. To these strong, vicious beasts, the 200 feet high city walls were nothing more than a single leap away. In addition, the sky was filled with a massive number of killer beasts. Their speed was several times faster than the human masters present. A slaughter was soon to begin. Song Yang's blood began to boil over with heat. He picked up his own crude and humble weapon and was about to fly upwards. But at this time, his wife suddenly pulled him back. "Huir, what are you doing?" He thought that his wife wanted to stop him, but he saw her stretch out a hand and point into the skies. "Ayan, what do you think that is?" In the deep night skies, the blood moon hung high in the air, and in front of that blood moon, a massive black shadow appeared. The shadow unfurled its wings, looking like a demon god of the night. That was a black dragon. "DR Dragon!" Song Yen was utterly shocked. Roar. The black dragon raised its head, its single horn jutting out into the heavens. Then it emitted a roar. This majestic roar echoed through the world, carrying with it a horrifying pressure that impacted into the highest heavens and broke into the starry skies. Within the city, everyone was dazed. Many of them looked up into the skies. This was the pressure of a sovereign beast. Every person could clearly feel that because of this black dragon's roar, the originally manic beast tide just outside the city gates had suddenly frozen in its tracks. Countless beasts tumbled to the grounds due to their momentum, and some of them crashed into the city walls. Then, regardless of what injuries they suffered in the chaos and confusion, each beast pulled themselves up and then fell to the ground, prostrate. Beneath this pressure, they all trembled. A black dragon roars to the moon. All beasts bow and submit. The guards on the city walls were at a loss for what to do. What was this black dragon? Then they were all shocked to discover that the beast tide began to retreat. Those blood-red eyes of those vicious beasts seemed to be clouded now with fear and awe. Crawling on their bellies, they gradually and carefully returned to the forests, disappearing into the dark. Everything returned to serenity. There was nothing left but wild winds of the wilderness whipping up the dirt, reminding everyone of what had just happened. Chapter 2015, The Smile of Destiny. Chapter 2015, The Smile of Destiny. What happened? Bastard, prepare for combat. High in the skies, the saint race heavenly palaces had already descended into chaos. To them, a beast tide erupting outside some nameless human city was just a minor matter, not worthy of caring for. But that terrifying black dragon roar brought with it a dreadful pressure that struck their fortress. They could sense just how formidable it was. The heavenly palace shivered. As the spirit ships of these saint race pioneers were about to reach the heavenly palace, they were all blown away and sent tumbling by a brutal storm. Motherfucker, what is going on? A giant one-eyed leader of the saint pioneers shouted, incensed. Because of the shaking and tumbling the spirit ship just now, a number of high-quality stones containing energy of the wild universe had tumbled to the floor. He thought one of his subordinates had operated the spirit ship incorrectly and had struck a meteor of some sort. However, before he could continue cursing, he suddenly shut up. His eyes widened as he saw that in front of the bow of their spirit ship, several miles away, a giant black dragon head was poking out from the thick clouds. The pioneer leader was completely dazed, but at this time, he could vaguely see that standing just beside the horn of the black dragon was a black-clothed man. Behind this black-clothed man were 3 other men in similar clothes. It was as if they were taking this man as their leader. Whoosh! Those 3 men hurtled up from the dragon's head and impacted towards the saint race's heavenly palace. The speed of these 3 men quickly reached the limit as they shot into the saint race heavenly palace like arrows. Compared to the giant saint race heavenly palace, their figures seemed as small as insects. However, just as they vanished into the heavenly palace's protective barriers, a giant explosion rang through the skies a short moment later. The energy flows surging out from the explosion were not flames, but sweeping currents of chaotic black energy. No matter what this terrifying chaotic energy struck, it would instantly evaporate into ashes. Seeing this occur with their eyes, several saint martial artists rushed forwards, wanting to kill these 3 mysterious people, but they were swept up into that black energy, whereupon they immediately vanished. From head to toe, there was not a single drop of blood left over. Their bodies didn't shatter, but melted away like snowflakes falling into boiling water. This scene left the saint pioneers falling over each other in a jumble. They wanted to escape, but they saw that many other saint spirit ships also wanted to flee. Within the armies of the saints, there was a strict hierarchy. The size and color of a spirit ship represented its rank, and who was riding within it. These saint pioneers helplessly watched as even a world king's spirit ship started flying away. So why would they wait around? However, just as they wanted to flee, they saw that the spirit ships rushing away from the heavenly palace suddenly struck an invisible force field that was several hundred miles away. Bang! The force field trembled and countless runes shimmered out of existence. Then, something horrifying occurred that left everyone dripping with sweat. The spirit ships that rammed into the force field all broke apart before directly exploding. The 3 mysterious men blocked off the skies. A mystical energy swept out, evaporating everything. All those riding the spirit ships, whether they were holy lords, world kings, or great world kings, all of them were instantly killed off. Seeing this, the saint pioneers were panic-stricken. To them, world kings and great world kings were lofty characters that they would normally never see. But now they were all being killed off in droves, as if they were nothing but ants being stepped on. It was at this time that everyone realized this planet had already been surrounded by a force field which shrouded over everyone. No one would be able to escape. At this time, a giant blood-red centipede phantom shot up into the air from the St. Race heavenly palace. This blood-red centipede was 1,000 miles long and had 2 rows of brutally sharp and thick claws. As this blood centipede appeared, a dreadful pressure gushed out in waves, exciting all the St. Martial artists present. The blood centipede astral essence totem, that is the symbol of Empyrean blood centipede after he undergoes his metamorphosis. A St. Martial artist shouted out, his morale suddenly rising. The blood centipede was a rare variation bloodline amongst the saints, and Empyrean blood centipede, who guarded the fire god galaxy, was someone who possessed this bloodline. But before the St. Martial artist could cheer, that black dragon that was over 1,000 miles long suddenly roared out loud, and then threw itself towards that giant blood centipede phantom. Like a hawk catching a snake, it gripped its claws around that blood centipede. And at this time, standing on the black dragon's back, the black-clothed man who had yet to move finally did so. His figure flashed and faded like gods and ghosts. In the next moment, a blinding spear light passed through space and pierced through the blood centipede phantom, immediately causing it to shatter and explode, its thick red blood sprinkling through space. Empyrean blood centipedes pressure plummeted, and the world returned to serenity once more. Empyrean blood centipede had died. Even after undergoing his bloodline body metamorphosis, Lin Ming had taken less than 10 seconds to kill him off. He had been utterly rolled over. All the St. Martial artists started to tremble with fear. An Empyrean had been instantly killed like that. Who was this person? A demon. From the ruins of the St. Race heavenly palace, Lin Ming received the corpse of Empyrean blood centipede. In this war against the saints, he would give no quarter, show no mercy. If he let even a single St. Martial artist survive, who knew just how many humans they would go on to kill in the future. For all those that entered the war, if they wished to obtain military exploits for benefits later, or if they desired to plunder wealth and gain fame by killing others, then they should have understood that they too could be killed off by others. In this battle, from the point when Empyrean blood centipede was slain, the end result was already plain to all. The disparity in strength was too great. However, Lin Ming himself didn't really need to do anything. Just his 3 avatars was more than enough. Now, all that remained was cleaning up the battlefield. As his avatars continued fighting, Lin Ming swept his eyes across the planet below him. His thoughts stirred and fell down from the skies. In the human city, some people looked at the brilliant fluctuations of energy in the night skies. These energy fluctuations looked like beautiful aurora borealises, but the people knew that they were actually phenomena produced from terrifying explosions. The St. Race heavenly palace has been destroyed. A divine sea martial artist could already vaguely make out the battle occurring in the high skies. The St. Race heavenly palace had been blown apart. A single stone had aroused 1,000 waves. All the commoners in the human city were shocked, speechless. That St. Race heavenly palace had floated in the skies for the last 100 years, and they were already used to its presence. They subconsciously believed that it would continue floating up there even after their death, but it had actually been blown up. First was the eruption of the beast tide, then the black dragon roaring to the moon, then the retreat of the beast tide, and finally the explosion of the heavenly palace. Everything had occurred in a short period of time and had subverted all of their understandings. They didn't even have time to think about what this meant. The saints are finished. Someone suddenly cried out. Our warriors have returned. Someone else joyously bellowed. And these words stunned everyone. Humanity had returned. This war that had such a massive difference in strength, a reversal had occurred. Bang. As if to answer the questions of all mortals in the fire god galaxy. In the deep dark sky, an even more blinding fluctuation of energy spread out once more. The Saint Race heavenly palace had been thoroughly destroyed. Faintly, one could hear the roar of a dragon echo through the world. All of Fire God Galaxy began to bubble over with excitement. Our warriors have returned. More and more people shouted out. This grief and dread that had existed for over 100 years was all unleashed at this moment. People started to sob in their happiness. Some people flew into the skies, some kissed the ground, and strangers turned to hug each other. All of them took deep breaths to calm themselves, but they still couldn't contain the vivid excitement boiling up in their blood. At this moment, their hearts seemed to beat as one. Without undergoing hardship, it was impossible to understand how precious the feeling of victory was at this moment. In order to be free, in order to continue being free, at this time even the most cowardly individual wouldn't hesitate to rush onto the battlefield and shed their blood. As Lin Ming walked into the streets, he saw the crazy crowds all around him. He saw a young man running through the streets, waving his arms. He saw a mother with red eyes, unable to stop her tears from falling. Finally, she knelt to the ground and held on to her child, breaking down in heaving sobs. At this moment, Lin Ming finally understood that his life was already tightly connected to his own race, a connection that could never be separated. He would always belong to his people. Step by step, he had walked towards this day. He was proud to be able to fight for the continued survival of his race. In the frenzied crowd, Lin Ming's calm behavior stood out from the rest. He quietly walked through the manic crowds and slowly headed towards a family home. This was a family of 5. In this age where the flames and chaos of war raged through the land, it was already extraordinary that they could guarantee the lives of their entire family to this point. Song Yan and his wife hugged their children, hot tears streaming down their faces. Then, they saw a black-clothed youth step in front of their tent. This youth clearly walked down the streets, but it seemed as if he were utterly isolated from the world, as if he had walked down from the deepest end of the river of time. Song Yan was startled. "You are..." Song Yan had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. There were countless people like Song Yan in the Fire God Galaxy, and many of them lived lives far more miserable than he did. But when Lin Ming used his divine sense to cover the entire Fire God Galaxy, had actually paid particular attention to Song Yan. This was because of Song Yang's 12-year-old son. Lin Ming accidentally discovered that this child had an extremely high talent in cultivating the martial path. When combined with his decisive stubbornness and firm moral character, he was simply someone born to live and breathe martial arts. It would be a pity for such a good seedling to be wasted here. Zhou pulled Song Yan close. The sudden appearance of this black-clothed youth left her feeling restless. Although her cultivation was only at the Hotian realm, she could intuitively feel how terrifying this youth was. "You're all good." Lin Ming turned towards Song Yan and his wife and faintly smiled. Then he leaned over and asked Song Yang's son, "What is your name?" The 12-year-old boy looked at his father and then met Lin Ming's gaze. He replied, "Song Mo." "Song Mo? Very good. Are you willing to come with me? To see the outside world?" Lin Ming smiled. As this smile fell into Song Yan and Song Mo's eyes, at this moment they wouldn't understand just what it meant. Many years later, when Song Mo followed Dragon Fong and became Dragon Fong's direct disciple, it was only then that he would learn just what sort of existence this youth with the bright smile was. This was probably a smile from the god of destiny. Chapter 2016. The Enigma of the Mysterious Man. Chapter 2016. The Enigma of the Mysterious Man. Within an asteroid field of Patala Galaxy, a giant Buddha statue quietly floated. This Buddha statue was in truth a spirit ship, a true divinity-level spirit treasure that had been accumulated through the history of Mount Patala. Patala Galaxy was named after Mount Patala, and was where their original members were stationed. When Divine Dream headed towards another universe to battle with Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King, Mount Patala became the de facto command center of humanity. However, although this was a command center, transmission of information was a problematic issue. Not every star territory that had been blockaded by the Saints managed to stay in communication with Patala Galaxy. For instance, the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, where Shalmoshian had already been severed from contact for a long time. The Saints possessed an overwhelming superiority on nearly all fronts. Blocking all possible routes of contact with force fields wasn't difficult. Because of Emperor Sakya was at Mount Patala, it could be called extraordinarily strong amongst the various human influences. The Saint race armies sent to Patala Galaxy were also the strongest. Besides the good fortune Saint's son, who wasn't here, Soaring Feather God Mountain's Fairy Blue Lotus, the two Empyreans High Sun and Dark Moon, as well as 4 other veteran Peak Empyreans were here, composing a formidable war council. Even the Legion of Famine's main force was stationed at Patala Galaxy. Emperor Sakya felt an enormous pressure when facing so many powerhouses. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. In particular, the existence of the Legion of Famine left Emperor Sakya especially nervous. The Legion of Famine had a total of 3,000 world kings and 80,000 holy lords. Within these 3,000 world kings, 200 were great world kings. To a Peak Empyrean, a world king powerhouse wasn't anything at all. But if 3,000 world kings gathered together, especially world kings that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine, and then laid down a joint attack battle array, their might could be imagined. If they all underwent body metamorphosis together, then for a short period of time, this Saint force would have a super war strength equal to 200 of the weakest Empyreans. With such a terrifying force, Emperor Sakya only had a single choice to make if he were to see them. That was to run. But there was a silver lining. Every time the Legion of Famine underwent body metamorphosis, it would be greatly damaging to their blood vitality and would even reduce their lifespan. Thus, the Legion of Famine wouldn't easily undergo body metamorphosis. With the Legion of Famine posing such a monumental threat, Mount Patala didn't dare to engage the Saints in frontal combat. Fortunately, the Primal God race and Celestials were also within Patala Galaxy, and the 2 Peak Empyreans of Daiwahen and the Battle Sovereign were able to aid Mount Patala. But even so, as it stood, Mount Patala was barely able to hold on against the Saints. But since they didn't dare to fight head-on, the human forces had always played the passive role. If they were accidentally surrounded somehow, then they would lose everything. At this time, within a giant discussion hall in the Great Buddha Spirit Ship, Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, June Blue Moon, Heng Chi, as well as many other eminent monks and arhats of Mount Patala had gathered. They were analyzing the current war situation. Just a day ago, an exciting piece of news had been passed on to them. In the last 3 months, the Saints have had 5 continuous bases annihilated and 7 of their Empyreans have died. They even lost around 300 members of the Legion of Famine. I really have no idea who did this. Heng Chi laid down a combat report Jade slip. He looked at Emperor Sakya and Great Limitless Buddha, wanting to elicit an opinion from the 2 leaders. Great Limitless Buddha didn't speak. He slowly tugged at his Buddha beads, waiting for Heng Chi to continue speaking. Originally, I thought that the Saints' continued disastrous defeats were just a smokescreen that they deliberately put out to lure us in, but from the intelligence that our scouts have transmitted to us, this shouldn't be the case. We have a fragment of a Saint race heavenly palace that our scouts brought back. As Heng Chi spoke, he took out a piece of debris and pushed it towards Great Limitless Buddha and Emperor Sakya. The 2 of them both looked at this fragment, but it was hard to say just what type of cultivation method had been used to damage it. From the aura emitted by this fragment, The energy used to destroy the heavenly palace was extremely complex. It seemed divine, yet tainted with an evil aura. It was difficult to discern just what laws it contained. Grandmaster, have you discovered anything? June, Blue Moon, suddenly asked. He rarely spoke. Great Limitless Buddha continued twisting his Buddha beads and quietly whispering Buddhist chants. What a shame. Since childhood, this old monk has read through the book collections gathered within Mount Patala. Although my talent is lowly, I must confess that I believe my knowledge to be rich. But the energy aura in this fragment is something that not even I can determine. It seems to contain a few characteristics of the power of divinity, yet that is also all I can judge from this. After hearing Great Limitless Buddha's thoughts, everyone in the meeting hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Of those present, Emperor Sakya was considered the strongest, but in terms of experience, Great Limitless Buddha far outstripped everyone else. He had lived for an incredibly long time and was also experienced in Mount Potala's rich accumulated history and knowledge. It was hard to imagine that such a knowledgeable, great, limitless Buddha still wouldn't be able to analyze any clues about what this energy was. Even fragments left behind by attacks from the good fortune Saint Sovereign weren't difficult to identify. This was because no matter how strong the good fortune Saint Sovereign was, his powers primarily belonged to astral essence, the strength of one of the three great cultivation systems in the world. This really feels strange. Hangchi was curious as to just who this mysterious person was. Still, one couldn't blame Great Limitless Buddha for not being able to analyze anything concrete from this fragment. This was because Lin Ming's strength was fused with the power of divinity and the power of demons. This strength could be called unprecedented in history, something that perhaps not even the Azura Roadmaster or Immortal Sovereign possessed. In addition, the laws that Lin Ming used were a fusion of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws. In front of the people in this hall, these two laws stood at a peak of martial arts that they couldn't even hope to see. A strange strength, the peak of laws. This left even the vastly experienced and knowledgeable Great Limitless Buddha at a loss. Concerning this mysterious person, we have a pitiful understanding about him. All we have are some eyewitness accounts. According to what they said, when this mysterious person destroyed the saints at Fire God Galaxy, a life form similar to a dragon appeared. It had a body that was 1,000 miles long, and its strength was astonishing. From descriptions, it is similar to a black dragon with a royal bloodline, but its rear area is covered with spikes, and its wings are as sharp as sabers. Its appearance is fiercer than could be imagined. From the way it was described, this life form could more appropriately be called a demon dragon. Hangchi took out a battle array disc and activated it. A small projection cast a display in the air showing an image of the black dragon. This was an image drawn up by Mount Potala scouts according to the descriptions of some eyewitnesses. As everyone saw this giant monster that seemed like a demon, they were shocked speechless. Could this be a species of the wild universe? The wild universe was far too large. It wasn't strange for there to be variation god beasts that they had never seen before. But at this time, June Blue Moon actually had a thoughtful expression on his face. After a long period of silence, he spoke up, and his words were shocking enough to fluster those present. He said, "You all may or may not remember, but over 6,000 years ago when Lin Ming was at the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast and began a gambling fight with the good fortune saint's son, one of the stakes he took out seemed to have been a dragon egg." Lin Ming? Dragon egg? Hangchi was dumbfounded. He stood up. "You can't be thinking that this black dragon that suddenly appeared is the dragon hatched from Lin Ming's dragon egg. There were far too many dragons in this world. If one had to say that this demonic dragon was hatched from the dragon egg that Lin Ming took out over 6,000 years ago, this sort of association was simply too forced. It's just a thought that I had. Even for a peak Empyrean, it is impossible to destroy 5 Saint race bases in 3 months and also kill 7 Saint Empyreans at the same time. Even the numerous powerhouses of the Saints were unable to escape. Perhaps the Saints are also confused and have thought that our human race have somehow managed to raise a secret ultimate weapon, but we are well aware of our own matters. This is not the action of any of our human powerhouses. If so, then this matter is somewhat suspect. Only if. Are you saying that Lin Ming is alive? At this time, not just Hang Chi was shocked, but everyone else in the meeting hall was too. June Blue Moon's speculations were far too wild and outlandish. Hang Chi pondered with a frown. If Lin Ming is alive, then how come we haven't seen him for so many years? It's true that he needs to hide from the Saints, but there is no reason for him to conceal the truth from us. And right now, we don't even know if the life form that appeared in Fire God Galaxy was a dragon. Even if it is a dragon, then according to the time that Lin Ming revealed the dragon egg, over 6,000 years have passed. It is utterly impossible for a dragon egg to hatch, and also for the dragon to grow to over 1,000 miles long in this period of time. Moreover, Soaring Feather God King personally confirmed Lin Ming's death. No matter how fierce Lin Ming was, he still shouldn't have had some heaven-piercing method to deceive Soaring Feather God King when he was at the Holy Lord realm, right? As Hang Chi finished speaking, June Blue Moon fell silent. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Ming was, it would be impossible for him to feign death against Soaring Feather God King. Perhaps this might only be one-sided, wishful thinking. To have a nail suddenly appear in their rear, the Saints wouldn't simply stand by and do nothing. But the crux of the issue was just how would they find him? This other party seemed to consist of only 4 individuals and a strange-looking black dragon. They came without a clue and left without a trace, and no one knew where they would appear next. Moreover, what the good fortune Saint Sun couldn't figure out the most was just how did this other party know the exact position of their Saint race armies. The wild universe was an extremely complex terrain. While this terrain served to shield humanity, it also shielded the Saint race armies. And any information regarding the locations of the Saint race forces was the highest military secret of the Saint race. Sometimes, this information wasn't even recorded in jade slips. This was because every army was continuously traveling and their positions were only revealed when the commanders contacted each other. And this was also only during times they needed to coordinate their movements. In other words, this information was all stored in the minds of the army commanders. So, how would the mysterious person know this information? This person, just who could they be? The good fortune Saint Sun wanted to go out and eliminate this trouble himself, but he couldn't give up on Xiao Moxian when he was so close to obtaining her. In the end, the good fortune Saint Sun grit his teeth and endured the frustration. The appearance of the mysterious force only caused him to hasten his search. But at this time, Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, who were facing off against Mount Patala, suddenly left Patala Galaxy in secret. They rode a spirit ship flying towards the rear of the Saint Race armies. And what they brought with them was the main force of the Saint Race's Legion of Famine, 2,500 world kings and 60,000 holy lords, the remaining Legion of Famine, and the 4 peak Empyreans were more than enough to guide the troops and destroy their enemies in Patala Galaxy. As for Fairy Blue Lotus and the others, they planned to use lightning-quick methods to find this mysterious force and then kill them off. Chapter 2017, Fairy Blue Lotus. Chapter 2017, Fairy Blue Lotus. When it came to the war that the Saints began in the wild universe, even humanity had to acknowledge that compared to the Saints themselves, humanity's strength was no different from an egg to a stone. For the last 6,000 plus years, humanity had been making many preparations. But these preparations mostly consisted of array formations and layouts in order to conceal and hide, and to engage the saints in guerrilla warfare. As for truly increasing their strength, not much occurred. This was because the last 6,000 some years of time was simply far too short when compared to a martial artist that could live for tens of millions of years. However, as humans became stronger, the saints also became stronger. The war in the wild universe had gone on for several hundred years. The saints had several great mountains that pressed down upon humanity, crushing them and leaving them gasping for breath. The first mountain was the saint race's 3 true divinities. The second mountain was the nearly immortal and indestructible famine, a being that could swallow the heavenly Tao laws, carve a way through the God-lamenting wall, and during its peak was rumored to not be much weaker than the Azura Road Master in strength. This was the horrifying abyssal demon that not even the Empyrean divine seal of the past had been able to destroy, even at the cost of burning away his own life and using numerous human powerhouses as a blood sacrifice. Facing famine, humanity simply couldn't summon the courage to engage it frontally. As for the third mountain, that was something that came from famine, the Legion of Famine. The first 2 mountains could be called threats. They were existences that were placed there so humans could feel a nearly insurmountable distance between them, so that humanity would lose all resistance and confidence to strike back. As for the third mountain, the Legion of Famine, that was the true executioner that would strangle humanity to death. In these past hundreds of years, countless human masters had died to the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine was proficient in battle arrays. In crucial moments, they could undergo body metamorphosis so that every single member of their legion leapt up an entire rank in combat strength. In addition, they were led by the 5 saint generals as well as many peak Empyreans. They were the absolute nightmare of the human Empyrean influences. Outside of Empyrean divine dream, Mount Patala, and the primal god race were the 2 strongest influences of humanity. But even if they joined forces, they could only engage the Legion of Famine in guerrilla war. They simply weren't able to directly fight them, not even once. Fortunately, producing even a single member of the Legion of Famine wasn't easy at all. First, one had to willingly become part of the Legion of Famine. Only a minor portion of Saint Race Masters were willing to do this. Many Saint powerhouses were unable to accept such strange changes occurring in their bodies, and they were worried that they would be controlled by the good fortune Saint Sovereign in the future. The Saint Empyreans were especially worried. Secondly, one required the flesh and blood essence of famine, and this required consuming a tremendous amount of energy from famine itself. And the higher quality the flesh and blood essence, the more energy it required to produce. For instance, to branch out flesh and blood essence that could be used by great world kings and Empyreans, this would greatly consume the energy of famine's body. The good fortune Saint Sovereign would not produce such flesh and blood essence in unlimited amounts. Thus, through the accumulation of all these years, the Legion of Famine consisted of around 100,000 members. Currently, over half of them and all the elites had gathered in Blood Cloud Galaxy, awaiting the hunt. As the captain of this hunt, that was Fairy Blue Lotus. The influence that was originally stationed at Blood Cloud Galaxy had already been taken over by Fairy Blue Lotus. At this time, in a grand hall, Fairy Blue Lotus was holding a simple military meeting. Are you sure that person will come to Blood Cloud Galaxy? Across an ash-gray table, a man with thick red hair and red armor spoke with a rumbling voice. This man was the same as an iron tower, and even if he were to sit in a chair, he would still be half a head taller than most other people. If he were to stand up, he would be 15 feet high. He was simply a giant. This man's wild and thick mane of red hair swished around him, making him seem like an angry lion. Near his hands, a red greatsword was placed there. This great sword had a hilt that was over 3 feet long, and it was almost impossible for an average person to wrap their hands around it. But The red-haired man used this great sword with one hand and also used two of them. This man was Astral Vault God King's direct disciple, Hyson, and at this time, a young girl was sitting on the man's shoulder. This young girl was extremely peculiar. Even though there was a chair available to her, she still chose to sit on the man's shoulder. Moreover, she had always done this. The two of them were nearly inseparable. She served as a complete contrast to the man. She was small and delicate, cute and tiny, and her body was slender and her legs thin and straight. Her hips were narrow, and her chest might not be bulging, but they were still beautifully sized. Her face also neared perfection. Compared to the average Saint Race girl, she was much shorter, as she wore her Viridian clothes and had a set of exquisitely fine war armor. She looked like a pixie from a drawing, mystical and spiritual. This young girl was Hyson's little sister, Dark Moon. The two of them were considered young elites of the Saint Race. Although their talent was inferior to Fairy Blue Lotus's, they were skilled in combining their attacks. Once they joined forces, even Fairy Blue Lotus would be hard-pressed to resist them. There's no way for me to be absolutely sure, but we have no other choice. Fairy Blue Lotus gently pointed at an array disk in front of her. Then, in front of them, a complete space map projection appeared. The last galaxy base that this mysterious person destroyed was the Ancient Rhythm Galaxy. Ancient Rhythm Galaxy has 5 neighboring galaxies that it borders, but only the Red Yang Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy have recently undertaken military operations that coordinated with the Ancient Rhythm Galaxy in the last month. Many Empyrean influences would have their positions change as they continue their search. If I was this mysterious person, then I would choose a nearby galaxy. This is to prevent a scene where the enemy would have already disappeared by the time I arrived. As for Red Yang Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy, Red Yang Galaxy has greater overall military strength, and their Empyreans are also stronger. According to my simple understanding towards this mysterious person, he is extremely confident in his own strength. Moreover, his goal seems to be to stir up as much chaos in the shortest time possible. If so, then he should go towards the place where there are more people and stronger people. Red Yang Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy are close to each other. Just now, I already had the people of Blood Cloud Galaxy contact Empyrean Blue Cosmos in the Red Yang Galaxy, so that he knows of our coordinates in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. I believe that in several days, that mysterious person will appear in the Red Yang Galaxy and completely destroy our base there. After that, he will use the special method he's been using to obtain information regarding our position. Afterwards, it will be impossible for him to let the big piece of fat that is the Blood Cloud Galaxy get away. After all, out of the neighboring galaxies, it is the one with the most Saint Race forces gathered. With his confidence, I believe he will not make another choice. The only thing I don't understand now is just what method he is using to obtain his information. To search the soul of an Empyrean that has an incredibly powerful spiritual sea isn't easy at all. Fairy Blue Lotus calmly revealed her plan, and this plan left those who heard it in fearful apprehension. Are you saying that you will sacrifice our troops in the Red Yang Galaxy? Hyson frowned. Sometimes sacrifices were required in war, but Fairy Blue Lotus had spoken with such cold indifference, to the point that it seemed perfectly natural to her. Her words and tone left Hyson feeling uncomfortable, and indeed, such a cold-blooded Fairy Blue Lotus was truly the most qualified commander to lead the battlefield. War had never been about ideals or benevolence or justice, but was a slaughter that involved the most brutal and despicable means, where one resorted to any means possible to win. We have no other choice. I also thought of deploying our forces to Red Yang Galaxy, but we just don't have the time. We can only sacrifice Red Yang Galaxy so that they can strive to give us more time. Although these actions may seem a bit callous and brutal, you should all be aware that If we don't remove that mysterious person as soon as possible, then the losses to our armies will only be greater. Very well. High Sun shook his head, speechless. Dark Moon giggled. What little Sister Blue Lotus says is true. But are you sure that the Legion of Famine can kill him? There are no absolutes in this world. I can only say that our chances are extremely high. I estimate that this mysterious person has strength nearing the true divinity realm. If so, then peak Empyreans cannot do anything to him. Even if we gathered 4 peak Empyreans in addition to ourselves, although we could join forces and defeat him, we couldn't keep him from fleeing. Are you sure he isn't a true divinity? Dark Moon asked with interest. The possibility is low. Fairy Blue Lotus shook her head. In the 33 heavens, there are far too few true divinities. Us saints control 7 heavens, and in the last several hundred millions of years, we have only had 3 true divinities appear in our ranks. As for the humans with their one universe, it is already extraordinary that they could have a single true divinity in Divine Dream, for another true divinity to appear. And also one that came from nowhere. This is a nearly impossible possibility. This is the first reason. The second reason is that this war in the wild universe has gone on for several hundred years, yet this opponent has only appeared now. This is the greatest proof that he is not a true divinity-level powerhouse. When the good fortune Saint Sun directed the saints to advance into the wild universe, Divine Dream remained hidden in a concealing array formation, not daring to emerge. It was only when His Majesty the Saint Sovereign lost his patience and entered into seclusion to swallow up the 9 divine shifts heavenly Tao did Divine Dream appear, and then begin engaging in guerrilla warfare with my honorable master and senior astral vault god king. Likewise, it was only after my honorable master and senior astral vault god king were distracted did this mysterious person choose to appear. This means that he is someone who can be treated seriously by a true divinity powerhouse, but his strength isn't high enough to do battle with a true divinity. The greatest possibility is that he is some unrivaled genius who is sure to become a true divinity in the future. Thus, he is afraid that a true divinity will come and kill him and only takes action at this key moment to cause confusion and divert our attention. If he truly is a true divinity, then he should be above killing ordinary Empyreans and causing such minor chaos. In other words, if we use the Legion of Famine, then we will already be in an invincible position, and with the aid of the God-locking array and the God-destroying array, and also the use of the ultimate war strength of the famine body metamorphosis, killing this mysterious person is already over 80% assured. Fairy Blue Lotus explained in a single breath. Her words were wise and reasonable, and those present couldn't help but be convinced. Amazing, truly amazing. Suddenly, the door to the meeting hall opened. A beautiful youth clapped his hands and walked in. An evil smirk hung across his face, and his dark hair and pale skin were exquisite enough to arouse the envy of women. Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus is truly a heroine amongst us all. I must say that if Fairy Blue Lotus were to replace my useless senior apprentice brother and take control of Famine's avatar, as well as wield the supreme authority of the war effort in the wild universe, then humanity would have already perished by now. Hearing this beautiful youth's praise, Fairy Blue Lotus frowned. At this time, there was only one person with the authority to enter this highest-level military meeting room in the Red Cloud Galaxy, and who was also hostile to the good fortune Saint Sun. This was the last of the 5 Saint Generals, Imperial Prince Shishan. Chapter 2018, Mysterious Ancient Book. Chapter 2018, Mysterious Ancient Book. Fairy Blue Lotus had no good impression of Imperial Prince Shishan. The Good Fortune Saint Palace's 2 peak disciples, the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Imperial Prince Shishan, were both incredibly ambitious individuals. Both of them were extremely dangerous. Although the Good Fortune Saint Sun was domineering, wildly reckless and murderous, he had always gone straight to the point and never engaged in little schemes and intrigues. Of course, in Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes, this was entirely because the good fortune Saint Sun's combat strength was ridiculously high, thus making it so that his intelligence in certain areas was only average. Yet Imperial Prince Shishin was not only cruel but acutely sinister. He was like a viper always hiding in a bush, leaving Fairy Blue Lotus no choice but to dread him. If Imperial Prince Shishin suddenly appeared here, it was naturally in order to struggle for military merits. He wanted to accumulate more military service merits to become more valuable to the good fortune Saint Sovereign in the future. Fairy Blue Lotus coldly eyed Shishin and honestly said, "If you want to join us, then show us what value you have. I don't believe that your strength can pose any threat to this mysterious person." Ha ha! Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus doesn't beat around the bush. Wonderful. Imperial Prince Shishin chuckled. My strength is naturally far from Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus's, and of course the disparity to that mysterious person is even greater. But as Imperial Shishin spoke, he pulled out a thick black book from his spatial ring and placed it before Fairy Blue Lotus. It was a strange, ancient book, and the cover had the pattern of a blood-red eye. This eye seemed as if it were alive, no matter what angle it was viewed from. Fairy Blue Lotus felt as if this blood-red eye was staring at her. There were all sorts of mystical patterns surrounding the eye, as well as worm-like seals. These seals seemed to be some form of writing, but Fairy Blue Lotus had never seen such writing before. Within the entire 33 heavens, the most ancient writing was likely the common language used by the primal god race and celestial race, but the writings on this black book seemed completely different from that. This was an ancient book filled with mysteries and evil. As Fairy Blue Lotus looked at it, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear and dread, as if there were some contagious and ominous curse lurking within it. This is an ancient book obtained from the primeval realm ruins. Fairy Blue Lotus asked. Yes, Imperial Prince Shishin frankly acknowledged. This mysterious ancient book clearly didn't belong to this era, but it contained a disturbing and terrible power. If so, then it could only originate from the primeval realm ruins. Imperial Prince Shishin wasn't surprised by Fairy Blue Lotus's guess at all. This book is evil. Hai-sun frowned. This ancient book seemed to possess some kind of demonic charm, calling out for him to open it and peer through its pages. This subconscious feeling of being drawn in and misled by a book left Hai-sun restless. He. This book that Junior Apprentice Brother Shishin took out really tickles my interest. How about opening it so that we can all take a look? Dark Moon tittered atop Hai-sun's shoulder. Shishin scratched his chin and then shook his head, saying, "It's a shame, but I cannot open this book." These words left everyone startled. Their eyes fell on this ancient book. This book couldn't be opened? Just what was in it? Everyone became increasingly curious. You can join us. Fairy Blue Lotus made her decision. When Shishin took out this ancient book and also poured his astral essence into it, she had already felt the changes in the surrounding energy fluctuations. She clearly sensed the power of this ancient book. Although she didn't want to divide any merits to Shishin, all her plans were based upon the premise that they could kill this mysterious person. If Shishin were here, then their chances of success would rise by another 10%. She naturally wouldn't reject such a condition. In this way, a tight and aggressive deployment of troops began throughout Blood Cloud Galaxy. The Legion of Famine and various array formations were arranged in approximately 10 days. For this mission alone, the Saints had used a total of 108 Empyrean Spirit Treasure level array flags. In order to lay down a 108 Empyrean Spirit flag god-locking array and prevent the mysterious person from escaping, Fairy Blue Lotus also used an unimaginable amount of violet sun crystals, blood demon crystals, and other such energy stones that had been plundered from the wild universe. And just 2 days ago, the mysterious person's sixth strike had begun. As expected, the neighboring Red Yang galaxy had been attacked. The mysterious person's methods were clean and tidy, and the entire Saint race army stationed within Red Yang galaxy had been wiped away. This also confirmed Fairy Blue Lotus's suspicions. If there wasn't an accident, then in several more days the mysterious person would arrive at this next destination, Blood Cloud Galaxy. The trap had already been laid. Now, the mysterious person simply needed to walk into their own doom. Haha, senior apprentice sister strategies are truly divine. Hai-sun laughed. The great formations they arranged could be called an inescapable net through the heavens or earth. He couldn't think of a single scenario in which the mysterious person could escape. I'm really anticipating this battle. With the diversion of the array formations and the coordination of the Legion of Famine, perhaps I can even fight one-on-one against that mysterious person. As Hai-sun spoke, he slammed his heavy swords together. The clear sound of striking metal rang through the air. As he thought about battling such a master, he felt his blood seething with vivid excitement. On his shoulder, Dark Moon giggled, as if she were also impatient. The battlefield is constantly evolving. No one can accurately predict what will happen. I can only assure that we have the highest possibility of victory. As Fairy Blue Lotus spoke, a faint restlessness stirred up in her heart. She had no idea just where this restlessness came from. It was something that was purely a sixth sense, a feeling against dangers that one felt when the destiny upon their bodies was great enough. However, she had considered her plans repeatedly and couldn't find any flaws in them. She shouldn't be mistaken in her speculations of this mysterious person's strength also. If so, then just where was the problem? Was it related to that ancient book? Fairy Blue Lotus shook her head, not thinking about it any further. After all, she had paid a great price for all these preparations, and it was all in order for this single battle. If she were to give everything up based upon a faint, illusory feeling, then that would be far too ridiculous. She could only wait. However, this wait continued for an entire month. That mysterious person still hadn't appeared in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. According to the calculations of previous times, this other party should have come after 10 to 20 days, but they still hadn't arrived. Those within Blood Cloud Galaxy could only impatiently wait. Hai-sun lifted his 2 great swords every day and patrolled back and forth across the square of the Heavenly Palace. Once in a while, he would look up into the starry skies, and even his lips would turn dry with waiting. After spending so much effort and even sacrificing an Empyrean-level influence to create this trap, if nothing were to come of it, then they would all be made jokes of. He didn't want to be mocked by the good fortune saint's son. Junior apprentice sister Blue Lotus. Hai-sun frequently ran over to Fairy Blue Lotus's seclusion area, but she would only have a single word to reply to him with. That was wait. Regarding this, Imperial Prince Shishin simply sat in the commander's hall and stroked the black book in his hands. He didn't ridicule Fairy Blue Lotus over her plans, and whether she had misjudged the situation, because he knew that no matter how smart a commander was, it was impossible to perfectly factor in every situation and predict what would occur. At the very least, if he had sat in Fairy Blue Lotus's spot, then he wouldn't have done anything better. However, slowly, after Fairy Blue Lotus left Patala Galaxy, the troop concealing arrays that she had left behind started to arouse the suspicions of Emperor Sakya. The monks of Mount Patala often prayed to Buddha and lived simple lives. They did not excel in war matters. The information that their scouts sent back had many problems that caused Emperor Sakya and Great Limitless Buddha to have difficulties in their analyses of the battlefield. Although many monks believed that the fortresses had been emptied, they were also worried that the truth was that the saints had set up a trap, so they would walk into it. At this time, no one dared to recklessly push forwards. Otherwise, if a single error in judgment were to be made, then total annihilation was possible. It was only one day that Emperor Sakya single-handedly rushed into the area controlled by the saints. This could be called the actions of a man with courage and who also trusted in his own skills. Only by himself would he have the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Even if he were to walk into some elaborate trap formed by the saints, he believed that he could retreat. As a result, he discovered that the Legion of Famine, as well as the saint race commanders such as Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, had long since vanished from their positions. Emperor Sakya stirred up a great war in the saint encampment and even called in the armies of Mount Patala and the primal god race to come help him. But at this time, the remnants of the defeated saint armies passed through a transmission array that had been prepared beforehand and escaped. Although humanity was successful in this battle, they didn't actually manage to kill many people. Seeing such a scene, Emperor Sakya felt his heart drop to his stomach. This saint race scum, how could they have emptied out from this area? Battle Sovereign Tobagwe cursed. The god race and celestial race had coordinated with Mount Patala ahead of time and had prepared to arrive with help. After being suppressed by the saints for so many years and being left without a chance to catch their breaths, they had finally managed to counterattack after a great deal of trouble. But to find that their fists were hitting nothing but air, this left Tobagwe feeling unwell. Great Limitless Buddha frowned. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, Amitabha. If this old monk isn't wrong, then Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, Dark Moon, and the others have already left with the saint armies ahead of time and have relocated somewhere else to fight. If there is something they would take so seriously, then that is likely our mysterious benefactor who has appeared in their backlands. Great Limitless Buddha's words left them all feeling chilled. Towards this ally that had appeared from nowhere, they were both curious and grateful. Thanks to this mysterious ally diverting the attention of the saints, humanity had been granted a moment of respite. But if the Legion of Famine were to turn around, then how could this ally, whether it was one person or several people, possibly hope to resist the saints? This was the Legion of Famine, let alone a single person. Even if the entirety of Mount Patala and all its disciples were to be encircled by the Legion of Famine, total annihilation was a possibility. We have to inform him. But just as Tobagwe spoke these words, he realized how ridiculous they were. They didn't know who this mysterious person was, and he was also thousands of quintillions of miles away. How could they possibly hope to contact him? For a time, the human powerhouses were at a loss of what to do. All their previous happiness had faded away. Now, they could only stare helplessly on as this mysterious person collided with the Legion of Famine. Fairy Blue Lotus is not some common person of her generation. The Legion of Famine's array formations are an inescapable net. With the Legion of Famine being commanded by Fairy Blue Lotus, the war strength they can display is incredibly terrifying. Perhaps, Daiwahen nervously said, Pray, pray. Great Limitless Buddha began reciting Buddhist scriptures. May Buddha bless him, that it is a blessing and not a curse, and if it is a curse, then he can avoid it. But everything is already in the hands of fate. Chapter 2019, Surrounding Lin Ming. Chapter 2019, Surrounding Lin Ming. When news of the great defeat in Patala Galaxy reached Fairy Blue Lotus, she didn't even ask how high the casualties were. Instead, she simply laid down the combat report jade slip and said to the messenger, I understand. Draw back. Yes, the messenger bowed and then retreated. Hai Sun watched with wide eyes, already anxious. Another half-month had passed, and it had been far too long. What do we do? Junior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus. You must give an answer for this. While we were waiting here for this fellow, we suffered a defeat in Potala Galaxy. That is the same as sticking out our butts and allowing these scumbags to slap us. If anyone learns of this, then we'll be the ones laughed to death. And that good fortune saint's son will definitely use this matter against us. Do we just continue waiting here? Hai-sun had a short temper and was someone who liked going directly to the point, to discard Potala Galaxy like this. And not because they lacked the strength, but because they threw it away on their own initiative was something that left him feeling aggrieved. Could you be wanting to kill your way back to Potala Galaxy so you can recover some of your face? Fairy Blue Lotus rhetorically asked, her question leaving Hai-sun choked. We will continue waiting. Fairy Blue Lotus continued. A brilliant hunter needed not only accurate marksmanship, but also sufficient patience. Then Hai-sun left. It wasn't just Hai-sun, but even the holy lords and world kings in the Legion of Famine were anxious. Their Legion of Famine was prestigious, with a list of illustrious merits behind them. Since when had they suffered such humiliation before? Only Imperial Prince Shishin seemed completely uncaring about what occurred in Potala Galaxy and Blood Cloud Galaxy. He would calmly twiddle with the nameless ancient book in his hands, occasionally looking at the eye on its cover as a strange smile spread over his face. Time always seemed longer than usual when waiting. In particular, waiting for unclear results after betting everything on a single toss of the dice was bound to leave one flustered. Finally, a month and 20 days had passed. On this day, the fidgety Hai-sun raised his swords and began patrolling around the heavenly palace. As for the members of the Legion of Famine, they idled away their time around the array formations, some of them cultivating and some of them resting. Even for a great world king, it was impossible to manage an array formation for months on end without moving a single step. The bright sun began fading across the shadow of a planet. Just as Hai-sun thought he had wasted yet another day, a horrifying explosion suddenly echoed throughout Blood Cloud Galaxy, reverberating through the edges of the heavenly palace. Bang! Using heaven and earth origin energy as a medium. A horrifying sound wave spread out, directly crushing apart the heavenly palace's astral essence barriers. Dark snakes of fire swept out. Flows of dreadful chaotic energy surged into the skies, crudely smashing apart approaching Saint Spirit ships. At the same time, a resounding dragon's cry boomed through the world like endless billowing thunder, blasting through the horizons. Enemy strike. Warnings sounded throughout the heavenly palace. Seeing this terrifying explosion and hearing the ear-piercing alarm, Hai-sun wasn't surprised or panicked at all. On the contrary, he was so happy that he hopped upwards. You bastard, I've already waiting a boring 50 days for you, and now you've finally come. I will show you just how bad my temper can be. Hai-sun drew his two great swords and rushed out. In the direction of the Saint Race Heavenly Palace's Grand Hall, Fairy Blue Lotus also stood up. Although she had appeared extremely calm these past days, the truth was that she was also fervently hoping this mysterious person would appear. Otherwise, all of her efforts and even her cold-blooded sacrifice of a Saint Race Empyrean influence would be denounced by all others. Though she was indifferent, she still needed others to recognize her. Fairy Blue Lotus wasn't flustered. She released her divine sense and carefully probed outwards. It's him. The truth was that she didn't need to use her sense. Just by looking through the crystalline windows, she could make out that demonic black dragon that was over 1,000 miles long, as well as the black-clothed youth who stood above its head. In that moment, across the far-off distance, the eyes of Fairy Blue Lotus and the eyes of the youth who stood atop the demonic black dragon suddenly met. They looked at each other, as if completely ignoring the distance through space. Fairy Blue Lotus even thought that at this moment, she was only separated from this mysterious man by a single table, both of them standing in this grand hall. She even felt as if she could see her own image clearly reflected in this other person's pupils. His eyes were like a bottomless abyss, tunnels that led to another universe, another world, as if another endless space and time were dwelling within them. Fairy Blue Lotus immediately felt her heart shake. Just who was this person? Where had he come from? She couldn't see through his cultivation, but could be absolutely sure that he wasn't a true divinity. She suddenly closed her eyes and severed that mysterious spiritual connection between her and the black-clothed man. He's discovered me. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyelids jumped back up. This black-clothed man exuded an unfathomable feeling. Although he wasn't a true divinity, the pressure he emitted was no less than that of a true divinity. Even through all this chaos, even with so many enemies, this opponent had managed to see into her secret chambers, piercing through the layers of force fields and protective barriers to see her. Just how keen must his sense be? Fairy Blue Lotus realized that even though the Legion of Famine was invincible in this battle, it still wouldn't be easy. And with things having reached this stage, they had already leapt past the point of no return. There was no choice but to continue marching onwards. Line up! Fairy Blue Lotus's simple and elegant voice was like the cry of a phoenix, rapidly spreading over everyone around her. At the same time, she leapt upwards and broke past the vault of the heavenly palace. Like a fairy of the wind, she suddenly appeared in the skies. Behind Fairy Blue Lotus, Imperial Prince Shishan also appeared. The strange black book was in his hands. As for Hai-sun, the muscles on his arms had already bulged outwards, ready for battle. The blood vessels on his arms twisted like thick earthworms about to explode at any moment. Although he fervently wished to rush towards this mysterious person and battle them, he tamped down his impatience. He realized that he wasn't a match for this fellow. Schwa, schwa, schwa. Without warning, throughout different places of the Saint Race heavenly palace, 108 array flags suddenly appeared. These array flags were all pitch black with a blood-red dragon drawn upon them. This was the design of Famine's tentacles. These 108 array flags were separately controlled in the hands of 108 great world kings. Lin Ming didn't need to look to know that these 108 great world kings were all members of the Legion of Famine. This was because he could feel the flesh and blood essence of famine within their bodies. As these 108 array flags and the Legion of Famine suddenly appeared, Fairy Blue Lotus's brilliant eyes stared at Lin Ming. She wanted to see the panic that flashed through his eyes so that he understood he had walked into a trap. No matter how calm a person was, it was impossible for them to not feel any panic or trepidation upon learning they had entered into a death trap. Moreover, this trap was laid down by the elites of the Legion of Famine. Even if someone more powerful than Emperor Sakya were to appear here, as long as they weren't at the true divinity level, then they couldn't escape even if they had wings. But she was left disappointed. This mysterious person continued standing atop the dragon. His body was straight and sharp like a spear. No matter what explosions rang around him, or much how chaotic energy there was, or how those 108 array flags flapped against the wind, his expression remained calm. Seeing this, Fairy Blue Lotus felt her heart suddenly sink. The truth was that a month ago, Lin Ming had already arrived at Blood Cloud Galaxy. In these past days, he had stirred up storms and shaken up the rear of the Saint armies. Although his actions seemed wild and reckless, he was in fact incredibly careful in his movements. Before he attacked a place, he would use his sense to investigate the area. Fairy Blue Lotus was a qualified general, and she wouldn't commit such a low-level mistake like exposing her trap. She had gathered the power of the Legion of Famine and deployed concealing array formations all over to carefully hide away her trap, no matter how amazing Lin Ming's divine sense was. As long as he wasn't a true divinity, then he wouldn't be able to discover anything. If anyone else had come, then they would have fallen for this trap, and Fairy Blue Lotus would have smoothly completed her plan to encircle and kill them. But what a pity! Her opponent was Lin Ming. Besides investigating with his divine sense, Lin Ming also had another special ability that Fairy Blue Lotus would never have expected no matter what. That was that he possessed an acute sensitivity towards the flesh and blood of famine. As long as he was within a certain range, then with the soul of famine within him, as well as his proficiency in using the power of demons, Lin Ming could penetrate past the countless array formations to sense the existence of the flesh and blood of famine. And if Lin Ming left his own spirit mark in the flesh and blood of famine, then he could feel this distance no matter how far away it was. This was an elite legion of famine with approximately 2,500 world kings and 60,000 holy lords. But in Lin Ming's eyes, these people were like 62,500 red spheres of light that glowed in the skies, scattered through the heart of the Saint Race heavenly palace. They were no different from blazingly bright stars that shined in the night sky. Lin Ming could even judge the size and brightness of these red spheres of light to judge how much demon essence was contained within them. Thus, from this, he could infer the strength of the powerhouses that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine. Although Lin Ming didn't fear the Legion of Famine, he still had to remain vigilant against the Saint Race's trap. He had secretly investigated this trap that was prepared for him, and in these past days he had seen the flustered look in the eyes of Hai Sun and the others. At this time, Lin Ming and Fairy Blue Lotus stared at each other. Fairy Blue Lotus felt a restlessness surge in her heart. She knew that this mysterious person wasn't faking his calm. Could this person have already discovered her trap? How was that possible? She had used the Legion of Famine to lay down a grand formation of concealing arrays. Unless one were a true divinity, it was simply impossible to discover it. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus no longer had time to think about where the holes in her plan had been. Facing this mysterious party that consisted of one man and one dragon, and where neither of them were true divinities, she couldn't come up with any possible reason for how she could lose here. This was a battle she would win. God locking array. Seal him up. Fairy Blue Lotus shouted out. 108 great world kings waved their array flags. For a time, demonic energy filled the air with shrieks and howls, as if endless pain spirits were dancing through the air. What was locked in here were the souls of the dead. Flag or streamer-type spirit treasures often sealed away the souls of martial artists to increase their own strength. This was the so-called ghost flag, ghost streamer. When these 108 array flags had been refined, it was unknown just how much blood they had been tainted with. Array flag after array flag exuded a dark energy that connected each one together. Chapter 2020, Counter Control. Chapter 2020, Counter Control. These array flags were spread in all directions. Some were high, and some were low, some were above Lin Ming's head, and some were below his feet. Black flows of energy connected them together, finally gathering into an incredibly massive net of black light. This net covered Lin Ming and his black dragon within. This was the God-locking array, the first step in Fairy Blue Lotus's trap. It was all done in order to prevent this mysterious person from escaping. So it's a sealing array. Lin Ming looked at this giant black net of light that surrounded him and instantly judged the terrifying energy contained within it. If one didn't have the strength of a true divinity, then it would be impossible to piece through it. In a war that involved two races, peak masters were important figures, but results of war had never been purely decided by the number of masters or whose peak masters were stronger. When several thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of holy lords, world kings, and great world kings joined together in an array formation, The battle strength they could display would be unimaginable, enough to reverse the tide of war. What lay in front of Lin Ming was such a scene. And as the God-locking array was readied, Fairy Blue Lotus shouted out once more, "God-killing array." The void began shifting. Winds howled, and energy wildly flowed. Outside of the God-locking array, another 72 great world kings emerged, each of them holding a blood-red array disc in their hands. They then stood atop these array discs as if they were standing on altars stained with blood. As they firmly stood upon 72 spots, the atmosphere within the God-locking array began to change, becoming filled with thick killing intent. This feeling was as if the entire area had become a blood pond of hell. Any martial artist nearby could feel the aura of the God-killing array, making them feel as if their entire bloodline was constrained, making it difficult for them to breathe. This feeling came from just the collateral waves of energy emitting from the God-killing array. It could be imagined just how terrifying a pressure Lin Ming had to withstand within the center. The God-locking array and God-killing array could perfectly fuse together. The God-locking array's three-dimensional sealing capabilities wouldn't block the offensive traits of the God-killing array. Both arrays complemented each other. Lin Ming stood above the head of the black dragon. He slowly drew out the black dragon spear. This spear had already been modified by Lin Ming, and its brilliance had been hidden away. Others shouldn't recognize it, but they should at least be able to see its shape. Spear. Looking at this spear, Fairy Blue Lotus's pupils shrank. Seeing this type of weapon caused her to remember someone from the distant past. Over 6,500 years ago, that person had appeared and forced all young heroic elites of the 33 heavens beneath his feet. Even though Fairy Blue Lotus was deep in seclusion within Soaring Feather God Mountain and hadn't left, she had still heard his name. At the time, the saints were at the height of their power and defeating great world kings of humanity one after another. The good fortune saint's son suppressed the morale of the humans and even defeated their powerhouses, making it so that they lost any face they had. Although she wasn't willing, she had no choice but to admit that at that time she was still slightly worse than the good fortune saint's son. She knew that whether it came to talent, laws, strength, or potential, she was fully suppressed by Lin Ming. This person, when he was at the mere Holy Lord realm, had caused even her own honorable master to come out of seclusion to personally hunt him down. As this black spear appeared in the hands of the mysterious person, Fairy Blue Lotus inexplicably thought back to Lin Ming. For a moment, she even suspected that this person could be Lin Ming himself. This was simply a thought based purely on her own intuition. Even so, she knew that Lin Ming had already been killed by her master. No matter who you are, you will not leave here today. Fairy Blue Lotus thought to herself. Cold light flashed in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, outside of the God-locking array formed from 108 great world kings, and the God-killing array formed from 72 great world kings, another 1024 world kings appeared on both sides. This was the equivalent of 2048 ordinary world kings, all of them pouring strength into the God-locking array and God-killing array. Then, outside of those 2048 world kings, another 54,000 holy lords appeared. The holy lords passed their strength into the world kings, and the strength of those world kings supported the great world kings, layer upon layer, each layer superimposed on each other. As all of this strength gathered together, a single strike from this would be enough to destroy any existence below a true divinity. Seeing this scene, even though Lin Ming was in an invincible state, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Before now, although Lin Ming had sensed the existence of the Legion of Famine, he had no idea what type of array formations Fairy Blue Lotus had prepared to use against him. Only now, when he saw this trap for himself, did he understand it was the union of a sealing array and killing array. Moreover, the number of martial artists and the diagram in which they lined up all seemed to resonate with the rules of the heavenly Tao, though there were 2,500 world kings and 60,000 holy lords. The ones that remained served as replacements. In such a battle, there were sure to be some world kings and holy lords that died, and those that died could be substituted with others in order to ensure the array formation maintained its strength. Within the union of this God-locking array and God-killing array, no matter how amazing one's strength was, whether one could burrow into the earth or ascend into the heavens, whether one could fight dragons with their bare hands, all of that was useless. There was simply nowhere to escape. This was a move carefully planned on the basis of his movements, an inescapable net to perfectly trap him. Lin Ming acknowledged that this fairy Blue Lotus was a formidable opponent. She was able to utilize the Legion of Famine under her control to the limit. If anyone else were there, then they would have certainly died. The Legion of Famine is truly terrifying. Such a well-coordinated army had become the meat grinder in the War of the Saints against the humans. The number of human martial artists that died to their hands was far greater than those that had died to the Saint Empyreans or Saint True Divinities. When the Legion of Famine swallows the strength of humans, I wonder if they use this method to provide the Saint Sovereign with flesh and blood essence and origin energy. Lin Ming immediately thought, perhaps the good fortune Saint Sovereign had created the Legion of Famine and produced avatars of famine so that he could use them to separately plunder more flesh and blood, energy, and soul force, all in order to complete his own ambitions. Ooh, at this time he's still remaining so calm and steady. I really hate such people who put on airs even in the face of death. It makes me want to tear off his face. Imperial Prince Shishin casually remarked from nearby fairy Blue Lotus. He spoke each word as if he were biting them off. He traced his spatial ring and took out the black book inlaid with an eye image. Standing near Imperial Prince Shishin, High Sun and Dark Moon had also prepared themselves, ready to attack at any moment. Junior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus, why don't you issue an order? I'm getting impatient. High Sun grasped his two swords and slammed them together, their sharp metallic ringing echoing through the air. Fairy Blue Lotus ignored High Sun. She continued looking at Lin Ming, an uneasy feeling continuing to swirl in her heart. She still couldn't think of any hole in her plans. As she determined yet again that there was no problem with the plan she had formed, and also confirming that Lin Ming didn't have strength at the true divinity level, Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes began to fill with killing intent. I don't believe you have any chance of reversing the outcome in such a situation. Begin. Fairy Blue Lotus issued an order. In that moment, 54,000 holy lords exploded with their greatest strength, pouring it into the bodies of the 2024 world kings. Then, this increased strength was like limitless waves as the strength of the world kings pressed further in, slamming into the bodies of the 180 great world kings like an endless tide. For a time, it was as if many suns were erupting within the world. All the stars in the skies were covered by this blinding light. Beneath this light, Lin Ming remained, as calm as a placid lake. He seemed to swim in the sea of his consciousness. Within the world of his mind, there was endless darkness, and in the dark skies above him glittered 60,000 blood-red stars. All of these stars were close to Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, a blood-red sphere appeared. This sphere had 100 tentacles waving around it like a distorted sun. This was a phantom projected from Famine's soul. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In that instant, a flaming bright divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Tens of thousands of soul force fluctuations gushed out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea, all of them shooting towards the surrounding 60,000 red stars. Puff, puff. As this soul force shot into the center of these stars and pierced through their spiritual seas, all sorts of chaotic and complex information flooded into Lin Ming. Lin Ming violently trembled. It was like 10 million thunderbolts had crashed near his ears. His face paled, and he felt his spiritual sea nearly fall into delusion. This was the terrifying impact of colliding with 60,000 soul forces. Although Lin Ming had prepared himself, he still felt as if his soul would be crushed to pieces. Blue veins stuck out on his forehead. He withstood this soul-rending pain and then completely suppressed all of this soul force, placing them beneath the yoke of his will one at a time. To control 60,000 individuals simultaneously was an extremely difficult challenge for Lin Ming. He had undergone 6 reincarnations and had tempered himself for thousands of years. His soul sea had long since become ridiculously powerful. In addition, after fusing with the soul of famine, the depth and width of his spiritual sea had increased 10 times over. It was only with all of this that Lin Ming managed to smoothly accomplish what he did, regardless of the pain he felt. All of this chaos that occurred within his spiritual sea was in reality just a mere instant. As the energy accumulated within the God-killing array and God-locking array reached the limit, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be blasted to bits. But then, the giant array formation suddenly reversed. The wild and tyrannical strength within suddenly flushed outwards, crazily radiating into the world. It was like a supernova had gone off in the center of the array formation. This horrifying energy cut through the world like endless divine swords, sweeping through 1 trillion miles of space. What? Imperial Prince Shishin originally had a sly and demonic smile on his face, but now all of that had been replaced by shock as he was no longer able to maintain his calm. He cried out in misery as the black book in his hands emitted a black and red light that covered and protected him. Nearby, Fairy Blue Lotus also immediately paled. She drew backwards as she formed sign after sign with her hands. A giant blue lotus appeared around her, protecting her. As for Hai Sun, who had already warmed himself up and was waiting to rush in after the giant explosion, as he saw this supernova, which covered the world, he was completely panic-stricken, unable to determine just what was occurring. "Fool, hurry and block it," Dark Moon shouted at Hai Sun, her complexion already changing colors. Hai Sun then responded, bringing up high 2 great swords and crossing them together, forming a cross of astral essence to protect himself. However, because he was just a step too slow, there was a single ringing explosion as his astral essence shield burst apart. His bear-like body tumbled away, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that this attack had indiscriminately surged outwards and didn't target anyone in particular, so that she didn't come under much impact, then this attack would have turned her to dust. For this attack, they actually underwent body metamorphosis. Fairy Blue Lotus hadn't issued orders to undergo body metamorphosis at all. Her original plan was to send out a probing strike to see what cards this opponent had in their hands before she considered having the Legion of Famine do so. But now, as Fairy Blue Lotus expected, this mysterious person truly did have a card in their hands, and this card caused all the courage she had to crack apart. Fairy Blue Lotus looked at Lin Ming. As their eyes met, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy lake. "He can take over control of the Legion of Famine." Fairy Blue Lotus's few words left Hai Sun and Dark Moon dripping with a cold sweat. Take over control of the Legion of Famine? How was that even possible? The Legion of Famine was a force that was under the direct control of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Besides the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, there should be no one capable of erasing their will and directly commanding them. For instance, although Fairy Blue Lotus could order around the Legion of Famine, this was all because the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had granted her certain military authorities. Fairy Blue Lotus commanding the Legion of Famine was no different from a mortal general commanding soldiers. Each one would have their own thoughts in the battlefield, and there might even be some soldiers that didn't listen to orders in war and tried to escape or even betray their people. But now, the Legion of Famine that was controlled by this mysterious person was clearly not in such a situation. Because at this time, the Legion of Famine had already turned towards the few people who had survived that gigantic explosion. Each of these 60,000 martial artists had blood-red eyes that were filled with killing intent. They had lost all brightness and clarity. Without a doubt, the Legion of Famine had been thoroughly controlled by this person and had lost their will. They were now nothing but puppets. If this mysterious person wanted them all to commit suicide, then they wouldn't even blink in doing so. To be able to control the Legion of Famine and also have incomparably formidable strength, just who could he be? Are you a man, or are you an abyssal? Fairy Blue Lotus coldly asked. Her question caused the hairs all over High Sun and Dark Moon to rise. They certainly knew about the existence of abyssals. But as for what the origins of the abyssals were, or what their secrets were, they didn't know. All they knew was that the abyssals were mind-bogglingly powerful life forms filled with mysteries. They were also the natural enemies of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens. This knowledge left them shivering with fear. Yes, this mysterious person that came from nowhere, whether it was in terms of strength or the ability to control the Legion of Famine, everything could be explained if he were an abyssal. It was extremely likely that this mysterious person was a high-level abyssal demon who already possessed the ability to take the form of a person. Moreover, just from looking at them, it was impossible to find any flaws. In the center of the 60,000-strong Legion of Famine, Lin Ming simply smirked as he heard Fairy Blue Lotus's question. Even within the densest fog, this woman was still capable of making the most reasonable judgment. This was the ability that a truly qualified commander should have. If she faced a normal opponent, then she would have been able to easily accomplish her mission. Unfortunately, her match was Lin Ming. Everything that was reasonable speculations in her, I was in truth all wrong. This was because no matter how fantastic her imagination was, she would never have thought that the man who had been killed by her master in the past would suddenly return with his strength having sharply risen, and also having unsealed, fused, and controlled the soul of Famine of 6 billion years ago. My spear and also the black dragon. It seems none of this arouses her suspicious. Looks like Soaring Feather God King believes that I have died. Lin Ming guessed that it was the Soul Emperor who had taken action to fool Soaring Feather God King. Over 6,000 years ago, after Sheng Mei had taken away his eternal soul, Soaring Feather God King had vanished without ever appearing again. The most likely scenario was that the Soul Emperor had used his soul force and mental strength that far surpassed any other powerhouse to create illusions that faked his death. He had used unimaginable tricks of the world of consciousness to accomplish this and fool Soaring Feather God King into thinking he had died. This was because the Soul Emperor also didn't want him to be found by the Soaring Feather God King. If so, then Soaring Feather God King would see that his eternal soul had been seized and all his strength had been wasted away as a result. If this occurred, then that would arouse the suspicions of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In the dark game of shadow chess that the Soul Emperor was playing, no one knew what his grand plan was. Not even Lin Ming could find any clues about it. As all these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly sneered. With a slight movement, his figure vanished. Seeing Lin Ming vanish from within the Legion of Famine, Fairy Blue Lotus, Dark Moon, and Hyacint's pupils all contracted. They rapidly drew backwards, their first thought being that Lin Ming was attacking them. However, Lin Ming simply didn't appear before them. His figure teleported 10,000 miles away, within the deep starry skies. His fist came smashing out. Pung! The void shook and shattered. With a pitiful cry, A person that was hiding in a space distortion was sent tumbling away like a dead dog. This person vomited a great mouthful of blood, his body sent rolling away like a sack thrown down from the top of a mountain. This person was Imperial Prince Shishin. Imperial Prince Shishin was still holding that mysterious black book in his hands, and his entire body was covered in blood and wounds. His plan had been to make it appear that he had been turned into dust in that giant explosion, and then escape through a space distortion. Such an amateur method was easily seen through by Lin Ming. In fact, the moment after the large explosion occurred, Lin Ming had already spread out his divine sense and locked onto every survivor. He didn't find the Empyrean who should have been guarding the blood cloud galaxy. It seemed that this person had already been sent away. Luckily for him, this move allowed him to escape this calamity. As for the other survivors, they were all basically standing before him. Now, Lin Ming absolutely could not have news of him being able to control the Legion of Famine be leaked outwards. Otherwise, it would be difficult to implement the plan he had come up with. At the very least, the good fortune Saint's son wouldn't dare to bring the avatar of famine to challenge him. Thus, Lin Ming would not allow anyone who witnessed this to escape. At this time, Imperial Prince Shishin's hair was disheveled, but his eyes still gleamed with a dark and poisonous light. As a chosen pride of heaven, he possessed a swollen sense of arrogance. Just when had he ever been humiliated like this? Bang! With another punch to the face, Imperial Prince Shishin was sent hurtling away, his face covered in blood. Ah! Shishin howled, his hair scattered, and his mortal body released loud, crackling sounds. He wanted to use his saint race bloodline to undergo body metamorphosis. The overwhelming majority of high-level saint martial artists were capable of undergoing body metamorphosis. This type of body metamorphosis was different from the demon body metamorphosis brought about by using the flesh and blood of famine. The saints didn't need to pay a price in order to undergo their bloodline body metamorphosis. Shishin naturally possessed this ability. You still think you can finish your body metamorphosis? Lin Ming coldly sneered and punched at Shishin's chest. This fist contained a dark and potent energy. As he struck Shishin, this energy permeated through his organs and meridians. Kacha! With Shishin's body as the center, all surrounding space caved in. Shishin started bleeding from his head, and all the strength he was gathering for his body metamorphosis was scattered. Seeing this, the other three saint generals all paled. Shishin was one of the most brilliant geniuses amongst the younger generation of the saints. Although he was considered the weakest of the 5 saint generals because of his age, he wasn't much weaker. Now, beneath Lin Ming's hands, he was being played around with like putty, being pinched like dough. The disparity was just too great. Chapter 2022, Blue Lotus's Counterattack. Chapter 2022, Blue Lotus's Counterattack. Bang. With another punch, the power of divinity and demons within Lin Ming's body rumbled into Shishin through his fist. This power locked onto Shishin's blood vitality, making it so that he lost nearly all his fighting strength. Lin Ming didn't plan on killing Shishin. He still had uses for him, and this would also be the beginning of his miserable fate, as Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon watched this occur. It seemed as if they weren't witnessing a battle between Empyrean-level powerhouses. Normally, battles between Empyreans should rend the heavens and sunder the earth, their attacks capable of destroying planets. The scenes of battle should be far-reaching and incredible. But now, the battle between Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Shishin was nothing but a flurry of fists. Lin Ming was completely beating up Shishin, just like a martial artist beating up a mortal on the city streets. The only difference was that every time Lin Ming attacked Shishin, The shock waves of his punches were able to shatter the surrounding void. This reminded everyone just how terrifying the strength contained in every strike was. As Fairy Blue Lotus saw this, she became increasingly sure that Lin Ming was an abyssal demon. Otherwise, with Xishan's variation bloodline and mortal body intensity that belonged to the saint race, how could he possibly be beaten up to such a dilapidated state? And what scared Fairy Blue Lotus the most was that after another period of time, such a flurry of punches would fall onto her next. What do we do? Dark Moon rapidly asked. She didn't want to fall into the hands of this abyssal. Since this youth could control the Legion of Famine, then he might also come from the same lineage as Famine. As she thought of Famine's tentacles, she felt a shiver creep up her spine. If this youth that was the incarnation of an abyssal were to tie her up with those tentacles, then she would be eaten without even her bones remaining. Let's bet everything against him. Since we're going to die, then I'd rather die with honor. Hai Sun grit out as he looked towards Fairy Blue Lotus. Though he was a crude and simple person, he wouldn't recklessly flush onto the battlefield without a care for his life. Rather, he would follow Fairy Blue Lotus's lead, because in these past years her performance on the battlefield had won his admiration. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus, Hai Sun, and Dark Moon all felt that this was a nearly hopeless situation. Not only did this opponent possess strength far surpassing their own, but he even controlled the 60,000-strong Legion of Famine. How could they possibly win in such a situation? Although Hai Sun looked at Fairy Blue Lotus, he actually didn't expect her to have any methods to survive the situation. Fairy Blue Lotus had slowly restored her previous calm demeanor. She quietly traced her spatial ring and said with a sound transmission, "We have a chance." There is a chance. Hai Sun's eyes lit up. The Legion of Famine is fierce, but the individual strength of the members is relatively poor. In order to display their greatest striking power, they have to arrange themselves in a great array. To start such an array requires several breaths of time, or even a dozen some breaths of time, at the very least. In other words, we have to sneak attack him and compress all our combat strength into 10 breaths of time, or better yet, 5 breaths of time. He is too strong. There is no way for us to kill him, but there is a chance that in this 5 breaths of time we can cause damage to his spiritual sea. As long as we can make him lose his mind for a short period of time and separate the Legion of Famine from his control, then I can use the Legion of Famine to kill him instead. In order to do this, everything must be perfect, and we even need luck on our side. But in truth, our actual chances might not even be equal to 10%. Fairy Blue Lotus revealed her plan, causing Hai Sun's heart to heat up. Even 10% is more than enough. Hai Sun said, fighting intent boiling over in his tone. Good. Then you only need to attack with everything you have. I will manage the rest. Everyone attack together. Fairy Blue Lotus issued an order. The 3 people assumed a triangle formation and hurtled towards Lin Ming. Whether it was Hai Sun, Dark Moon, or Fairy Blue Lotus, everyone was attacking with everything they had. Hai Sun exploded with a roar as he burned his blood essence without hesitation. Within the saint race, Hai Sun possessed the sovereign sun bloodline. Once he combusted his blood essence, his strength would double. At this time, his body lit up with flame totems. He emitted scorching flames as hot as the sun, appearing as a blazing war god of fire. As for Dark Moon, she took out a pair of crescent moon sickles. As she waved her sickles, she formed an icy cold lunar edge. Space quietly separated, forming broken space in the form of crescent moons that cut towards Lin Ming's neck. Between the two was Fairy Blue Lotus. She grasped a long sword and thrust out without any fancy movements at all. Compared to Hai Sun and Dark Moon, Fairy Blue Lotus's strike seemed simple and plain without anything special to it at all. However, if one knew of Fairy Blue Lotus, then they would know that this final desperate attack of hers would be no trifling matter. Facing the swift and raging strike that came from three directions, Lin Ming didn't move at all. A loud roar ripped through the air, and the black dragon beneath Lin Ming soared upwards, its spiked demon tail sweeping out. After remaining quiet for so many years, the black dragon had swallowed a massive amount of Famine's flesh and blood essence. Now that it erupted with this strength, even a planet would be shattered. Bang! High Sun, burning with sun-like flames, brutally collided with the black dragon's tail. He emitted an earth-shaking roar. His blood began to boil over like lava, and his blood vessels twisted like worms, rupturing because they were unable to withstand the burden. Even so, High Sun was slapped flying away by the black dragon's tail, its cold spikes nearly piercing clean through him. At this time, Dark Moon's twin crescent moons also slashed towards the black dragon's eyes. Although the black dragon possessed an incredibly potent mortal body, its eyes were still a weakness. As it was forced to defend, the black dragon's offensive slowed down, and it used its two giant claws to crush apart the crescent moons. Like this, of the attacks from three saint generals, High Sun and Dark Moon were both blocked by the black dragon. And now, the only one to reach Lin Ming was Fairy Blue Lotus. Fairy Blue Lotus against Lin Ming. Without a doubt, this was a matchup that had completely disproportionate levels of strength. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and thrust outwards. This strike contained the momentum of the heavens and earth. For a time, it was like the power from all the billions and trillions of stars was poured into Lin Ming's spear, making its might incomparably great. No one doubted that once Fairy Blue Lotus clashed with Lin Ming's spear, the result would be that she would suffer heavy losses and spit out blood. However, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't seem to fear this at all. Her sword continued cutting towards Lin Ming. The moment that her sword came into contact with the black dragon spear, a dark light suddenly flashed out. This dark light shot straight towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Fairy Blue Lotus's goal was actually Lin Ming's spiritual sea. By now, Lin Ming had discovered that Fairy Blue Lotus had erupted with an incredibly powerful soul force. It was unknown what method she had used to suppress it before this, so that no one else realized, but she was a martial artist who dual-cultivated essence and divine. The universe's 33 great Taoists could be divided into the three main categories of essence, energy, and soul. The saints excelled in the body transformation system, but were lacking when it came to the soul forging system. But that didn't mean there couldn't be some heaven-defying genius who possessed the talent to dual-cultivated essence and divine. For instance, divine dream-cultivated energy and divine, and Lin Ming also triple-cultivated essence, energy, and divine. So, you still have such a hidden move. Do you want to wound my spiritual sea and retake the Legion of Famine? Lin Ming didn't retreat. The disparity in strength was simply too great, and he possessed no weakness in this battle. Fairy Blue Lotus's combined material and soul attack was indeed a wonderful move to sneak attack his spiritual sea, but all that occurred was that Lin Ming was left slightly surprised. This was just like two people playing chess, and one player having nearly no chess pieces left, no matter how miraculous their moves, where they would still only suffer disastrous defeat. Even so, Lin Ming wasn't careless. He continued to pour his soul force into his spiritual sea, making it impregnable. Like this, even if he didn't defend against Fairy Blue Lotus's soul attack, he still wouldn't receive any wounds. But the moment that Fairy Blue Lotus's sword fell down, Lin Ming's complexion changed, and he was immensely shocked. In the dazzling beam of light, Lin Ming discovered that a vague shadow was attached to the end of Fairy Blue Lotus's sword. This was a feather. He was extremely sensitive towards feathers. He would never forget that over 6,000 years ago, such a feather had nearly taken his life. Without a doubt, this feather came from Fairy Blue Lotus's master, Soaring Feather God King. The truth was that Fairy Blue Lotus never thought her combined material and soul attack would be able to accomplish anything. To start off with a physical attack and then erupt with a powerful soul attack midway. This was all done in order to distract Lin Ming and make it seem that this had been her final trump card. But the true killing move was the feather attached to the blade, as it was attached to the back of the sword, and in addition to the blinding light and incredibly fast speed of attack, the average person simply wouldn't discover it, and even if they did, they would still be unable to determine what this feather was. From the beginning of the strike, to the change in move, then to the final killing strike, Fairy Blue Lotus had done everything perfectly, and her attack would inevitably hit. As for Lin Ming, he instantly reacted. He erupted his energy to the limit, and drew back even as he swept his spear outwards. Kacha! Fairy Blue Lotus's long sword was sent flying away, with a coffer palm cracked open and blood flowed out. In that moment she felt a wild and brutal energy break into her body. Her complexion turned dark red as blood energy swelled up within her. Lin Ming's strike wasn't mainly aimed at Fairy Blue Lotus, but the energy flows contained within the Black Dragon Spear still wounded her. Shock flashed over Fairy Blue Lotus's expression. Although she knew that Lin Ming would be difficult to deal with, she didn't think it would be difficult to such a degree. He had instantly discovered the feather. Still, this feather had now flown in front of Lin Ming. Though it seemed slow and humble, it contained a thick killing intent, and this killing intent had locked onto Lin Ming. The feather fluttered downwards. From appearances, this feather was no different from any other feather, but as it reached within 3 feet of Lin Ming, it suddenly transformed into the phantom of a woman. This woman was Soaring Feather God King. Chapter 2023, God King Phantom. Chapter 2023, God King Phantom. After more than 6,000 years passed, Lin Ming once again encountered the person who had hunted him down in the past. At this time, the Soaring Feather God King in front of Lin Ming wore a layer of light gauzy clothes, a veil over her face. As she raised her hands and stepped upon the air, she seemed like a celestial maiden riding upon the surging waves. Amongst the saint race's 3 true divinities, she was the most low-key and mysterious one. No matter which true divinity it was, they were all characters that stood high in the clouds above the highest heavens, overlooking the common world. Not to mention the giant disparity that existed between true divinities and empyreans. Just the talent of a true divinity belonged to the class of unrivaled geniuses in the 33 heavens. At the very least, they would be at the level of Emperor Sakya. With such a talent combined with the superiority of cultivation, this made it so that there were no empyreans capable of fighting a true divinity. In their hands, a grain of sand could shatter the vault of heaven, and a single feather could sunder the galaxy. And now, such a feather was floating before Lin Ming, and it had also transformed into the phantom of Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feather's incarnation? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was an incarnation left behind by a true divinity. Moreover, Fairy Blue Lotus was a lower empyrean. In addition to her talent, her strength was amongst the top echelons of empyreans. If Soaring Feather God King left behind an incarnation, then its strength would definitely surpass the realm of a peak empyrean. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use. In other words, if Soaring Feather God King wanted to create an incarnation that could protect the life of someone on the level of Fairy Blue Lotus, then she would need to use a great deal of her cultivation and blood vitality. Without a doubt, this feather contained Soaring Feather God King's blood essence. It was extremely precious. Lin Ming never thought that Soaring Feather God King would place such importance on this disciple of hers. At this time, Soaring Feather God King was already holding a blade of energy and slashed down at Lin Ming. Soaring Feather God King's incarnation only contained a minor part of her consciousness. At this time, her expression was calm, and a strange charm flashed in her eyes. The sword pressed down like a divine mountain, seeming as if it could crush the world apart. Lin Ming felt the surrounding space immediately lock down, preventing him from avoiding. But Lin Ming never planned to defend to begin with. He wanted to see just how strong Soaring Feather God King's incarnation was. Lin Ming instantly summoned the power of the Azura blood within him. Black scales covered his body as the black dragon's spear emitted a keening cry, thrusting outwards. At this moment, a heretical god tree phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. Thunder and flames howled into the air, twining around the spear shaft in a vast sea of red and purple. Even if a god beast were to fall into this horrifying sea of energy, it would be reduced to ashes. However, Soaring Feather God King's expression was still indifferent. She stepped upon the sea of thunder and flames, no matter how much the thunder and flames tumbled and roiled. All it did was gently pass over Soaring Feather God King's body, unable to harm her or affect her at all, as if she were located in a completely different time and space. At this time, she truly seemed like an eternal celestial maiden that stood above the surging waves, as ethereal and elegant as flowing dust. But this scene contained a brutal killing intent, one that filled the body with unease. Soaring Feather God King's sword separated the sea of thunder and fire. The sword energy slashed straight down at Lin Ming. As Fairy Blue Lotus watched this, her heart had long since tightened. Before, she had attached the feather atop the sword in a sneak attack because only the incarnation of her master would be able to directly fight against Lin Ming. She was afraid that even her master's incarnation wouldn't be able to strike him down, but as she saw Soaring Feather God King sunder the sea of thunder and fire that Lin Ming used, hope began to light up in her heart. As Lin Ming watched this whistling sword energy, he rapidly drew backwards. His eyes shimmered with seals of the Azura laws. At the same time, the Davik Idao Palace opened from between his eyebrows. He was well aware that the power of thunder and fire wouldn't be able to damage Soaring Feather God King. It wasn't because it lacked in power, but because his opponent had reached the level of a true divinity and their attainments in the laws were incredibly high. This incomplete heretical god force was simply unable to touch Soaring Feather God King. After his testing strike failed, Lin Ming no longer held back. His pupils contracted. As he opened the Davik Idao Palace, he also opened the Three Lives pupils' all existence to void. Within the vision field of the Davik Eye and the Three Lives pupils, the energy flows in Soaring Feather God King's incarnation become utterly clear. Lin Ming drew a yin-yang chart with his hands, causing a flow of black and gold energy to twist together. The black energy was thick with dark demonic intent, and the golden energy was like a shining sun. The two flows of energy connected. In that instant, all the laws and origin energy in the surrounding space began sweeping up towards him, as if Lin Ming's hands were the center of all laws in the universe. A massive yin-yang vortex slowly formed, like a primal chaos yin-yang diagram. But the heights of these laws had actually far surpassed the yin-yang laws. This vortex violently collided with the sword light of Soaring Feather God King's incarnation. Chi, chi, chi. Sword light shattered. On the face of Soaring Feather God King's incarnation, a hint of shock flashed over her features. Although this was but a wisp of oneself used to form an incarnation, and was only an incomplete body of consciousness, it still possessed intelligence and thoughts similar to a person. The vortex of divinity and demons continued forwards with unstoppable momentum, rolling over all. Soaring Feather God King's incarnation protected her body with sword light, but in the end she was nothing but an incarnation, unable to summon measures capable of resisting Lin Ming. Peng, the final layer of sword light was smashed apart. The incarnation's protective astral essence shook like a ship's sail in a raging storm, even as it was slowly torn apart. Lin Ming roared out loud. Behind him, the phantom of 9 stars appeared. Starlight began gathering onto his body. As he erupted with strength no weaker than the Black Dragon, he brutally thrust his spear through Soaring Feather God King's protective astral essence. Kacha! The spear penetrated the protective astral essence and then pierced through Soaring Feather God King's chest. The white clothes were stained red with blood, like vivid red plums falling onto a plain of white snow. Soaring Feather God King's lips overflowed with blood, and the sword in her hand had long since fallen away, turning into energy light before vanishing into nothing. Soaring Feather God King gripped the shaft of the Black Dragon spear with her hands, her ghostly blue eyes looking at Lin Ming with disbelief. At this time, she was only a mere foot away from Lin Ming. Her eyes began to slowly lose their brilliance. As she gazed upon Lin Ming's face that seemed carved by a saber, his eyebrows that were as sharp as swords, and his deep and profound eyes, confusion appeared on her face. This youth seemed familiar, but in the end, he was only a stranger. Peng, Soaring Feather God King's body exploded into countless motes of light. These motes of light were like 20 million fireflies that flew off into the void, all of them vanishing from the world. And from the center of these motes of light, a feather floated down. Lin Ming reached out and took this feather in his hand. The strange feather was only half a foot long, as if it were the plume of a white crane. It shined with a crystalline light, and the feather was stained with a beautiful line of red blood. Although Soaring Feather God King's incarnation was destroyed by Lin Ming, he could still feel a powerful strength contained within it. It continued to shine with a rainbow of lights, as if it wanted to jump out from his grip. Lin Ming exerted his strength and formed numerous seals that bound the feather in layers of barriers until it could no longer move. After finishing this, Lin Ming looked up at Fairy Blue Lotus, a smile on his face. Chapter 2024, Suppressing the Chosen Prides of Heaven. Chapter 2024, Suppressing the Chosen Prides of Heaven. By this time, Fairy Blue Lotus's face had turned paper white. Her talent was extraordinary. Since her childhood, she had been the direct disciple of Soaring Feather God King. For the last several thousands of years, she was someone that existed at the center of all environments. Never in her life had she been so ruthlessly suppressed by someone as she was today. No matter how much she racked her mind, no matter what hidden card she used, she wasn't even able to cause a single injury to her opponent. "You still want to fight?" Lin Ming calmly asked. Fairy Blue Lotus bit her lips, but before she could think of how to deal with this situation, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with killing intent, instantly becoming the manifestation of some wild and savage animal as he rushed straight in front of her. His face was vicious as his fist came smashing down. Peng! This fist solidly crashed into Fairy Blue Lotus's stomach. Her protective astral essence burst apart, and her body curved like a dried-up shrimp. In that instant, blood vessels covered her eyes, as if they were nearly going to pop out of her head. She could feel Lin Ming's wild and ferocious strength recklessly galloping through her body, attacking her meridians. This severe pain caused her to shake, nearly fainting in response. After this punch, Lin Ming lifted his arm and brought his elbow pounding down onto her back. "Kacha!" Fairy Blue Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood. She heard her spine nearly crack in half. More of that wild energy broke into her body, causing her organs to explode all over and her condensed blood vitality to scatter. Lin Ming was ruthless in his actions. This woman was simply far too dangerous a person and had repeatedly placed him in dangerous situations. If he didn't have cards in his hands that no one could imagine, then he might have already been killed by her strategies. Facing such an opponent, Lin Ming would show no mercy at all. Whether this person chose to surrender on her own initiative or not, Lin Ming would still brutally beat her up so that she lost all ability to revolt. Of course, just as with Imperial Prince Xishan, Lin Ming kept Fairy Blue Lotus alive because she had her uses. Just from the fact that Soaring Feather God King took care of her disciple to such a degree made it so that he wouldn't kill her. This was because besides enraging Soaring Feather God King and causing her to seek vengeance, there wasn't any advantage to killing Fairy Blue Lotus. By now, Lin Ming had already guessed that Soaring Feather God King actually had no plans of wildly attacking humanity. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream, who had to face two opponents alone, likely wouldn't have been able to continue resisting as long as she had. To anger Soaring Feather God King would cause unknown consequences. In the current situation, humanity already stood upon a stormy ledge. Lin Ming didn't want to make this war even worse for humanity. After attending to Fairy Blue Lotus, then came High Sun and Dark Moon. High Sun and Dark Moon both had incredibly ugly complexions. In High Sun's eyes, Fairy Blue Lotus was a nearly omnipotent figure. But even such a figure had been savagely beaten up by this mysterious person. At the very least, Fairy Blue Lotus resembled a weak woman. As High Sun looked at his own bulging figure, his face nearly turned green with regret. Without a doubt his fate would only be more miserable. And at this time, Lin Ming had already wordlessly rushed towards High Sun and Dark Moon. For these four saint generals, this was absolutely the most unforgettable day of their lives. First, the trap they laid down with such effort had been resolved and used against them. Then, they had been brutally beaten up by this mysterious person. Finally, they were even caged and tossed into some dark space, the mysterious person's inner world. Fairy Blue Lotus never thought that an abyssal would also possess their own world, but by now, she wasn't of the mind to study these things. Today was her complete failure. She had dragged so many people into setting up this trap, but in the end she had been the one caught. Thinking about it, it truly was laughable. Although this mysterious person hadn't killed her just yet, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't think she was lucky at all. Perhaps their fates might be even worse than death. Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon glanced at each other within Lin Ming's inner world, despair rising in their hearts. Although their strengths couldn't be considered to be at the highest levels of the 33 heavens, they were still somewhere near the top. But in front of this mysterious person, they were as useless as babies. When Lin Ming had finished suppressing Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, he turned toward Xishan, planning to suppress him also. But at this time, Lin Ming discovered that in the mangled Xishan's right hand, the mysterious black book that he held was beginning to undergo changes. The eye on its cover started to emit a blood-red light. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. He had already noticed this black book. The shape of the black book caused him to think of the Holy Scripture's Book of Death, but after investigating it, he discovered that this wasn't the Holy Scripture but a mysterious book of unknown origin. For a time, he was unable to distinguish what secrets this mysterious book held. Lin Ming planned to capture Xishan and then study this ancient book. He didn't think that the black book would present such changes all of a sudden. The blood-red light it emitted became stronger and stronger, and the eye also became increasingly bright. The blood-red light turned into faint layers of bloody fog that covered Imperial Prince Xishan. This blood fog slowly permeated into his skin, causing his body to glow with a scarlet hue. This is... Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. He didn't know what changes the Black Book was causing in Imperial Prince Shishin. The Black Book could be healing Shishin's wounds, or it might even be controlling him. But no matter what it was, it definitely wasn't anything good. Without any further consideration, Lin Ming took the Black Dragon Spear and thrust it into Imperial Prince Shishin's chest. Puff! Blood splashed out. Imperial Prince Shishin had long since lost the ability to fight and had no strength to resist his attack at all. Lin Ming's spear avoided Imperial Prince Shishin's heart, but the destructive power of divinity and demons was poured in, causing Shishin's lungs to be utterly destroyed. Even if it was a Saint Empyrean with a formidable mortal body, if they had to withstand such a strike after being beaten up so badly, they would also be on the verge of death. Lin Ming didn't plan to give Shishin any chance to recover. No matter what changes the Black Book brought about, it would still need to use Shishin as a medium. As long as he sufficiently damaged Shishin, the book wouldn't be able to do anything at all. After Lin Ming's strike, the blood fog continued to seep into Imperial Prince Shishin's body, causing his wounds to rapidly recover. Lin Ming was startled. He reached out and directly grabbed the Black Book. After receiving the Black Book, Lin Ming could feel an evil and dark aura exuding from it. The bloody eye on its cover seemed to be staring at him. Then, Lin Ming also saw the earthworm-like writings on the Black Book surface. He was surprised to see this writing. Lin Ming could boast to understand many ancient writing systems. This was because he had gone into many mystic realms, read through many ancient texts, and had also read through and absorbed the memories of many people. But he had never seen such writings before. At this time, the Black Book suddenly released a burst of strength and nearly freed itself from Lin Ming's grasp. Lin Ming glowered, and his mind chilled. The power of divinity and demons surged within him. One hand started to shine with divine light, and the other hand glowed with demonic energies as he used a bit of effort to seal away the Black Book. But at this time, a great deal of blood-red mist had already submerged into Imperial Prince Shishin's body. As this blood-red mist caused Shishin's body to regenerate, it also caused his aura to take on strange characteristics. At this time, Lin Ming's complexion became much more earnest. It seemed that even the power of divinity and demons wasn't enough to thoroughly seal away this Black Book. Lin Ming frowned. He turned his hands, and the magic cube space opened. The Black Book was placed into the magic cube space. The magic cube was a cosmic divine tool of the highest order. Its space was also separate from the world. Without his own thoughts, there was nothing that could pass through this space. As the Black Book was thrown into the magic cube space, the bloody mist that entered Shishin's body was also isolated. Even so, Lin Ming didn't remain careless against this bizarre Black Book. He used his mental strength to contact the ancient Elysium seal that was within the magic cube space, and then arranged for a sealing method. Although he considered himself proficient in sealing, he absolutely wasn't any better than the ancient Elysium seal. As Lin Ming's thoughts spread into the magic cube, there was a loud whirling sound. Countless runes danced in the air of the magic cube space, slowly taking the form of the divine seal array as it firmly covered the ancient Black Book. Bang! After the divine seal array was laid down, the ancient Elysium seal's main body firmly stabilized the central core, suppressing the ancient book beneath the seal. The moment the ancient book was suppressed, the blood red, I started to wildly struggle and emit an ear-piercing cry. To think that a book would actually cry out, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit felt this was incredibly strange. "What book is this?" The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit asked. "I'm not sure. This book seems to possess an evil nature. First we will suppress it, and then slowly study it afterwards. Lin Ming could sense that this ancient book was abnormal. But even with this ancient book, Imperial Prince Xixin was far from being Lin Ming's match. This was because Xixin had yet to break into the Empyrean realm, and his cultivation was even slightly lower than Lin Ming's. With the disparity of absolute strength placed in front of him, not even the evil ancient book was able to make up for this difference. After suppressing the ancient book, Lin Ming punched Xixin once more, completely blasting open the wounds that the ancient book's blood fog had just healed. Then he blocked Xixin's blood vitality and threw him into his inner world like a dead dog. After thinking about it, Lin Ming also sealed away Soaring Feather, God King's feather in layers of seals before tossing it into the ancient Elysium seals sealing array. A quadrillion trillion miles away, in another universe that was separated from the wild universe by the God-lamenting wall, a white-clothed woman gently passed through the starry skies. In front of her was a deep and profound expanse of purple fog. This fog was without end. It seemed like a nebula, but also like some illusionary sea. Seeing this fog, the white-clothed woman pointed outwards. Layers of clear waves surged out, splitting up the fog to reveal the starry skies. But a moment later, this fog came shrouding down once more, as if it were endless. The white-clothed woman frowned. She stood in front of the purple fog for a moment before attacking once more. The purple fog in front of her was in truth an illusion of the divine dream space that Empyrean divine dream had arranged. And this white-clothed woman was Soaring Feather God King. Chapter 2025, The Angered Soaring Feather. Chapter 2025, The Angered Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather God King had been fighting with Empyrean Divine Dream for many years. But in truth, the number of times they had directly faced each other was extremely low, and they had never wholeheartedly attacked each other. For most of the time, the two of them used arrays to break arrays, comparing their laws and comprehending the battle with their spiritual seas. Of the two of them, one dual cultivated energy and divine, and the other dual cultivated essence and divine. Their cultivation systems were inextricably linked with their mental strength and spiritual sea, making it so that they used all sorts of fighting methods. A single battle of the soul could continue for several years on end. For peerless masters, finding an opponent that was similar in strength and laws was incredibly hard, especially upon reaching the level of Soaring Feather or Divine Dream. There were few people capable of making them use their full strength in this universe. But if a martial artist were to only go into dark seclusion to cultivate and meditate on the laws, then they would inevitably lack things they needed. They required an appropriate environment and opponents that were on their level. This was also one of the reasons why humanity's martial arts civilization began to prosper 10 billion years ago. Thus, for these past years, Soaring Feather and Divine Dream came to a tacit understanding in their ongoing battle. As they fought, they constantly deepened their understandings into their spiritual sea and mental strength. Originally, Soaring Feather didn't place much importance on the war between the saints and humanity. She simply didn't care about whether the saints won or not. The only reason she participated in this war was because the good fortune saint sovereign had given her sufficient incentives, and at the same time, she also believed that the good fortune saint sovereign might rule all beneath the heavens later and achieve a higher boundary, so she didn't want to offend him. Her being able to keep Divine Dream busy in this different universe was already extremely beneficial to the saints' war efforts, and there was another advantage. That was that Soaring Feather could rest assured, as she allowed Fairy Blue Lotus to partake in the war between the humans and saints. Soaring Feather God King was confident that with Fairy Blue Lotus's strength and intelligence, the incarnation that she had left with her as well as the legion of famine that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had allowed her to command, there was no one in the entire wild universe who would be able to do anything to her. She would be the strongest fist of the Saint armies. Not even Emperor Sakya would be able to contend with her. And in every great calamity, although there would be disasters and tribulations that sweep through the 33 heavens, this also meant that it would be an era where geniuses from all the various races would rapidly grow. In a war that involved all universes, this would be the best battlefield for Blue Lotus to temper herself. In Soaring Feather God King's eyes, the greatest benefit of the war between saints and humanity was that her own disciple could adventure and gain experience within it. As for Divine Dream, the opponent of Soaring Feather God King, she was actually not as calm or happy with the situation. In fact, Divine Dream could be said to be burning with impatience. But no matter how anxious she was about humanity's war, at this time she had nothing else she could do. She couldn't do anything to Soaring Feather God King, and definitely could not fight the good fortune Saint Sovereign. And if she wanted to meddle in the battles between Empyreans, then she knew that Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King would not allow her to. Thus at this time, besides continuing to battle Soaring Feather God King and taking hold of every chance to increase her strength, there was no other road she could take. She knew that humanity's ultimate enemy was in the end just one person, the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was also an enemy that she would inevitably have to face in the future. Perhaps there might be a day when she could emulate the actions of Empyrean Divine Seal of the past, burning away her life to cause heavy damage to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. To Divine Dream, this was already the best result she could think of. But there was only the slimmest of hopes in accomplishing such a goal. The more the war drummed on, the more Empyrean Divine Dream was able to feel just how strong Empyrean Divine Seal had been in the past. When he faced the extreme true divinity level famine, he also had to face the previous Saint Sovereign, who was no weaker than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Even then, Divine Seal was able to turn the tides of war and achieve an impossible miracle. Divine Dream knew that there still existed a massive gap between her and Empyrean Divine Seal. For a short period of time, Soaring Feather God King wouldn't be able to break through Empyrean Divine Dream's dreamland space. Soaring Feather God King fell into contemplation. In truth, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't place much soul force into this array formation, and it was poor in intensity. If Soaring Feather God King wished for it, she could erase this array formation with absolute strength, but she didn't do so. Rather, she slowly deduced its mysteries to exercise and further enhance her laws. But before even a third of the required time passed for Soaring Feather God King to unravel these laws, her hands suddenly shook. She looked up, shock and disbelief flashing in her eyes. Just now, she felt that the incarnation she had prepared for Fairy Blue Lotus had been shattered by someone else. Soaring Feather God King had condensed a wisp of her life's blood essence into her incarnation. Amongst Empyreans, her incarnation was nearly invincible. Just who was it that had managed to break apart her incarnation? How was that even possible? Then what about her disciple, Fair Blue Lotus? In Soaring Feather God King's eyes, Fairy Blue Lotus, who should not have encountered any truly perilous situations, must have suffered some disastrous defeat. Otherwise, there was no way she would use her final trump card. In order to ensure the integrity of Fairy Blue Lotus's divine soul so that she would be able to break through boundaries more perfectly in the future, Soaring Feather God King didn't have Fairy Blue Lotus leave behind a wisp of her soul in a life soul jade slip. So she didn't know what had happened to her. Thinking of this, Soaring Feather God King's eyes that were filled with disbelief began to turn icy cold. She reached out with her sense, wanting to perceive her feather that had been suppressed. In any case, she couldn't easily allow her to withdraw. The rivers run 30 years east, and then 30 years west, since you held me back here before, so that I couldn't return to the wild universe. It's my turn to repay the favor. Soaring Feather God King flung out her sleeves, her face an icy mask. Do you think that with Astral Vault God King also coming, you will still be able to hold me here? To have you stay for a moment is another moment. One Divine Dream's voice was indifferent as she slowly pulled out a sword. The faint and ethereal starry skies were limitless and without end. Floating within these starry skies was a continent, and this continent was covered with spirit springs and wonderful treasures of heaven and earth. This was a land contained within Lin Ming's universe. At this time, 4 of the Saint Generals, High Sun, Dark Moon, Blue Lotus, and Shishan had all been thrown onto this continent after having their blood energy completely locked away. Their bodies were bound with law curse seals. Even moving the tiniest fraction was difficult. Motherfucker, this hurts. High Sun struggled to twist his neck, causing his bones to emit loud, crackling sounds. This damned demon, I have no idea what he plans to do with us. High Sun cursed. Considering things, he was in a relatively good situation. At the very least, he was able to stand. The most pitiful one was Shishan. All of Shishan's bones had been broken, and he was lying on the ground like a puddle of meat, only able to emit weak groans. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus was carefully observing Lin Ming's inner world as she investigated the world around her. She began to discover the differences here. This world seems like it doesn't have any difference from the outside universe. Could we really be in an inner world? Fairy Blue Lotus muttered, unsure of herself. Could this be the inner world of an abyssal demon? The laws, matter, and origin energy here were so real. Before High Sun and Dark Moon could respond, space began to distort in front of them. A black-clothed Lin Ming appeared, his spear in hand. As Lin Ming arrived on this continent, he firmly stood 100 feet away from the 4. Chapter 2026, The Wonderful Use of Captives. Chapter 2026, The Wonderful Use of Captives. Seeing that dark star Lin Ming, the 4 Saint Generals felt their hearts tighten. What do you plan on doing to us? Fairy Blue Lotus asked. After reaching such a cliff, she couldn't imagine any way to escape. Now the only way she could live was if she used this mysterious person's greed against him. Since he had caged them here, he inevitably must be plotting some scheme. Otherwise, he would have long since killed them. Lin Ming didn't reply. Fairy Blue Lotus sent High Sun and Dark Moon a sound transmission. Follow my lead and don't speak. High Sun and Dark Moon inwardly nodded. At this time, they could only depend on Fairy Blue Lotus. As for Shishan, he could be entirely ignored. Right now, he couldn't even speak. Lin Ming remained silent. He stepped through the void and appeared right in front of Fairy Blue Lotus. He stood high above her in a commanding position, overlooking her below. This was the suppression brought by the overwhelming disparity in strength. Fairy Blue Lotus held her breath, facing a mysterious powerhouse like Lin Ming, as well as the aura that rolled off his body. She felt as if she were gasping for breath every moment. She was even afraid that Lin Ming would let loose his bestial nature in the next moment and return to his demonic origins. If so, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fairy Blue Lotus bit her lips, her complexion slightly pale. If you have any conditions, speak them. Fairy Blue Lotus was highly familiar with the weaknesses of the heart. Of course, this was entirely based upon the premise that this demon in human form also had a human-like disposition. She already decided that no matter what conditions this person proposed, she wouldn't fully agree, nor would she fully reject. This was the method of negotiations with the highest chance of survival. If she were to directly reject him, so that this person didn't see any hopes of success, he might kill them off. At the same time, if she were to agree to readily and allow him to easily achieve his goal, then he also might kill them off to erase all witnesses. She had to look for that singular balance point between agreeing and refusing, so that this person would see hope but also not obtain victory immediately. This balance point was what her life stood upon. This is the greatest test I have encountered in my life. I must calculate his mindset. Fairy Blue Lotus thought to herself. However, she never imagined that not only would Lin Ming not say any words, but he would instead reach out his hand, revealing 4 floating balls of meat above his palm. These balls of meat slowly wriggled and crept as if they were 4 hearts. However, tiny tentacles danced around them like those of a jellyfish, all of them continuously waving about. No matter what Fairy Blue Lotus could calculate, she would never calculate such a situation occurring. She didn't need to use her sense to immediately understand that this was the flesh and blood of famine. Immediately, Fairy Blue Lotus's face turned paper white. She didn't need to be a genius to understand just what this person was planning to do. He wanted to implant the flesh and blood of famine within their bodies. After personally experiencing this mysterious person's ability to control the Legion of Famine, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't doubt that as long as he implanted the flesh and blood of famine within her, she would completely become his puppet. She would accept all orders obediently and lose all independent will. If he wanted her to kneel, then she would kneel. If he wanted her to die, then she would die. If he wanted her to offer up her primordial, then she would offer up her primordialine. She would turn into the most loyal and most pitiful servant, one with no thoughts of her own. She would rather die than be reduced to such a slave. Just kill me. Seeing the flesh and blood of famine slowly float above Lin Ming's palm, Fairy Blue Lotus felt her heart shrink in her chest. Behind Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun and Dark Moon, and even the half-dead Shishin felt as if they had fallen into any ice lake. This was truly a fate more horrifying than death. You want to die? Keep on dreaming. Lin Ming grabbed Fairy Blue Lotus's neck and reached out his hand. The flesh and blood of famine followed. This flesh and blood of famine had been taken out from a part of the Legion of Famine's Saint Martial Artists. It was the most distilled essence, capable of controlling an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Lin Ming wanted to know, once these 4 Saint General top-level geniuses were fused with the flesh and blood of famine, just what kind of combat strength would they be able to display? The flesh and blood of famine utterly obeyed Lin Ming's command. After implanting it, he would gain 4 loyal and devoted superminions. To have them sweep away the Saint armies would be no problem at all. Of course, if Lin Ming wanted to, he could take out the flesh and blood of famine at any moment, restoring their freedom of will. To possess such an ability was truly convenient. Lin Ming even felt a bit of envy towards the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's methods. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign plan to use the flesh and blood of famine to slowly take control of the entire world. Then why couldn't Lin Ming do the same? My master will not let you go. Fairy Blue Lotus said between clenched teeth, her voice difficult to hear. For her to use her master as a threat already proved that her fear had reached the extreme. Otherwise she wouldn't use such a cheap and shameful threat. This was the same as a tussle between children, and then one of the children running away while screaming for their mother. But at this time, Lin Ming had already grabbed Fairy Blue Lotus's neck and had lifted her up. No. Even though Fairy Blue Lotus was normally calm, she had already lost her composure and was panicking, wildly struggling about. The ball of meat continued to wriggle about in Lin Ming's hand, extending its small tentacles towards her. In her eyes, this was the most terrifying demon in the world. Just happily be my servant, Lin Ming indifferently said, his words causing Fairy Blue Lotus to wish that she could commit suicide. At the same time, Lin Ming grabbed the flesh and blood of famine and then placed it above Fairy Blue Lotus's chest. Ah! Fairy Blue Lotus miserably cried out. All she felt was numbness at her chest. The flesh and blood of famine had bitten open her chest and was drilling into her body. It was a strange and macabre feeling to know that she was losing herself. She felt itchy all over, even as her entire body tingled with numbness. This bizarre feeling nearly caused Fairy Blue Lotus to bite off her tongue in response. She would rather the process be agonizingly painful, so she could faint here. Walala! The flesh and blood of famine continued to wriggle onwards. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes turned blood red. Her delicate body violently shook as she took great, gasping breaths. However, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't change her destiny. You don't. Fairy Blue Lotus could no longer form complete sentences. Fragrant drops of sweat rolled down her body, soaking her clothes. And at this time, Lin Ming continued to grab onto Fairy Blue Lotus's neck, his eyes so cold that they caused one to shiver. His gaze fell upon High Sun, Dark Moon, and Shishan. All of them began to sweat all over. They finally realized that after falling into the hands of this demon, even dying might be an impossible hope. Slowly, Fairy Blue Lotus's struggles died down. Drool leaked out from the corners of her lips. Lin Ming released her, allowing her to slump onto the ground like a wet noodle. Lin Ming looked at her. At this time, the flesh and blood of famine had already turned into tiny threads that permeated her heart and every other inch of her body. Even her spiritual sea was invaded by the flesh and blood of famine. The flesh and blood of famine had thoroughly fused with her body. As the more formidable life form, after Fairy Blue Lotus and Famine's mortal body fused together into a single being, the flesh and blood of Famine naturally took command of her body and mind. If Lin Ming wanted to, he could have the flesh and blood of Famine remain in a slumbering condition so that Fairy Blue Lotus was no different from normal, and there would also be no influence on her thoughts. But once he activated the flesh and blood of Famine, she would become his most loyal slave. Lin Ming looked at Fairy Blue Lotus. With a thought, he activated the flesh and blood of Famine. Fairy Blue Lotus trembled. Bewilderment flashed in her eyes. She dazedly looked at Lin Ming with confusion. Slowly, this confusion turned into reverence. This feeling was like a low-level life form seeing the king of their own race. This was an obedience and respect that came from the depths of their bloodline. She crawled up from the ground and knelt before Lin Ming. She lovingly kissed his feet, saying, "Blue Lotus greets Master." "Very good." Lin Ming smiled. With 4 Empyrean-level superminions, as well as over 90% of the remaining Legion of Famine, he would have an even greater advantage in his crusade against the Saints. Moreover, these 4 Saint Generals, in particular Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, would make it so that Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King would be wary of acting against him, in fear that they would harm their disciples. These were truly multi-purpose servants. At this time, Lin Ming turned towards High Sun, Dark Moon, and Shishan. High Sun's eyes stuck out of his head, and he gasped like a cow. He had personally seen Fairy Blue Lotus's fate, and his body trembled with anger and fear. "You beast, if you have the guts, then kill me. Do you dare to kill me? Come on. If you have the courage, then kill me." High Sun pointed at his own neck, his eyes blood red. "You motherfucker, you fucking beast. If you don't kill me today, then there will surely be a day when I chop off your head and feed it to the GUH. High Sun cried out pitifully, because just now the flesh and blood of Famine had been tossed out by Lin Ming and had flown in between his lips. It had gone straight into his throat. Ku. High Sun desperately grabbed at his neck. the blood vessels already sticking out like worms. But he couldn't stop this thing from crawling into his body. And Mother, Hai-sun spat out with difficulty. He flew backwards and landed on the ground, slamming his head into the floor and punching his chest. But all his efforts were for naught. He wanted to curse at Lin Ming, but because his throat was filled, his words became a blur. Chapter 2027 War Report. Chapter 2027 War Report. Dark Moon grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, her large watery eyes seeming as if they could speak. Seeing Dark Moon's response, Lin Ming was startled. Hai-sun and Fairy Blue Lotus's reactions were within his anticipation, but he never expected that such a true divinity disciple who had been arrogant and haughty since birth would actually have no bottom line. Your acting isn't too bad. I almost fell for it, Lin Ming gloomily said. In order to escape the destiny of being a slave, you seem willing to do anything. What I said was true. You can even give me an order now, Dark Moon panicked. But at this time, Lin Ming had already thrust the flesh and blood of famine into her stomach. Dark Moon emitted an ear-piercing screech, one that spread out over an incredibly great distance. It was hard to imagine that even in a situation where her blood vitality was blocked, she could still emit such a cry. It's unfortunate, but I would rather believe in the flesh and blood of famine. Otherwise, wouldn't you try to tear me apart when I meet Astral Vault God King? With the flesh and blood of famine implanted in you, I can at least drag you in front. Lin Ming dropped this sentence, then no longer bothered with Dark Moon. He approached Shishin. Shishin's eyes were dark and lightless. He looked at Lin Ming, humorlessly smiling without speaking another word. Lin Ming didn't waste time. He directly placed the flesh and blood of famine into the open wound on Shishin's chest. After another incense stick of time, the flesh and blood of famine had thoroughly fused with the four saint generals. As for the runic seals that Lin Ming had placed in these people's bodies, he slowly lifted them, as well as freeing the power of their blood vitality. Afterwards, the powerful mortal body functions of the saint race began to reveal themselves. The wounds that the flesh and blood of famine had bitten open began to slowly regenerate without even leaving a scar behind. Even the most heavily injured Imperial Prince Shishin started to restore his strength and ability to walk, his skeleton loudly stitching itself together. After another 4 hours, the four people had recovered. They all knelt in front of Lin Ming. Subordinate Blue Lotus greets Master. Subordinate Dark Moon greets Master. Subordinate Hai-sun greets Master. Subordinate Shishin greets Master. Very good. You all can continue cultivating for now. I will issue orders to you later. Shishin, tell me, what is this black book? Where does it come from? Lin Ming took out the black book from his inner world. Shishin respectfully replied, reporting to Master, this book is something that this subordinate obtained within an ancient tomb in the primeval realm ruins. As for what exactly it is, I do not know, but I cannot open this book, nor can I read the writings. I only know that it contains a demonic strength, and if used in battle can greatly increase my strength. But after using it, I will feel particularly exhausted. It is because of this that I tried not to use this black book as much as possible in order to avoid any permanent wounds or leave behind any hidden dangers. Shishin explained everything he knew to Lin Ming without concealing anything at all. Lin Ming frowned. What Shishin knew basically wasn't useful to him at all. So it's something obtained in the primeval realm ruins. This primeval realm ruins seems to contain some secret. Lin Ming had already heard of the primeval realm ruins multiple times before. It was a world that was separate from the 33 heavens, and some people believed that it was the shattered fragments of a world left behind after some ancient world collapsed, and it was only because of its connection to the Dark Abyss's enchantment that it didn't completely break apart. This was because the entrance to the Dark Abyss was located within the primeval realm ruins. And this entrance seemed to have existed since time immemorial, even making the associated primeval realm ruins stable. The primeval realm ruins were under the control of the saints. It was a land filled with heaven-defying lucky chances, but also incomparably perilous dangers. If one had a great destiny as well as a great strength, then it wouldn't be strange to find the inheritance of an upper true divinity master within it. Lin Ming began earnestly studying the Black Book. He continued to pour in various energies, including true essence, spirit essence, astral essence, the power of divinity, and even the power of demons. But none of his attempts were effective. Lin Ming then tried to use the laws of the Holy Scripture and Ajura Sutra, but the law runes he sent out were eventually destroyed as they entered the misty cover of the Black Book, disappearing without a trace. Thus, Lin Ming had no choice but to temporarily give up on studying this Black Book. He threw it back into his inner world and continued to suppress it with the ancient Elysium seal. With another thought, Lin Ming took out Soaring Feather God King's feather from the magic cube space. This feather was only 1/2 a foot long and seemed like a spear cast from cold iron. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he were to use this feather as a weapon, it would be able to penetrate through the mortal body of a Saint Empyrean. This was a life feather of Soaring Feather God King. It was a wonderful treasure, and Lin Ming didn't plan on wasting it. However, Lin Ming discovered that Soaring Feather God King had laid down some law curse seals within the feather. If anyone were to tamper with it, then the feather would self-destruct. Although Lin Ming was confident in his abilities to unravel the curse seals, he didn't want to waste the time. Now, the saints and humans were at war, and every moment meant more corpses. His time was extremely precious, and he estimated that if this were normal times and he wanted to refine this life feather, it might take around a year. This was time that he couldn't afford to use up. His thoughts stirred. He looked towards Fairy Blue Lotus. I want to refine your master's life feather. Do you have any shortcuts you can provide me with? Fairy Blue Lotus's mind shook. Pain and hesitation seemed to flash through her limpid eyes. She wanted to comply with Lin Ming's order, but doing so seemed as if it would cause her to lose something precious in her heart, making her incomparably sad. Lin Ming was surprised by the feelings that flitted through Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes. This wasn't simple at all. Even though the flesh and blood of famine had invaded her spiritual sea, and she was also being controlled by his overwhelming mental strength, she still managed to retain a faint trace of her self-awareness. But what a pity! Her will was no match for his own. Lin Ming had passed through 6 cycles of reincarnation and had comprehended the impermanence of the world. With his strong faith added in, the differences between their mental strengths were far too great. Can you, or can't you? Lin Ming quietly said, his voice swift and fierce. Fairy Blue Lotus shook, and the brightness in her eyes blurred and faded once more. She knelt to the floor and obediently said, reporting to Master, in order to undo my honorable master's curse seals that she placed in this life feather. The process involves the inheritance of my Soaring Feather God Mountain's true divinity cultivation method, the feather conversion art. Although I have looked through the entire feather conversion art, my cultivation is limited, and I am unable to repeat it to Master, but repeating a portion of it, so that Master can use it to undo the law curse seals within the life feather in a shorter period of time is still possible. Good. Lin Ming was overjoyed. If I can refine your master's life feather, then I will record that as a merit for you. I will reward you in the future so that your strength can rise to another level. Lin Ming casually promised. Fairy Blue Lotus had followed Soaring Feather God King for many years, and what Soaring Feather was able to teach her had likely already been taught. All that was left over was for Fairy Blue Feather to perceive it on her own. If Fairy Blue Lotus wanted to find any particular point to improve on in the martial arts road that Soaring Feather God King had guided her down, then it wouldn't be easy. But if she followed Lin Ming, then he could share some of his exclusive laws, in particular the principles he grasped atop the Soul World's shrine platforms, allowing her to obtain more inspirations. Of course, if Fairy Blue Lotus were to hear about these so-called rewards when she still had her own will, then she would likely be so mad that she would start smoking. But to the current Fairy Blue Lotus, Lin Ming's words were like an imperial decree. She appeared incredibly flattered. Working for Master's glory is what should be done. I do not dare to claim any credit. As she spoke, she took out a jade slip of the feather conversion art, and then began a pass on a portion of the feather conversion art's contents to Lin Ming's mind with a sound transmission. The feather conversion art jade slip in Fairy Blue Lotus's hands only contained a part of it, and this part was sealed with layers upon layers of encryptions. Without Fairy Blue Lotus explaining the jade slip, then it would be impossible to see what was recorded within. As Lin Ming listened, he watched at the same time. This feather conversion art jade slip seemed to contain infinite illusions, as if there were a kaleidoscopic world within. Lin Ming praised in his mind. What a wonderful feather conversion art! In terms of the great Tao laws, although it was much worse than the Holy Scripture, it specialized in different things. The Holy Scripture elaborated on the paths of life and death, but the feather conversion art focused on the mind, illusions, and divine sense attacks. The feather conversion art detailed many attack methods, and in this it actually reached the peak. The layers upon layers of the great Tao of illusions were entirely comprehensive. With a single step, one could see another landscape, leaving one dizzied and unable to take it all in. If Master has any questions, please ask me. I will always be awaiting your orders. After another 2 hours, Fairy Blue Lotus finally finished her sound transmissions and bowed. Very good. Lin Ming waved a hand. I will go into seclusion for 10 days. You may all recuperate from your wounds and acts as protectors outside. The 4 Saint Generals bowed and withdrew, leaving behind only Lin Ming. As he took stock of his harvest from this battle, it could be described as colossal. Lin Ming had obtained 4 loyal and devoted superminions, the Legion of Famine, the mysterious Black Book, as well as the life feather and feather conversion art of Soaring Feather God King. With so many advantages, this was truly a great gift that the saints had given him. Lin Ming settled his mood and rapidly entered the fused martial intent state. Behind him, a Bodhi tree quietly appeared, its branches and leaves spreading out as an independent pure land of ultimate bliss grew around him. Lin Ming was shrouded in infinite starlight. At this time he looked like a celestial from the highest heavens. The feather conversion art jade slip, as well as Soaring Feather God King's life, feather slowly floated around him, seething up and down as it was bathed in the crystalline starlight. As Lin Ming was refining Soaring Feather God King's life feather, he didn't know that everything that occurred in Blood Cloud Galaxy had been discovered by scouts, and this information was slowly passed throughout the wild universe. Padala Galaxy, in a grand hall, humanity's Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, June Blue Moon, the primal god race's Daiwahen, the celestial race's battle sovereign Tabagwe, the female god race Empyrean Lonlu that entered the Azura Forbidden Land with Lin Ming in the past, as well as numerous other human officers and important figures had gathered. This was a routine military meeting. The primary purpose of this meeting was to hear the newest combat reports and then discuss the next war plan. Chapter 2028, News Worth Celebrating. Chapter 2028, News Worth Celebrating. Emperor Sakya's troops had managed to rout the Legion of Famine that had stayed in Patala Galaxy after their main force left. Although they didn't manage to kill much of the Sane armies, they still managed to completely recapture Patala Galaxy. Outside of Empyrean Divine Dream, Mount Potala's forces could be called the most formidable amongst humanity. Since they had managed to stabilize their foothold, they naturally wouldn't think of hiding in this tiny little corner of the world. Rather, they would venture outwards and strike at the Saints on their own initiative. Now, they were even preparing their attack plans. Everyone, we have now managed to bring together a considerable force. I believe that what we must first do is rescue our companions. Because we had to delay for time, many of our people dispersed and hid in the most hidden corners of the wild universe. Although this naturally made it much harder for the Saints to find us, once they did find anyone, then the only result was utter defeat. If this continues, then as long as the Saints have enough time, they will sooner or later exterminate us all. We cannot sit by and idly wait for death. We must move immediately and rescue our fellow humans who have been forced into hopeless situations. Emperor Sakya iterated the key point of this meeting. Now, with so many human influences in imminent danger, the question was, which ones should they rescue first? Everyone looked towards Emperor Sakya and also felt troubled for him. To rescue one influence was to mean giving up on another. However, he had to make a choice. We have to consider the larger picture. There are currently two vital rescue targets that we have designated. The first is the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. It has already been a long time since our information network with the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was severed. I even suspect that Dragon Fong and Xiao Moxian have been encircled by the enemy. Whether it is Xiao Moxian Lin Huang or Dragon Fong, they are the future hopes of humanity. In particular, Xiao Moxian and Lin Huang. The two of them are the ones most closely related to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was the one who risked his life for us in the past in order to exchange it for the slimmest possible hopes of survival for the human race, and thus open the gates of the wild universe to us. Since Lin Ming has passed on, we must ensure the survival of his lineage no matter what. But besides the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, there is also another rescue target. That is, the mysterious man who has recently appeared. All clues indicate that the main force of the Legion of Famine left Patala Galaxy for this person. Since he has done his best to buy time for us, we cannot sit by and do nothing. Moreover, this mysterious person has formidable strength, and an enemy of an enemy is a friend. He might be able to provide us with good fortune and a turning point in our war against the Saints. We cannot just let him perish beneath the Legion of Famine. As Emperor Sakya spoke to here, some people were already frowning, their eyebrows knit together. Should we divide our forces? Although their current gathered forces were formidable, when it came to facing the Good Fortune Saint Sun or the Legion of Famine, they were nothing to look at, and dividing their forces would only make them weaker. This is what we are here today to discuss, Emperor Sakya said. We must weigh the advantages and disadvantages, and then follow through with the most effective plan. As Emperor Sakya spoke, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the grand hall. Urgent message. A messenger shouted from outside the hall. Enter. Emperor Sakya felt his heart skip a beat. While a military meeting was being convened, outside disturbances were normally not allowed. Unless it was information of the highest priority, it wouldn't be sent here. Now that the messenger was at the entrance of the hall, it could be imagined how important this information was. In these past years, Emperor Sakya had received far too many urgent messages, but over 90% of them were bad news. As the war in the wild universe continued, humanity had suffered defeat after defeat, and there was rarely a case of victory. Even if there were occasional victories, such as the successful elimination of the remnant Saint forces in Patala Galaxy, those were simply superficial events. What humanity needed now was a hearty great victory, a true success that would rouse their morale. Where is this news from? Emperor Sakya's complexion was solemn. He was afraid that whatever news this was, it wouldn't be good. Humanity was already hovering on the edge of the abyss, and they were finding it hard to weather the continued attacks of the Saints. Urgent information from the Blood Cloud Galaxy. The messenger proffered the combat report Jade slip with both hands. This information was gathered by the scouts, and the rank of the information was decided by the captain of the scouting team. As for what it was, the messenger didn't know. Blood Cloud Galaxy. Emperor Sakya's eyes shot wide open. Could this be a combat reported related to the mysterious person being ambushed by the Legion of Famine? It wasn't just Emperor Sakya, but everyone else in the hall felt their hearts tighten. This mysterious person that had miraculously appeared from nowhere, and also had the Saints suffer defeat after defeat. They wouldn't have perished like this, right? Emperor Sakya took a deep breath and probed the contents of the Jade slip. He had already steeled himself for bad news. However, when he finally looked into the contents of the Jade slip, he was shocked silent. He even suspected that he had misread. He scanned the combat report Jade slip several times, and after making sure he read everything, he froze like a statue. How is this? Senior Emperor Sakya, just what happened? All the eyes in the hall were focused on Emperor Sakya. They saw that he remained speechless after looking through the Jade slip, and these actions left them a bit worried. Seeing everyone's curious gaze, Emperor Sakya finally responded. He looked at the gathered crowd and was at a loss for words. You can take a look yourself. Emperor Sakya had a strange expression as he passed the Jade slip to others. These people immediately scanned the Jade slip. This type of combat report Jade slip was originally able to allow several other people to read it at the same time. Then, as they read through the contents, they were all left dumbfounded together, almost as if they were living some kind of dream. This was truly explosive news that would rock the 33 heavens. The Jade slip had some images recorded within, all of them showing the scene of the Blood Cloud Galaxy after the Great Battle. There were ruined fragments of celestial bodies all over, and beneath these images were a few lines of simple words. A great battle has occurred in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. We have discovered that Fairy Blue Lotus laid down an ambush for the mysterious person in the Blood Cloud Galaxy around a month or two ago and waited for them to rush in. A battle occurred, but as for exactly what happened or how the battle unfolded, we are not sure of the specifics. This is what we know after several days of investigating. The main force of the Legion of Famine has been completely annihilated within Blood Cloud Galaxy. Blood Cloud Galaxy's heavenly palace and their spirit ships have all been disintegrated to dust. The Blood Cloud Galaxy support unit, besides those members that were carrying missions outside, were all destroyed, with not even a single stationed guard remaining. 4 of the Saint Generals have gone missing. The above situation is suspected to be the work of the mysterious person. More details are being investigated. For a time, the entire meeting hall fell into silence. Several people felt their jaws drop down as they were unable to believe what was written in the Jade slip, but the images spoke for themselves. The Saint Race's heavenly palace and the fleets of spirit ships had all been destroyed. In particular, the nearly invincible Legion of Famine. There should be no force beneath that of a true divinity capable of resisting their attack, yet such a legion had been annihilated. Was this possible? In fact, it was thought that this mysterious person was incredibly powerful and would be able to escape the Legion of Famine's pursuit. Of course, this was under the premise that he knew there was an ambush laid out ahead of time for them, so that he could preempt their actions. But for this mysterious person to eliminate the Legion of Famine, that was a nearly unimaginable matter. There might be a mistake, Daiwahen said with disbelief thick in his voice. This news was simply too shocking. He had personally witnessed the strength of the Legion of Famine and wasn't able to believe that there truly existed someone with such ability. The captain responsible for overseeing the scout team is this old monk's great direct disciple. He was naturally born with inherent arcane abilities that could peer into the far-off distance and listen to voices on the endless wind. He should have been able to view the image of the saints from afar, using some clues in order to analyze his information. He is a calm and alert individual, and even if the information we obtain is slightly different, it shouldn't be anything too absurd. Great Limitless Buddha slowly said. Normally, he was the calmest and most peaceful of the eminent monks, but now even he found it difficult to maintain his composure. As he twisted his Buddha beads the speed at which he did, so was clearly much faster than normal. No matter what the case is, we must be careful. Could this be false news intentionally spread by the saints so that we walk into their trap? Battle Sovereign Tabague furrowed his eyebrows, still finding it hard to fully trust the combat report Jade slipped. Emperor Sakya shook his head. The possibility isn't too likely. Originally, as long as Fairy Blue Lotus led the Legion of Famine to search through Padala Galaxy, we would have suffered defeat sooner or later. As for the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, any accident there would be a good situation for the Saints. But the Legion of Famine suddenly withdrew their forces from Padala Galaxy to return to Blood Cloud Galaxy, which in turn gave us a chance to catch our breath. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace at Blood Cloud Galaxy was truly destroyed. The fragments of the spirit ships and the Heavenly Palace have been verified to be real. If this really was a charade, then why would they destroy a Heavenly Palace and kill off so many of their disciples, even giving us a chance to stabilize and restore morale? Just what would the goal behind such actions be? As Emperor Sakya spoke, everyone fell silent. Indeed, when two armies faced off in a war, putting on a ruse or faking some weakness wasn't a rare act. But those who did such things were always on the losing end. Would the saints really harm themselves to put on such a meaningless act? Who is this mysterious person? The god race's Empyrean, Lanlu muttered, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I also wish to know, if there is a chance, I would truly love to see him. After Mount Patala obtained news of the Legion of Famine, other human influences also obtained this information. But because news of the Legion of Famine's utter destruction still required proof, no one dared to publicize it. This was a precaution just in case it really was a smokescreen that the saints had put up. If it was, then these human influences would not only be made into jokes, but the morale of humanity would also suffer. So for these past days, whether it was the humans or saints, neither side found it easy to remain tranquil. In fact, within the Blood Cloud Galaxy, there were even more Saint Scouts, but they didn't manage to find much new information. Lin Ming may control the Legion of Famine, but even at this point in time, no one knew of it. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't know either. This was because Lin Ming had used the magic cube to completely erase the spirit marks that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had left within the Legion of Famine. And according to the previous experiences of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, spirit marks being destroyed would only occur because the Legion of Famine had been destroyed. If the flesh and blood of famine was destroyed, then the spirit marks would naturally disappear. As for someone capable of counter-controlling the flesh and blood of famine, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never met such an existence before. The 33 heavenly Daos were the most common great Daos of the universe. They were no trifling matter. As for famine, It was being used to swallow up the causal relationship that humanity had with the 33 heavenly Tao's 9 divine shifts. But even so, this causal relationship was a part of the heavenly Tao laws. For a mortal to dare reverse the rules of the heavenly Tao, they would be forced to suffer the scourge of the heavens. This wasn't something that one could stop just because they wanted to. And in the process of swallowing the 9 divine shifts, famine and the good fortune Saint Sovereign would have to withstand heavenly tribulation. In the world of martial artists, heavenly tribulation wasn't some incredibly rare phenomenon. Whenever someone rose to the level of the heavenly Tao rules, they would have to withstand heavenly tribulation. But the heavenly Tao rules were also divided into those that were lower and those that were higher. For instance, when a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, when a transcendent divine might was created, when a transcendent divine pill was refined, when a god beast underwent nirvana and grew up, all of these actions would summon heavenly tribulation. However, these types of heavenly tribulation were only of the lowest order. When compared to the 9 divine shifts that famine was swallowing, the difference was as great as the heavens and earth. The good fortune Saint Sun couldn't imagine just what the heavenly tribulation that fell upon famine's body would be like. But what he knew was that if the good fortune Saint Sovereign and famine could both withstand and survive this heavenly tribulation, that would be an incredible advantage for them. With swallowing a portion of the heavenly Tao, famine might be able to undergo another evolution. If so, then the good fortune Saint Sovereign would be another step closer to reaching the boundary beyond divinity. High risks meant high returns. In fact, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had undergone 100 million years of preparation before daring to attempt something like this. He wanted to try what famine did 6 billion years ago. The dangers were astronomical. The slightest mistake would mean him disintegrating into nothing. With this in mind, the good fortune Saint Sun couldn't disturb the good fortune Saint Sovereign no matter what. In fact, the area where the good fortune Saint Sovereign had gone into seclusion was a secret of the highest magnitude. Not even he knew where it was. When it came to something like this, the good fortune Saint Sovereign wouldn't trust anyone. In particular, there was still his greatest rival, the Soul Emperor. With this person's transcendent methods, it wouldn't be difficult for him to extract any information he desired from the good fortune Saint Sun's mind. This mysterious Soul Emperor was the character that the good fortune Saint Sovereign feared most in his life. Even now, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't know what endgame the Soul Emperor was playing towards. However, he had no doubts about how vast the Soul Emperor's ambitions were. If he wanted to contend with the Soul Emperor, then he could only rely on famine. If famine was able to evolve further, then it would be able to devour the infinite energy, matter, and laws of the universe, allowing it to become infinitely close to the beyond divinity boundary. The good fortune Saint Sovereign might even be able to use famine to swallow the Soul Emperor's destiny, and perhaps even the karma between the Spiritas and the heavenly Tao. At that time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would no longer fear the Soul Emperor, the chess game of the world, and its secrets, the true thoughts within the good fortune Saint Sovereign's heart. These were things that the good fortune Saint Sun only vaguely knew about. The eyes of the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the good fortune Saint Sun saw the world differently. All that the good fortune Saint Sovereign saw was this world chess game, and the only ones playing it were the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor. As for everyone else, including the good fortune Saint Sun, the many Saint Empyreans, the legion of famine, humanity, Empyrean divine dream, everyone else within the world, they were nothing but mere chess pieces. The only difference was that these board pieces varied between big and small, important and unimportant. Towards all of this, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't feel sad or chagrined at all. This was the inevitable result that came from a disparity of absolute strength. At the same time, he naturally wasn't resigned to forever remaining a chess piece. Thus, he had to continuously increase his strength. And presently, this mysterious person before him was a great challenge. If he couldn't pass this test and had to rely on the good fortune Saint Sovereign, who couldn't and wouldn't help him, then what qualifications did he have to become a chess player in the future? Thinking of this, the good fortune Saint's son began to seethe with fighting spirit. If they want to come, then come. If they want to fight, then fight. The good fortune Saint's son circulated his astral essence and evaporated all the sweat and grime that covered him. Then he put on his robes and battle armor and stepped out of the small world. He arrived at the official meeting hall, and it was at this time that a scout passed him another combat report jade slip. This jade slip left the good fortune Saint's son completely stunned. This was something that the Saint Scouts had found in the wreckage of the Heavenly Palace at Blood Cloud Galaxy. It was a crystal fragment with an image contained within, and coincidentally, this crystal fragment recorded the incomplete image of that mysterious person. In this image, a mysterious man rode atop a black dragon. He held a spear, shattering planets with a wave of his hand. This recording only lasted a brief moment. But the moment that the good fortune Saint's son saw it, he felt his heart skip a beat and his complexion turn ugly. As for the Saint race military officers that were standing in the meeting hall, none of them dared to speak, as they saw the good fortune Saint's son glower upon obtaining this information jade slip. They were afraid of attracting his anger. For a time, the entire hall fell silent. The good fortune Saint's son's complexion changed again, and again, all sorts of thoughts rapidly racing through his mind. The weapon is a spear. The mount is a dragon. How can there be such a coincidence? He definitely remembered what occurred over 6,000 years ago when he fought in the most shameful battle of his life, during the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast. Lin Ming had jumped ranks to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Ming had leapt past an entire large boundary to do so. A divine lord had defeated a holy lord. At the time, Lin Ming had taken out a stake for his gambling fight. That was a dragon egg. The several veteran officers glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2030, The Eve of the Storm. Chapter 2030, The Eve of the Storm. Lin Ming sat deep in meditation in a remote space. In front of him, the life blood essence from Soaring Feather God King's feather had already been drawn out. This feather was jade green in color, and the blood thread in the center was the life blood essence of Soaring Feather God King. Now, this blood thread had condensed atop Lin Ming's fingertip, turned into a small mote of red light. Lin Ming waved his hand, and this red light sunk into his body, swimming through his blood vessels. With the support of the feather conversion art, Soaring Feather's energy didn't come into much conflict with Lin Ming. This strength was as gentle as a feather. It dissipated into thousands and millions of threads that integrated into his muscles. A faint sound, like the passing of water through a spring, echoed into the air. For a time, Lin Ming felt his body warm up. But no matter how compatible this strength was, it would be impossible for him to completely absorb it and turn it into his own without wasting a bit. This was just like a mortal eating food. While their body could absorb it, the amount that would become their own flesh and blood was incredibly small. Time passed. After 10 days, Lin Ming was still deep in meditation. Seals of the heavenly Tao fell down. Soaring Feather's bloodline energy poured into Lin Ming's inner world, gathering into the Supreme Phantom. Lin Ming's Supreme Phantom became increasingly tall as it grew more and more. the phantom became increasingly real. The power of divinity and demons gathered within it, including all sorts of great Tao laws circulating throughout. In that moment, Lin Ming felt that only the thinnest film blocked him from breaking into the Empyrean realm. As long as he put in a little effort, he could truly shatter through his cocoon and become a butterfly. The supreme phantom within his inner world would condense into true reality, and he would step into the Empyrean realm. He could even faintly feel that there was a subtle contact between him and the 33 heavenly Daos. The power of heavenly tribulation seemed to brew high above him, eyeing him covetously. The Empyrean boundary was a watershed. In the last 6 billion years of human history, besides divine dream, all true divinities had gone extinct. In fact, even most human martial artists didn't know of the existence of true divinities because of humanity's limited vision and their customs. When they referred to the true divinities of ancient times, they called them Empyreans. An Empyrean meant the limit of human martial artists. Upon entering the Empyrean boundary, one would step onto the highest stage of the entire divine realm, sitting high atop heaven and overlooking the common world below. In the end, Lin Ming paused just before he broke into the Empyrean boundary. Afterwards, the heavenly tribulation that began brewing in the highest heavens also hid itself away. Soaring feather god King's blood essence was strong, but its intensity didn't satisfy him. Although he could have used it to break into the Empyrean realm, the truth was that he would have barely been able to do so. What Lin Ming wanted was to further accumulate his energy, preparing for the time when he could truly soar. To become a peerless powerhouse required sufficient time. Although rice could be planted and harvested in several months, true divinity-level heavenly materials often required tens or hundreds of millions of years to breed. What Lin Ming wanted was a god-level spirit treasure, and he had even decided on a better choice. That was the avatar of famine that was controlled by the good fortune saint's son. Lin Ming planned on wresting away famine's avatar, and then using the massive amount of blood vitality contained within to shred apart the Empyrean bottleneck in a single go. Good fortune saint's son, it seems we are destined to be opponents. Over 6,000 years ago we fought once. Now, I will come looking for you once more. Lin Ming faintly smiled. The truth was that one of the reasons he had stirred up such chaos and turmoil in the backline of the saints was to draw the good fortune saint's son to him and then capture famine's avatar. But he never thought that the good fortune saint's son would manage to be so calm and rational about the situation. Not only did he not come, but it was Fairy Blue Lotus and the Legion of Famine that arrived instead. Although the sum total of the Legion of Famine was far inferior to famine's avatar, it was still a generous gift to Lin Ming. Now, since the good fortune saint's son didn't plan on coming here, Lin Ming planned to look for him on his own initiative. Blue Lotus, where is the good fortune saint's son now? Lin Ming called out. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes moved. She asked, does Master wish to deal with the good fortune saint's son? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. As Blue Lotus listened to this, a happy expression unexpectedly appeared on her face. Although she was being controlled by Lin Ming, some of her previous preferences and personality had been retained. She had an extremely poor relationship with the good fortune saint's son, and he had given her considerable trouble throughout the years. It was not a secret throughout the entire saint race that the two of them were struggling against each other. In fact, the reason that Fairy Blue Lotus joined forces with Shishin was in large part because they shared a common enemy in the good fortune saint's son. Reporting to Master, the good fortune saint's son has never exchanged information with us. But according to reports from my subordinates, the good fortune saint's son has been delayed in the hidden Dragon Galaxy for a long time. Oh, what is he planning to do there? There should be some important human figure there that he wishes to deal with. As for who it is, I am not sure. The good fortune saint's son fears that if we were to find out this information, then we would intrude on him and steal away his prize. So, when it comes to sharing information concerning humanity, he has never done so with us. I understand. Then our next stop will be the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. As Lin Ming spoke, he was a bit worried. Just who was this important human figure that Blue Lotus spoke of for such a long time? The whereabouts of the various top human influences had been kept secret. Besides themselves, no other human influences knew about their location in order to prevent spies from leaking information. This created a great deal of hardship for Lin Ming as he tried to look for the human elites. Let's go. As Lin Ming spoke, a black palace began spinning in front of him, rapidly increasing in size until it expanded to hundreds of miles in radius. This was Primordius Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming was the first to fly into the Heavenly Palace. He has always been a brash and confident individual, even somewhat haughty, but now that he is facing this mysterious person, he is actually being so careful. It's clear from this just how much he fears this person. This mysterious person is indeed incredible. The saints have been in the limelight for far too long. With the Spiritas remaining quiet, they have nearly swept throughout the entire 33 heavens with no one daring to offend them. However, that mysterious person has relied on their strength alone to cause the saints to suffer such disastrous defeats. That is truly terrifying. I have a premonition that this mysterious person will come seek us out. As Emperor Sakya spoke to hear, his eyes sparkled. At this time, a messenger transmitted information to him. The saint armies had appeared several hundred millions of miles away. Dark Demon Monarch and Emperor Sakya both rapidly read through the information jade slip. According to the direction that they arrived from, these armies should have come from Saint Convocation Heaven. Everyone had already guessed that a great battle would erupt in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, but they never imagined that this battle would come so quickly. What do we do? Dark Demon Monarch asked Emperor Sakya. We fight. Brilliant fighting intent blazed in Emperor Sakya's eyes. The reason they came to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was to support Xiao Moxian and assist the mysterious person. They couldn't always wait for that mysterious person to appear and strike out on his own. Rather, following the information they received, they would have to take the initiative at times, launching a frontal assault on the Saint armies and giving the mysterious person a chance to do what they needed to. Emperor Sakya was very much looking forwards to the battle between this mysterious person and the good fortune saint's son. Chapter 2031, Collision. Chapter 2031, Collision. In the dark and ghostly starry skies, giant phantoms flew forwards. This was the Second Legion of the Saint armies, and was considered to be one of the most mysterious and terrifying legions subordinate to the saints. The Saints' Second Legion was composed entirely of primal saints. The saints controlled 7 heavens. Because this area was far too vast and communication was rare, the saints within the various universes evolved separately, diverging off into numerous branches. The primal saints were one such branch. Their mortal bodies and bloodlines were stronger, they were more robust and burly, and their skin was a brownish black. But these things weren't the truly defining special characteristics of the primal saints. What truly defined them was their spirit ships. The primal saints' spirit ships weren't spirit treasures that had been forged and refined, but genuine living life forms. These massive life forms were spindle-shaped. Their bodies were 100 miles long, and countless green points of light lit them up. These green lights flickered in the darkness of space and served as an extremely striking contrast. From behind their bodies, long tentacles reached out, and fins unfurled from their sides. From afar, they seemed like squid swimming through the water. Of course, they were billions and trillion times larger than a squid. Moreover, they weren't life forms that had evolved in the seas, but life forms that had evolved to live in the starry skies. With their mortal bodies as a ship, one could roam freely through space. These were ancient space beasts, primordial monsters that resided in the St. Brahmic heavens. The primal saints also lived in the St. Brahmic heavens, and the powerhouses there were able to use their overwhelming strength to subdue these space beasts and make them sign contracts where these space beasts became their spirit ships. These ancient beasts possessed a separate space within their bodies that could carry tens of thousands of ancient warriors. After these ancient beasts grew up, their bodies could surpass hundreds of miles in length, and they also possessed a horrifying strength. Their tentacles could take root in the center of a planet and absorb its essence, eventually sucking dry all of a planet's origin energy. The Saints' Second Legion was entirely composed of these primal saints and giant squid creatures. Their combat strength was dreadful. The weakest of these giant squid possessed a peak Holy Lord level strength, and many of them neared a world king in power. There were even a dozen some ancient space beasts that were several thousand miles in length, which possessed the strength of an Empyrean. As for the primal saints, they had even more Empyreans amongst their ranks. The leader of the Second Legion was an Empyrean and the patriarch of the primal saint race. He had reached the peak Empyrean realm over 10 million years ago, and even amongst peak Empyreans he was considered an outstanding individual. In addition, the Second Legion had several vice commanders that were also peak Empyreans. The saints had a number of Empyreans over 10 times that of humanity, and now they had come out in force. The saints had 6 main legions stationed at St. Convocation Heaven, and any single one of these legions had over 50 Empyreans. In front there is a legion of humans that has launched an attack against us. From within an ancient space beast, atop a giant array disk projection, one could see a giant golden Buddha. This golden Buddha was emitting a dazzling golden light, and an incredibly terrifying amount of energy was constantly condensing within it. It was clear that it was preparing to emit a monstrous blow. A golden Buddha. According to our intelligence, that should be the pack of monks from Mount Patala. The one leading them is Emperor Sakya, one of humanity's peak masters. On the central throne inside the ancient space beast, a middle-aged man wrapped in black battle armor slowly spoke. This ancient space beast was the flagship of the primal saints. This flagship alone had 3 peak Empyreans aboard. Engage them. The orders that the good fortune saint's son passed down to us are to surround the hidden Dragon Galaxy and form a blockade. While we need to whittle down the human forces as much as possible, it is more important that we delay for time. In particular, we must focus on information concerning that mysterious man. Since these human fools have delivered themselves to our door, let's fight them here. The black-armored middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the primal saints. In the war against humanity, the primal saints would also be able to obtain a massive amount of benefits. As for how great these benefits were, it would all depend on their military exploits. If they could heavily damage Malpotala's forces, then that would definitely be a great merit for them. Over a dozen giant ancient space beasts gathered together in the starry skies, forming 3 supermassive space beasts that were over 3,000 miles in length. At the same time, dozens of Empyreans began pouring their energies into these space beasts from within, causing a terrifying black light to shoot out. This black light collided with the golden light emitted from Mount Potala's giant Buddha ship. Bang! In that moment, it was like a sun exploded. The surrounding void for millions of miles completely shattered, and terrifying space-time storms swept out, rolling up everything within it. These two great influences had dozens of Empyreans joining together to exchange strikes. The energy detonation created was incredibly dreadful, and even the shockwaves were alarming. Though the two fleets were over 1 million miles away from each other, they still received varying degrees of damage. Within the giant golden Buddha, Emperor Sakya frowned. The saints were simply too horribly formidable. Between the saints and humans existed a disparity of Empyreans that was nearly insurmountable. Now that the good fortune Saint Sun transferred so many Empyreans here, they had created an absolute power that far outstripped humanity. They had only encountered a single legion, and yet things had become so troublesome. Once the other legions arrived, then it would be difficult for them to have any effect within the hidden Dragon Galaxy. It couldn't be forgotten that within the hidden Dragon Galaxy also lurked Famine's avatar and the good fortune Saint Sun. Although the saints had suffered repeated losses because of the mysterious person, the saints were still far above humanity in strength. These saint bastards, if we continue fighting like this, then it will be difficult for us to carry out our original rescue plan, Tabagwe said. Lin Ming had shown great graciousness to the ancient races. Thus he was particularly anxious to save Xiao Moxian and Lin Huang. At this time, the armies of Mount Patala were startled because of the strength of their opponents. But at the same time on the saint side, the primal saint patriarch also thought that Mount Potala's strength far surpassed his expectations. Our opponents should have less Empyreans than we do, and we also have the ancient space beasts coordinating our attacks. Our total combat strength should have risen 50%. And yet the result is we still couldn't manage to suppress them. Humanity truly does have a few outstanding elites that cannot be underestimated. What should we do? If we continue fighting, then it will only be a stalemate. The blood that we will have to spill doesn't seem worth it. Although the primal saints desired military exploits, they wouldn't do something like paying a ridiculously steep price to obtain them. Don't worry. The orders we received are only to blockade the hidden Dragon Galaxy and make sure that mysterious person is delayed outside to draw out more time. It doesn't matter if we don't do anything to our enemies. As long as we complete our task, then we will still receive military merits. I don't have any idea what the good fortune Saint Sun is planning. It's as if there is something within this hidden Dragon Galaxy that is extremely important to him. As the primal saints discussed the situation, their attacks didn't stop. The fight had already reached an impasse. Mount Patala and the primal saints had both suffered damage. The fierce battle continued for less than an hour. Mount Patala lost 7 or 8 spirit ships, but the truth was that these spirit ships were moving battle array formations. Peak array masters had refined array formation cores and then wrapped them in metallic armor. Once the human warriors within these spirit ships distributed themselves across the battlefield, they could rapidly gather their strength together and erupt with a terrifying barrage. This was the most effective combat method for warfare between armies. The collective superimposed power of an army was inevitably much greater than that of an individual. As Mount Patala lost 7 or 8 spirit ships, and the primal saints also lost around 10 ancient space beasts, the blood of the space beasts scattered out, dyeing the endless void red. Even though both sides hadn't gone all out, this war scene was still incredibly brutal. But in the end, it was the human side that withdrew first. This was because their scouts had reported that far off in the distant starry space, another saint army was approaching. Without a doubt, this army also came from Saint Convocation Heaven. If Mount Patala were to continue this current battle, then they would inevitably be encircled. At that time, the losses would be dire. Emperor Sakya couldn't help but issue an order for the retreat of the army. The human spirit ships withdrew for 10 million miles. Then, After undergoing 2 great void shifts, they temporarily stationed themselves within a hidden nebula. Like this, they had gone even farther from the core region of the hidden dragon galaxy. This caused many human martial artists to frown. So far, nothing in their rescue plan had gone well. They never thought that so many Saint armies would gather in the hidden dragon galaxy, seeming as if they planned to launch a final showdown here. The Saints have established a blockade surrounding the core region of the hidden dragon galaxy. Just the 2nd Legion alone is on par with us in strength. With the other legions added on, the Saints have a total war strength over 5 times our own. This doesn't even include the good fortune Saint's son. Within the official meeting hall, the various commanders of humanity were analyzing the reports sent in by the scouts. All of them were frowning. The truth was that several human armies had yet to catch up. For instance, the armies led by Skyrend God Lord and Empyrean Vast Universe. But even if they arrived, they still wouldn't be able to change anything. The disparity was too great. With humanity's strength, they could engage the Saints in guerrilla warfare. But once they met in direct battle, there would be far too many problems that would appear. What lies in front of us now are the 2nd and 3rd legions of the Saint armies. The 2 legions have joined together, so it will be impossible for us to break through. But it seems that they don't have any intention of launching an attack on us on their own initiative. They have only activated array formation enchantments and are waiting for us to come. The Saints had only established light layers of array formation enchantments. To destroy them was extremely easy, but once a high-level martial artist were to run in, the enchantment would immediately discover their presence. In addition, these enchantments had the ability to prevent sound transmissions from coming in or out, and were able to block out all communication that passed between the human forces. In this situation, the hidden dragon galaxy was like an isolated island separated from the world. Emperor Sakia and the others were all convening an emergency military meeting in order to plan their next step. But at this time, no one noticed that in a place deep in the universe, the dark starry void tore open. A black fortress flew out like a ghost from a space crack. Master, the Saint armies have been discovered up ahead. Within the black fortress, Blue Lotus's voice echoed out from a chamber. The Saint race armies. In the chamber, a black-clothed youth opened his eyes from his meditation. Chapter 2032, Black Fortress. Chapter 2032, Black Fortress. Here. The chamber door was pushed open, and Lin Ming appeared at the entrance. He was like a sharp and swift spear, emitting a breathtaking momentum from his head to his toes. Master, Blue Lotus bowed. Rise. Tell me what the situation is. Lin Ming stepped in front of a porthole. From this porthole, he could already see vague and blurry dots of light in the far-off distance. These were the numerous spirit ships of the Saint Legions. It was clear that there was a force of saints in front of them, and the size of their army was massive. Reporting to Master, it has already been verified that what lies in front is the 2nd Legion and 3rd Legion of the Saints. They should have been stationed in Saint Convocation Heaven, but for some reason have been transferred to the hidden dragon galaxy. Fairy Blue Lotus had an extremely keen understanding into the Saints. She only needed to see the silhouette of those giant squid-like space beasts and count their approximate number to understand that the 2nd Legion had come out in full strength. As for the 3rd Legion, they also had a title like the 2nd Legion. They were called the Iron Lion Legion and possessed similarly unique characteristics. These characteristics were defined by the spirit ships they drove. From afar, these spirit ships appeared to be giant metal lions. The Iron Lion Legion was composed of the Saint race's Astral Saint tribe. The Astral Saint tribe gathered the best array masters and refining masters of the saints. They were able to arrange the most powerful array formations and subsequently refine them into top-grade spirit ships. These spirit ships that the Iron Lion Legion utilized were all Empyrean-level spirit treasures. The several flagships leading them were in no way worse than Primordius' Heavenly Palace. During a battle between armies, the use of a spirit ship was undeniably essential. The quality of its array formations was directly correlated to its martial artist's offensive and defensive capabilities. Back when Lin Ming fought Tian Mingzi and a massive disparity in strength still divided them, he was able to use Primordius' Heavenly Palace to catch a moment of reprieve before finally reversing the battle. Fairy Blue Lotus gave every piece of detailed information she knew about the Saints' 2nd and 3rd Legions to Lin Ming. She even knew the internal sound transmission marks of the army. If she wanted, she could intercept part of their information transmissions. According to the current situation, the Good Fortune Saint's son should have gathered several armies to come to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. These armies were originally responsible for guarding Saint Convocation Heaven and to serve as a deterrent against the Spiritas. They wouldn't be easily transferred here. But presently, the Good Fortune Saint's son has started to gather all these armies here. This is an extremely unusual decision. From the evidence, he might be aiming at some powerhouse. The Saint army stationed at Saint Convocation Heaven possess over 400 Empyreans, and even peak Empyreans aren't uncommon. These peak Empyreans each have incredibly deep backgrounds and have concealed their true strengths. Even I do not know the particular details on them. In addition, each of these Saint Legions possesses a special attribute. For instance, the 2nd Legion has the Ancient Space Beasts, and the 3rd Legion has the Empyrean Level Spirit Treasure Iron Lion battleships. As Fairy Blue Lotus spoke to here, she cautiously peeked at Lin Ming. The giant saint armies and their numerous hidden masters were laid out in front of Lin Ming. This was no trifling force, and she was curious what countermeasures her master would take. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He gazed at the 2nd and 3rd Legions deep in space, and then succinctly said, "Kill them all." With an order of just 3 words, this command left Fairy Blue Lotus's heart racing. Understood. The 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions only discovered Lin Ming approaching them a full hour later. This was because Lin Ming only had a single spirit ship, and the target was far too small, giving him an advantage conducive to hiding. As for the Saints, their army was far too large, and they couldn't hide themselves at all. Moreover, this was also because Fairy Blue Lotus had an extremely sharp understanding of the Saints. With her personally scouting the way, how could the Saint Scouts possibly hope to compete with her? An unknown spirit ship is approaching. A warning suddenly rang through the Saint armies. At this time, from a mere 1,000,000 miles away, a pitch-black fortress was hurtling towards them. This fortress seemed to meld in with the surrounding darkness of space, making it nearly imperceptible. Its surface didn't shine with the least bit of gloss, making it appear like a city of dead ghosts. "Who is it? Hurry and stop where you are." A dignified voice spread through space. This was a warning from a Saint Empyrean. The pitch-black castle was the transformed form of Primordius' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming had used the ancient Elysium seal to stabilize the eye of Primordius' Heavenly Palace. The ancient Elysium seal was originally forged to be the center of a grand array formation and was a true divinity spirit treasure, personally refined by Empyrean Divine Seal. With it stabilized the central eye of Primordius' Heavenly Palace, the array formation of the Heavenly Palace had become several times stronger. In the past, Primordius' Heavenly Palace was comparable to the flagships of the Iron Lion Legion, but now it far outstripped those flagships in power. Primordius' Heavenly Palace floated closer and closer. In the darkness of space, It was like an ancient vicious beast lying dormant in the depths of the universe, seething with killing intent. Attack! A commanding officer of the Saint armies mercilessly ordered. This unidentified spirit ship didn't listen to warnings and was continuing to approach them. In order to ensure the safety of the fleet, they would naturally eliminate it. According to all common sense, this sort of small spirit ship facing off against the combined fleet of 2 Saint Army legions was no different from a mouse against lions. The difference was so incredibly great that it was simply impossible to pose any threat. However, the joint armies of the saints had received orders from the good fortune Saint Sun to be wary of the presence of a mysterious person. Although the officers of the joint armies felt the rumors about this mysterious figure were a bit exaggerated, as military officers, they strictly obeyed orders. They weren't stupid enough to make mistakes because of some sense of blind arrogance. Over a dozen spirit ships began to light up with a divine light. More than 20 Empyreans simultaneously struck out against Lin Ming. This was already a terrifying strike. However, as everyone thought that this black fortress would be annihilated by the divine light, the surface of the fortress began to exude a bright halo of bloody fog. As the divine light struck this bloody fog, an unbelievable scene occurred. The bloody fog trembled for several moments before completely swallowing up the divine light. The joint attack of over 20 Empyreans actually vanished like a stone in water, disappearing without doing any damage to the Black Fortress. What? The Saint martial artists were stunned, and at this time, the Black Fortress accelerated forwards. With mind-boggling speed, it impacted towards the core of the joint Saint legions. Primordius Heavenly Palace was extremely fast to begin with, and now that it had evolved with the true Divinity Spirit Treasure Ancient Elysium seal, and in a situation where it burnt 9 sun jades without reserve, its speed now surpassed the speed of a peak Empyrean. Legion of Famine, obey my orders. Activate body metamorphosis. Within the core of Primordius Heavenly Palace, the Legion of Famine's tens of thousands of holy lords and 2,000 world kings were already standing firmly around the array formation. As Lin Ming issued an order, these Legion of Famine warriors began to emit crackling sounds from all over their bodies. Bloody tentacles drilled out from their bodies, wildly waving about in the air. After the Legion of Famine underwent body metamorphosis, their strength nearly rose by an entire large boundary. A peak holy lord could compare with a world king. A great world king could compare with an Empyrean. The power of 54,000 holy lords gathered onto 2,000 ordinary world kings, and then further channeled into 180 great world kings. After undergoing body metamorphosis, these great world kings all possessed the combat strength of an Empyrean. When all was added together, the Legion of Famine possessed a terrifying strength comparable to 200 Empyreans. Within the second and third Saint Legions, their Empyreans added together came up to just over 100. The Legion of Famine's war strength was only comparable to the weakest of Empyreans. But because they were connected together by the flesh and blood of famine, making them all of the same origin, the formations they were able to line up in were something that normal Saint martial artists could not compare with. When it came to comparing in ultimate strength, the Legion of Famine was superior. After those, 180 Empyrean-level martial artists were also 4 Saint generals personally commanding them. At this time, besides Fairy Blue Lotus not transforming, Dark Moon, High Sun, and Shishin had already completed their famine body metamorphosis. These 3 originally had the combat strength of an Empyrean, and were even considered amazingly strong amongst Empyreans. After undergoing body metamorphosis, their strength reached the level of peak Empyreans. High Sun had transformed into an ancient vicious beast, Dark Moon had become a peerlessly seductive sorceress, and Shishan's clothes had torn apart as his former handsome appearance disappeared, replaced by the visage of a cruel and ferocious demon. All the spiritual strength of the Legion of Famine poured into Lin Ming. Then he attacked. With his right hand grasping the black dragon spear, he suddenly stabbed it into the array heart. The ancient Elysium seal hummed and revolved around him, stabilizing the eye of the array formation. Lin Ming gathered his hands together. The power of divinity and demons erupted, and a terrifying strength gushed out from Primordius' heavenly palace. Compared to the great explosion that had destroyed the Saint Race army at Blood Cloud Galaxy, this attack was several times stronger. Moreover, this strength was no longer an indiscriminate attack, but was focused in clear directions. The energies gathered into beams of light that shot out in all directions. With this, the striking efficiency of the attack increased 100 times over. Puff, puff, pa. 3 Iron Lion battleships were pierced through by light beams, instantly exploding and disintegrating to nothing. The highly condensed light beam immediately vaporized the 3 Empyreans atop the battleships, and these light beams only became faster and fiercer as they shot forwards. Some light beams even penetrated 2 spirit ships at once. The hell? Damn it. Seeing this terrifying divine light swallow all, the peak Empyreans of the Joint Saint Legions were panic-stricken. Their figures disappeared from their spirit ships, and in the next moment they appeared in the vast and boundless starry space. 8 peak Empyreans moved together, gathering their energies to lock in Primordius' heavenly palace so that it wouldn't be able to emit its energy and would self-destruct in response. Scatter! Attack! A peak Empyrean sent out an order. This order was simple, so simple that to some it might be hard to understand. However, the spirit ships of the Joint Saint Legions responded quickly. All of the spirit ships dispersed, moving back even as they launched attacks towards Primordius' heavenly palace. They were assisting the 8 peak Empyreans in suppressing Primordius' heavenly palace. To execute these maneuvers so perfectly, one couldn't help but marvel at how terrifyingly skilled the Saint Legions were. But unfortunately, the opponent they encountered was Lin Ming. Bang, bang. 2 more Iron Lion battleships were pierced through by a beam of light, immediately exploding to ashes. And at this time, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the world. The cosmic void ripped apart, and a dragon head 1,000 miles long peered out. Its dark amber eyes coldly stared at its prey in the vastness of space. Chapter 2033, Scattered Like Leaves. Chapter 2033, Scattered Like Leaves. Roar. The great dark dragon roared upwards, a terrifying dragon roar stirring up a storm. Its giant jaws opened wide and bit down on a primal saint's ancient space beast. The ancient space beast was over 100 miles long, and yet it was unexpectedly ripped open by the black dragon's jaws. It cried out miserably, violently struggling, but in the end it couldn't free itself from the black dragon's grasp. Its body was torn in half, and the ruined pieces of flesh and blood were directly swallowed up into the black dragon's stomach. The black dragon didn't pause. It waved its thick tail, wildly sweeping out like a knife. Pung, pung, pung. Multiple Iron Lion battleships were slashed in half by the dragon tail. Space beast after space beast was severed in 2 by the black dragon's razor-sharp wings. Storms of energy whipped up as blood filled the skies. The ancient space beasts were horrifying monsters of the void, But how could they stand side by side with a black dragon that possessed a king bloodline and had also swallowed the flesh and blood essence of famine? Roar! The black dragon threw itself onto a 1,000-mile-long king of the space beasts. This giant squid was only as long as the black dragon's body, and it wielded its thick tentacles, wanting to pierce through the black dragon and push it away. However, the black dragon's strength was at a level this squid simply couldn't compare with. The black dragon's sharp claws dug deep into the ancient space beast's body. Beneath the rending claws, the massive tentacles of the space beast were truly no different from those of an actual squid. They were torn apart at the roots. Attack! Attack that black dragon! A peak Empyrean cried out in alarm. The ancient space beast being torn apart was his life's contract beast, and as he saw his own contract beast being ripped apart to the point of death, he felt his heart drip blood. However, just as he shouted out these words, he wasn't able to open his mouth again, nor did he have any way to help his contract beast. This was because he could feel an even more terrifying energy storm brewing within the Black Fortress, one that was completely beyond his control. Even though they had 8 peak Empyreans joining together, in addition to support from the 2nd and 3rd Legions, they still couldn't contend with the might of this Black Fortress. It was hard to imagine just how deep and horrifying the background of the character in the Black Fortress was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, 3 figures flew out from within Primordius' heavenly palace. These figures were Lin Ming's avatars. They were completely similar to Lin Ming in appearance. As the 4 of them stood in the center of the array formation, Lin Ming's aura doubled and doubled yet again. Lin Ming's hands weaved together, forming a yin-yang diagram. The power of divinity and demons, as well as the power of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, were all fused into the array formation through him. The other 3 Lin Mings also used their own methods. Pure strength of essence, energy, and divine constantly flowed into the great array. For a time, the array formation began to light up like a massive sun. A terrifying strength erupted like 10,000 tsunamis smashing out together. Bang! Energy erupted, colliding with the 8 peak Empyreans surrounding Primordius' heavenly palace and causing them to all tumble backwards, vomiting blood. In that brief moment, their meridians had broken in innumerable places, and their blood vitality had been overdrawn, causing their strength to fall to the lowest ditch. Ah! 2 peak Empyreans cried out in pain. The instant they flew backwards, 2 incredibly thick beams of light shot out from Primordius' heavenly palace, directly piercing through these 2 peak Empyreans. Puff! Blood shot out. The mortal bodies of peak Empyreans were incredibly tough. Even after being struck by these terrifying beams of light, they didn't instantly die, but were simply pierced through. Yet in this battle, being struck by a light beam was no different from immediately dying. The black dragon howled into the starry space and swiftly flew over. Its 2 great claws stretched out, fishing up these 2 peak Empyreans and swallowing them into its stomach. As a top-rank god beast, the black dragon also possessed the ability to absorb the essence energy of powerhouses and transform it into its own strength. However, it just didn't possess the abnormal swallowing talent that famine did. In this battle, the black dragon reaped far too many benefits. The ancient space beasts were recklessly eaten up by it. This scene was similar to a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep, their crimson blood turning space red. 6 peak Empyreans were heavily wounded, and 2 perished. The joint Saint Legions had taken these 8 Saint Empyreans as the core of their resistance, and with this strike their energy, net they cast over Primordius' heavenly palace was immediately torn open. In a flash, the energy of Primordius' heavenly palace was like a flood bursting out from a shattered dam, recklessly hurtling outwards. Beams of crimson divine light shot out, passing through the joint saint legions like divine blades. These beams of light were unstoppable. Every Iron Lion spirit ship that was struck immediately exploded into space dust, and the ancient space beasts were sliced in half, their blood flying out. Primordius' heavenly palace was a giant meat grinder that tore through the joint saint legions. Wherever it went, the amazingly powerful saint legions would disintegrate. This was no different from a one-sided slaughter. From tens of millions of miles away, the scouts of Mount Patala saw beams of divine light illuminate the horizon. What is happening? That's where the joint saint legions are. Could they have started fighting? After the joint saint legions came to a stop and stationed themselves, the human alliance naturally had to keep an eye on their actions. This distance was already the limit that these human scouts could investigate from. If they were to approach any close, then there was a high chance they would be discovered by the saints. If so, the consequences could be imagined. But now, as they saw such a massive change occurring in the joint saint legions, they couldn't sit idly by. Let's go and take a look. Everyone be careful. Understood. Scouting was a dangerous field of work, but at this time it was their duty to gather information on what was occurring. 6 World King-level scouts quietly disappeared into the void, rapidly rushing towards the area where the great battle was erupting. More and more explosions rang through the world. The divine light shining from all over became increasingly bright. The saint fleets had been scared silly from the amount of slaughter occurring. They were all top elites, but in a battle where the disparity in strength was so massive, and in facing this enemy that was like a death reaper, they simply couldn't summon the courage to keep fighting. Retreat. Everyone scatter and retreat. The primal saint patriarch endured the pain in his heart to issue this order, but just as he was issuing the order, his voice fell silent, as if his words had been cut in half by an icy saber. At this time, the primal saint patriarch felt his entire body turn cold, and his pupils contract. Just 100 feet away from him, a black-clothed shadow had torn open space and walked out from a space crack like a death god paying a visit. This man held a black spear, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. The primal saint patriarch immediately understood that this was the mysterious person the good fortune saint's son spoke of. Although the good fortune saint's son had repeatedly emphasized that this mysterious person was not to be underestimated, if the primal saint patriarch didn't see with his own eyes, it would be impossible for him to profoundly realize just how true the good fortune saint's son's words were. Originally, he even believed that the good fortune saint's son was making a great fuss over nothing to order the 6 legions of the saints to transfer over to the hidden dragon galaxy. After all, this was all in order to deal with a single mysterious person. But now, the primal saint patriarch realized he had been wrong, and wrong to an outrageous degree. The primal saint patriarch looked at Lin Ming. His eyes flashed with red light, and in that moment he burned his blood essence without hesitation. The blood vitality of a peak Saint Empyrean was extremely powerful. Now that it was burnt, it was like a sun rising in the night sky. For the surroundings hundreds of thousands of miles, everyone began to heat up because of this peak Saint Empyrean burning up his blood essence. The primal saints were a brave and bloody clan, although they were cruel and merciless to other races. When the moment of life or death truly arrived, they wouldn't shrink backwards. Several peak Empyreans appeared around Lin Ming. They all started to burn their blood essence together. At this time, none of them had any other choice. Lin Ming faced 4 peak Empyreans together. The remaining 2 were dealt with by the Black Dragon. As for Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming had handed down command to Fairy Blue Lotus. She already possessed the ability to command the Legion of Famine. And now that the flesh and blood of famine had been fused into her, commanding them was even easier. The reason Lin Ming didn't have fairy blue lotus underbody metamorphosis was to have her command the Legion of Famine in the most clear-headed manner possible. More beams of light shot out. Another spirit ship was torn apart, and it was now that Lin Ming attacked. For Peak Empyrean stood in 4 different directions. Lin Ming swept out his spear, first targeting the primal Saint Patriarch. The Patriarch was the strongest of the 4, but he was Lin Ming's first target. This was self-confidence that stemmed from his own strength. Lin Ming's attack wasn't flashy. It was only a simple straight thrust. But his speed was too fast, surpassing the rate with which one could react. Spear light howled out. Behind Lin Ming, 9 great stars floated in the air. 5 Tao palaces opened up together, and the power of divinity and demons wildly flooded outwards. There was simply no time to dodge. The primal Saint Patriarch could only roar out loud and take a giant axe to smash down at Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming and the primal Saint Patriarch were like 2 meteors clashing together in space. Bang! Energy ripples visible to the naked eye began spreading outwards. From this single clash, the primal Saint Patriarch was hurled backwards like a comet. The blood vessels on his body had burst open due to the excessive impact force, and his arms were stained with blood. The great axe in his hands was pounded into a curve, making it look like a drawn bow. Damn it! The 3 other Empyreans roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's blood bubbled over with heat. He grasped his long spear, sweeping out. Pung! 3 Peak Empyreans that burnt their blood essence were sent flying away, all of them vomiting blood. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Just as the primal Saint Patriarch recovered, he saw Lin Ming rapidly flying towards him. With another great bellow, he grabbed his great axe and brought it crashing down at Lin Ming's head. However, Lin Ming didn't even attempt to evade. He grasped the Black Dragon Spear and also smashed it outwards. With another collision, the primal Saint Patriarch's arms fractured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body ripped open like a bag of blood, and even white bones were visible, tens of thousands of miles away. Everything that occurred fell into the eyes of the human scouts. They used specialized eye techniques to see what was occurring, whether it was the Black Fortress that continued to shoot out beams of divine light, or that peerless powerhouse that easily suppressed 4 Peak Saint Empyreans. Everything left them utterly dumbfounded. That person, that must be the mysterious person. A scout said with a sound transmission, his heart shocked. It must be him. It can only be him. The scouts looked at each other, a burning heat visible in their eyes. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.